Okay, we are now live. We do have a 180-second delay just to keep it as fair as possible for the competitors. Welcome everybody. My name is Bad as a Fish, 80, and this is the Fish Tank. Today we are going to be enjoying some awesome Minion Masters 1v1 tournament content. It is sponsored by GGtoor alongside Betadwarf the developers and Team Mana Frenzy. Now, we've already had two of these tournaments previously and they've been incredible. Hopefully this one will be as awesome, or even more awesome, than before. Now, I am joined on this cast today with some awesome people. Firstly, we have Mr. Dfogox.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to all the amazing matches we're going to see.
Thank you for joining us, Dfogox. Alongside Dfogox and myself, we have NobbyTime. Hey, Nobby, how you doing?
I'm very good. I'm halfway through the coffee I was talking about earlier.
Oh, you.
So
I don't think
I'm
you mentioned
awake.
your coffee. Did you?
No, I don't talk about coffee much.
Constantly. Okay, and finally, but not leastly, that's a word. We have Mr. Cosmic Vortex 42. Cosmic, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
I appreciate you guys joining me on this. We're going to be switching people in and out for the casting, so we can have many different viewpoints of all the action that's going on. Hopefully, lots of good stuff. Are you guys hyped for today's event? Let me know what you're feeling. Casters.
I'm very excited. I am interested to see how the game's going to go without Black Hole, because we've seen Black Hole show up in a lot of decks, especially with the higher skilled players. And so I'm interested to see what kind of substitutions people make in their deck for Black Hole, as well as the kind of decks that people make knowing that they're not going to have to deal with Black Holes.
That's right. So unfortunately, we've had to ban Black Hole because of some bugs that are currently in the game with it. To keep it as fair as possible for everyone, we've had to remove it, which is a shame because Black Hole is, as you mentioned, is one of those cards that is a really high-level card. We can see a lot of cool plays with it, but also removing it will potentially leave some room for some other cool stuff. What do you think we're going to see there, Dfogo?
It's very true. Likely, we might see Bannerman taking more of a play here, since it can deny lots of spells with an effect similar to Black Hole. You cannot have all the types of interactions you can, but for example, to deal with fireballs, dagger falls, all those types of spells, you can now just Bannerman them instead of Black Holing them.
Yeah, I feel the Bannerman's stronger than it has ever been with the buff that it got to the actual Bannerman unit, so it still does its regular shield, but of course you get a much tankier unit, so for the mana that you're spending, you're getting a lot more value. So that's we've definitely seen that a lot more out there on the field. What are you looking forward to seeing today, Nobby?
I'm interested to see, much like the Fogo was saying about Bannerman, I wonder whether we'll see a chunk of Wizard buffs out there, because I have seen it where people use the Black Hole to dodge the transformation and things like that to take that away.
Yeah.
So whether or not that might prop up a little bit more as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. When you actually sit there and think about the Black Hole and think about the number of different things you can do with it, you realize actually what an incredibly useful spell in so many different ways. Not just simply just Black Hole your units and try to pray that you survive a Beam of Doom or something, but as you say, do those quick plays where you can save your units against a wizard path. You can use it to just re-aggro all sorts of things. Not quite as it used to be, but the re-aggro is still there as a possibility. So it is a shame that we don't see it. But as you say, it's exciting to see what other things we're going to see in its place, because I'm sure some people had plans to use the Black Hole. They've now had to adapt, and that's what the best players do. They adapt with these changes that occur, as well as adapting during the games to what their opponents are playing and how the games are going. So just to confirm, Black Hole is banned, as well as the newest content, which is the Master Rect and the Ion Grenade. Everything else is pretty much fair game. Now, wildcards. Wildcards are potential, but they can also be banned. Would one of you guys like to just take us through the ban situation, the ban setup for this tournament?
I guess I can
Yeah.
do that one. Or do you want to
Go
go,
ahead,
Cosmic?
Go ahead, Dfogo.
So every player gets the privilege to banning one single master. So aside of the ban master rect, as you mentioned, Fish, they can ban any other master. After banning a master, players can choose to one, ban up to 2 cards, and any 2 cards are allowed. Obviously, once again, not the cards that are banned. And after, and if they don't want to ban 2 cards, they can choose to ban wild cards. So all the wildcard strategy that your opponent has might completely crumble if you choose to ban wildcards. It is to note, though, that if both players ban wildcards, then they can also redo the ban of the 2 cards. So for example, if I'm playing versus Cosmic and we both say, no, you are not playing wildcards, after that, we can also choose 2 other cards your opponent will not be able to play, which is very interesting with all the room you can do here. Like if you have a deck that you feel it's counterable by some cards, you can just ban those cards.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it's huge.
Okay, go ahead.
It's huge. It's huge. Like if you're playing Ratbow, for instance, which Ratbow, it's going to be interesting to see people play Ratbow this tournament. But like if you're playing Ratbow, you can ban Blastmancers or Spiritmancers, because those can really shut down a Ratbow deck.
I feel from what we saw, at least from the matches we spectated in the last tournament, I feel like wildcards were almost unanimously banned, which I wonder if we're going to see again. Also, we saw APEP being banned a lot as a master. Do you think we're going to be seeing that again?
I think so. Maybe not quite as much, because there's always a chance that you could pull Toss, and if you do pull that, then that glitch is still in effect, where if you do use the Hellfire aspect of it, then it no longer has the mana reduction, and so it goes back to a full 2 mana cost. So that's kind of going to help nerf APEP in a sense for this tournament, because it's going to throw like a wrench in that RNG that you can pull.
Do you think players will be thinking about that much, or are they just thinking, well, you know, it's a relatively small chance of getting it. If it happens, then so be it. But the potential benefit of playing APEP is still it's still
very
alluring.
Strong, yes.
I think one of the aspects that might make so that APEP is not banned, it's how much we are recently seeing Mordar take up a very place at the top, because if you don't have Shock Rock or a good way to constantly deal and deny the tombstones, you might end up with a Mordar getting much value, a Mordar getting too much value that you can control. And there are some very cases where even with all the value you can get from free cards of APEP, that does not compare to the value of getting a 7 mana card in Resurrect, an 8 mana card, or sometimes even those cheap APEP decks where you are cycling through the tombstones, so you are always constantly getting 2 mana, 3 mana reses. But those mana will add up much faster than you can sometimes add up the cycle of the free cards on APEP. So I'm also expecting to see some more recurrent Mordar bans this tournament.
Yeah, I feel like people believe, especially amongst the top players, and I don't know if you've experienced this as well, Nobby. Not saying that you're not a top player. That seemed a bit awkward, but let's move on. Let's move on. It seems like the top players, or the people in the know, they feel like the APEP and Mordar are the 2 strongest masters, just because of what you can effectively get for 0 mana. You get your free cards, right, and you can get your huge reses. So I think, as an experienced player myself, I agree with that. So it'd be good to see. I'm not really sure if I've got a question here. I'm just kind of rambling, but yeah. So, do you expect to see?
I agree with the Mordar side of things. Like, if you can get a chain resurrection off, and it's fair to say I'm not a top player, but you know, even I have those situations where I can get 2 or 3 reses in a row, and you just find the power so much. But could I just do a quick PSA, because I've had someone message me, they're having trouble like registering and stuff, and they said they can't access things in the server to ask for help. If you're listening right now and you're in the GGtoor server and you can't see the Minion Master section, go into Get Roles, select the role so you can go into the chat and post your issue. I'm not the admin, I'm the caster, I can't help you, but please go into the server, select a role, and then ask for help in the chat section.
Thank you for that. Yeah, there are people around to help, but you've got to get in touch with them. If you are desperately struggling and you can't find them, then be sure to just DM one of us and we'll direct you if necessary. Remember, if you are competing, please ensure you are in the GGtoor Discord. The details for that are on the tournament website page. We'll put that in the chat for you. That's where all the information that you need, that's where your opponents are going to be, that's where you need to be. If you've got any questions, that's where you'll find the answers. If you're looking for your matchup, that's where you'll find the answers. If you need an admin for any reason, that is where you will find your answers. So please ensure that you join that. As I said, I just put that in the chat, so you'll see that 3 minutes ago. Go look back and find it. But yeah, thanks for that, Nobby. A lot of people are experienced in tournaments, but there's also a lot of people that are not experienced in tournaments. So if this is your first tournament and you need some help, then just try to reach out appropriately and we will certainly help you. Just reflecting on the tournament last time, if we remind ourselves, Deadshot did win that in the final against Nataraja, set in 3rd place. Are you guys expecting, let's go to Dfogo first, are you guys expecting to see similar kind of players get deep into the tournament again?
These are players that are very well known for playing lots of tournaments, so all that experience will build up and probably give them, well, more advantage, or at least it makes them feel more comfortable when playing it. So I'm definitely expecting to see those names reach the end of the brackets, either winner or loser brackets, because loser brackets can also come back, right?
That's right. This is a dual elimination. And Cosmic, last time we saw Lazur not get as deep into the tournament as we were expecting. How do you feel about his chances this time?
Cat also got knocked out pretty quickly. Lazur, I'm pretty optimistic for, looking at the bracket against him. He's got Frogling pretty quickly, who's a heavy hitter, I would say, but if he can deal with Frogling, he should be able to get through everyone up to Core. And Core, we saw in the last tournament, Core only got knocked out by Cat. Or Core got knocked out by Cat in the loser bracket. And so I'm interested to see how far they get, just because they've started entering the 1v1 scene and hopping in tournaments. We see Dragon. That's another fun one on the other side of this bracket here.
Well, interestingly, from what I can see, I don't think Cat is playing in this one. I don't know if you guys have got any other information than I've got, but I'm not seeing him as a registered participant. And I know he's struggling with his PC right now, and he's got a brand new graphics card sitting on his desk waiting to go. But the rest of the PC components are in transit somewhere, so that he may be just struggling with the technical side of things right now. And yeah, I'm not seeing him signed up, so that's a shame, because he's of course one of the best players we've ever seen. So that may open the door for some other people.
Very true. For most of the players that have registered, some names are well known and some are quite fresh, which is always good, having all this mix of some new players and old timers, which is not necessarily, this does not necessarily mean old timers will shine, because we might have some dark horses coming up and showing us that not all names need to be known for them to do great things. Not to mention that great things can be made by any player, and we will rate those great things, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and also the way that the game is kind of in the meta at the moment, there is the potential to have just matchups where your deck is just going to fall short, regardless of how good you are, depending on what you're playing against. And you know, there's the potential where, you know, if you are playing a deck that gets hard countered, then it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're just gonna get shredded by your opponent. So that's I think that levels the playing field a little bit between the newer players and the more experienced players. But you'll find, again, with the more experienced players, they'll be aware of things like that. So they'll be trying to potentially utilize decks where they can't be hard countered, or the chance of them being hard countered is very small.
Right.
So it'd be interesting to see that. Yeah, there's the way the game is at the moment. Some of the stuff's very strong, and if you don't have a good answer for it, then it can just overpower you, regardless of, you know, how well you are playing. So yeah, it'll be exciting to see the matchups. We don't know where we're going to go for our first match yet, but things are being set up behind the scenes. Sinobii, of course, working his magic, and as soon as we've got some gameplay, we will be certainly on there. Did you guys want to talk about the most recent balance changes? Is there anything there that you were surprised about, or you think is going to be important in something like this scenario? I can bring them up if you guys want to go through them.
I think the nerf to the rammers, well, not the rammers, the
Blood Pact.
The Blood Pact ones. I personally don't feel like it was enough, but it might be enough to dissuade people from spamming it and relying on it fully.
Yeah. But again, something like that, the Brutish Betrayer on its own is handleable. When they've got 3 of them, that's the problem. And I think something, because that's in the meta right now, I think that's going to be on people's minds when they decide whether they're going to ban wildcards or not. Because if they decide not to ban wildcards, then something like that is on the table. And that's going to be... It doesn't matter, you know, there's a good chance, it doesn't matter how good you are. If you come up against that and you don't have a really well set up deck to deal with that, then you could be in big trouble. So I think with things like that around in the meta, then that's going to really sway players towards banning the wildcards. But we'll see. You know, stranger things have happened. So we'll see what people decide to do. I'm just going to look through the balance changes. So basically what you're referring to is the Blood Pact damage is now 66% instead of 50%. So that affects the Blood Imps. So I think that's an interesting change as well, because Blood Imps were everywhere. Whereas now people might have to think a little bit more about them, because you can drop a Fireball on 5 of them and get a solid amount of damage. Still a useful 1-mana card for sure though. Just going to look through, see if there's anything. Hypnotize, of course, got changed a little bit. Haven't really seen much of that on the ladder. Anyone expecting to see that played today at all?
I'd absolutely expect Hypnotize to make an appearance, because it's a very useful card, especially for only 3 mana now. And while the duration is reduced, oftentimes you can use Hypnotize more of as a stun and less of as a damaging spell. And so it's essentially the equivalent of a stun, as long as there's a group of units and not just one unit.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to have our first match, and it looks like it's going to be our very own Cosmic Vortex against Bad Mojo. So Cosmic is going to be taking part in the tournament, so he will be leaving us soon to get his game on. So we will start.
It's going to be Bad Mojo. Our ban so far is I have banned Mordar and wildcards. Bad Mojo has banned Apep and wildcards. I banned Harbinger and Soul Stealer, and we're waiting on Bad Mojo to ban the rest.
Okay, so this is the situation where you've both banned wildcards, so you both get that second ban power.
Okay, Bad Mojo has now banned Colossus and Harbinger.
Okay, so, you know, some people just have some cards that they really hate playing against, which they'll look at banning, but also, just looking at it a little deeper, they'll have specific cards that their decks are going to be potentially weak against. So they'll look at removing those from the pool. So we'll start getting ready here. Let's make sure we've got each of these folks on our... We're going to be using our dual deck technology. I don't know, NobbyTime, if you've seen our dual deck technology that we've used before. So we can see both players' hands.
No.
Okay, so... You guys won't be able to see that, unfortunately, but the stream will, and I will. So basically, we can see both players' hands. Gives us a little bit of a better insight as to what's going on. Normally what we do with the... whoever's casting with me, I try to get you to spectate the opposite person who I'm main spectating. So you can see exactly what they have, and I can see exactly what these guys have. So...
I can spectate one of the players.
That's right. Okay. So, let's have a look if we've got these chaps on our friends list. So I did send reminders out to everyone. Hopefully adding us as friends.
So I'm just...
I do not believe I had Bad Mojo though.
I'm trying to help this K4RM guy who's struggling in the Discord server. He can't react to the roles message. Literally there should be an M underneath where people have already reacted to it, and you just need to click on that, and then the Minion Master stuff will appear. If that's not showing up, there's something wrong with Discord, and I don't know what to do.
That's beyond your pay grade.
I can't like it's one of the things you can't see the screen, so I'm like, it should be there, and it's like I can't find it. I'm like, I don't know what else to say. So
technical
please.
difficulties are so hard to deal with if you're not able to be physically there and the person just doesn't understand.
Yeah, it's sort of, and it's like I want to try and help the guy. Oh, I've just got a load of people add me on Steam. Hold on.
Okay,
But
so
yeah.
whilst I'm setting this up, someone in the chat just asked what's changed about Hypno. Does someone want to just tell us the changes to the Hypnotize that's been in the latest patch and why that might mean we see more of it?
Dfogo?
Yeah, I can go on that one. So currently, Hypnotized is now a 3-mana spell for starters, so it's no longer 4 mana, it's 3 mana. This is interesting in the sense that, for example, it can now no longer be reduced in Morelia, but it will be used at a cheaper cost on all decks. Its duration, it's now 5 seconds, and they did also change the cost leader bound. I believe before it was 2 and now it's 1. So, as Cosmic was saying, this will work kind of like a stun because those units will prioritize enemy units. It is to keep in mind, Hypnotize does not make enemy units attack the enemy master, but it will make them prioritize attacking other enemy units. If you hypnotize an enemy unit that it's all by itself near your units, it will still attack your units. So it's also something to keep in mind. I do agree that we might see some more of a Hypnotize, although on the other hand, I do think Hypnotize can bring much more value in 2v2 than 1v1. So from that perspective, I do not know how much it will impact the matches we are about to see today.
Yeah, I think, maybe on ladder we'll see more of it, but, ladder and tournament is a very different kettle of fish. But who knows? We'll wait and see. Just going to make sure I've got these players added me so we can get the first game going. Does somebody want to...
I was going to just make one comment about one change that it looks kind of subtle, but the Diona change. So Diona, it's relatively better. At least it's more stable now with the change to how the Ruffle second perk drops. So it can be more...
Oh.
Nope.
We lost Dfogo a little bit there.
Was...
I was ready for it. And then we don't know. Okay, Dfogo, are you there? You kind of lagged out.
Yeah. It feel like my Discord had just a random restarting, but I was just commenting on the Diona rework for the second perk. The fact that the Ruffles second perk, like those bottles or whatever you want to call it, now drop based on enemy spawns, on enemy deaths, might make it more viable. At least it might make it so that the Ruffle does not need to go across the whole field all the way into the enemy tower to grab one little bottle that is there. So I'm expecting to see some more Diona in 1v1 right now for this tournament.
Very nice. Okay, I'm just don't have the players. I don't have Bad Mojo as a friend right now.
I do not have Bad Mojo as a friend either. I was just looking at that, so
just waiting for that. Someone didn't follow the instructions.
I must say, I'm going to agree with Dfogo there. I think seeing more Diona will be good. There's a really high skill cap on the way some of the cards are used. When you're using that taunting and using that trap. But also just I think a master that can very easily tilt you as an opponent just by some of the way the traps and stuff work.
Where is that Shoutcaster friend code post?
Who do you need?
Everyone for Bad Mojo.
Oh, I mean, is he not checking his DMs? He should have a DM with all the information in. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It took me a little bit to get him to add me as well. So.
When you want to stealthily participate in a tournament and then all of a sudden, oh wait, I'm the first match to get spectated. What's going on?
Okay, so let's get these guys.
No sneaky decks for me.
Hey, that guy I've been trying to help out with there.
Hey, victories!
He's in. I can move on with my life.
Nice.
Everyone who's managed to add all the shoutcasters and get into a lobby right now, I just want to like give y'all a pat on the back right now. Congratulations, you were the heroes of this tournament.
Right. You made our lives easier. Okay, here we go.
Well, where would be the fun if it was that easy?
Well, I think we might have different ideas of fun. Okay, so looks like we may be ready. Cosmic's going to drop out of the broadcast now with us. Don't start your match until we give you the go-ahead, though, please.
Of course.
Good luck out there, and hopefully we'll speak to you a little bit later, and we can reflect on what's been going on. Okay, right, and then there were 3. Okay, so let me just make sure I've got both of these players ready to go on, and we can get our first game of the day. One thing we haven't spoken about yet, and I don't know if one of you guys wants to go through it, if you're aware of it, but our totally overpowered play. Are you guys familiar with that? Dfogo's nodding. Do you want to tell us about that and what the people out there can get involved with?
So the totally overpowered play, it's about from everyone, either you are participating or just viewing. If you see as play in the stream that you consider totally overpowered, a type of overplay that was amazing, it got your mind blown, you can clip that play and you can share it on Twitter. And if that play is considered the totally overpowered play, the player that made that play will be awarded $50, and the person that clipped and shared that play will be awarded $50. Of course,
hold on.
you need to know
Just to clarify, I believe they share the $50. Yeah, I believe they share it.
Yeah, Twitter and player share the $50. So
yeah,
25 apiece.
but if you can tweet your own play, and if you tweet your own play, keep all the money yourself.
you've added all you can. Let me check Bad Mojo.
Okay, so we've got Bad Mojo. I've got him on game number 2, Cosmic on game number 1. So we should, in theory, be ready to go.
Yeah, I do not have Bad Mojo added still. So if he's got somebody else, then
That's
I'll have
fine,
to
yeah.
spectate Cosmic.
That's
I already
fine.
have him, so if you can go Cosmic Nobby.
Whereas if I can find Cosmic's.
Cosmic's under
Not even
TTV. His name's TTV at the start, so if you're looking alphabetically, yep. I fell into that trap.
I mean, I had the same thing. I can't talk.
Nice.
Alternative for Bad Mojo, just type a message into the global chat on Minion Masters and I'll add you from there.
Okay, so we are ready to go when the players are ready. I've given them the go-ahead. So we've got Cosmic against Bad Mojo. This will be our first game of the day. Good players all around. We'll see exactly what their thoughts are. And hopefully we can get off with a good start here.
I'm interested in seeing this because Cosmic's like the mad professor of Minion Masters. He doesn't just like to make decks to win. He likes to make decks that make people he beats feel bad about themselves. So, like, I'm interested to see whether he's come up with something spicy or strange or something for today.
Yeah, we've seen him with a lot of Void Altar plays on the ladder, which is something we don't see very often, but when you make it work, boy does it work.
I think that's it with some of his stuff. It wins hard, or it can occasionally just get countered and lose hard. But I like the duality in that. And I know he's a big fan of casino decks and things like that, which can add a nice bit of RNG. On his stream the other day, he got really lucky in a Ratbow game and got like a Soul Stealer and a Whirly Scrat or something like that. And then in a game where he really needed something better, he got a Glenn's Brew and something else used. Like, it was just not good. So
RNG sometimes loves you, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so I'm just clarifying from the players what they've banned here. So it's looking like Cosmic has banned Mordor, which means he can if he wants to play Mordor, but his opponent can't. Bad Mojo has banned Apep. They both decided to ban wildcards. And Cosmic has banned Harbinger and Soul Stealer, Bad Mojo, Harbinger, and Colossus. Looks like we're loading into our first game. Let's get some hype going here, guys. Here we go.
And Harb.
Harbinger is probably going to be a regular ban, actually, because it takes such specific counters. I expect to see that a lot.
Okay, so joining with me on this cast, Dfogox, will be going to NobbyTime after the game for some analysis of what we've seen. So this is best of 3. This tournament's going to be best of 3 up until we get to the ladder stages. Then it will become best of 5. What are we seeing here, Dfogox?
We are seeing Ben Mojo play Apep and Cosmic Vortex playing Morelia. So... Oh, and we just saw Cosmic Vortex use Near Slumbers. So Cosmic Vortex seems to be going for a Cursed Ascension, which is a late game strategy. However, Ben Mojo just showed a Demon Warrior, which is also a late game card. So very interesting that right in our first game, both players seem to be choosing to play late game decks. We have a very interesting match to watch right now if this is all going late game.
That's right, the Demon Warrior is going to be weak until the 5th stack, the 5th time it's played, and then it'll be 3 times as powerful. And as you say, Cosmic Vortex playing an Accursed deck, so he's trying to get his Accursed counter up to 70. And once he reaches Accursed Ascension, then he'll be able to get some additional power from the cards in his deck. So he's got the Breath in there. He's of course got Nirvir the Fallen, which is going to be Nirvir Slumbers and turns into the Dragon. He's playing Morelia as well, so he's going to get the perk 3 Dragon as well. What do you feel about the changes to the Breath recently, Dfogo?
So, in general, you will get less damage, and Breath is definitely weaker in early game. However, I do like that you get all the damage much faster. So actually, while its DPS is slower, while its DPS is lower before Cursed Ascension, its DPS is actually higher after Cursed Ascension. It will do less damage, but since that damage is applied faster, Breath in Cursed Ascension now has a DPS of 100 compared to a previous DPS of 81, which can be very interesting if we think about it, getting those extra 19 DPS in a card.
Yeah, so it does less damage, but it does it quicker, as you say. And one of the things that Cosmic really likes about the new Breath is that you get the skeletons regardless. So instead of previously where you got no skeletons before Ascension and then after Ascension, Bad Mojo's got the TAS here. Did he get that from his perk, or was that in his deck?
Yes, it got it from his perk. So we were mentioning how if you get TAS from Apep, you should not use his ability if you want to keep cycling at 0 mana. And he just got the TAS, and not only that, I believe he just missed a Fireball. This could be very scary for an Apep. Especially since Cosmic is getting all these skeletons to keep spawning and spawning. Not regular the little skeletons, but I mean the Undying skeletons, which do hit a bit harder than the regular skeletons.
So the Slumber's been great to take out the buzzers, and during this whole situation, we've got a huge XP lead from Cosmic right now. And as I was alluding to just previously, Cosmic really likes to change to the Breath because you get those little skeletons even before Accursed Ascension. So you can use it to clear a lane and take a bridge now. So he really likes that part of it. Demon Warrior's only on stack 3, so Bad Mojo struggling a bit here, Dfogo.
And Cosmic already has a Cursed Ascension, so you can see it. We are at 3 minutes in. The Demon Warrior is at 3 stacks, and Ben Mojo did get that Demon Warrior quite early, so it feels like he's cycling. He's getting 1 level of Demon Warrior per minute. That's not really ideal, especially when you are playing a deck that's already reached Cursed Ascension. You can see now the Toll of the Dead that Cosmic is playing already activated from Cursed Ascension. So Ben Mojo is about to get 2 skeletons spawning on his face very soon.
The problem we've had here is that Cosmic's been in control, and now he's got the added bonus of the Accursed Ascension, which should put him even more in control. And Bad Mojo's still a good way away from that big Demon Warrior. And there we see those Undying Skeletons spawning on face. They're going to start doing more damage. Here's Demon Warrior number 4. He needs to try to stay in the game, but he could just be too far behind.
Oh, this is the Dragon. Cosmic just played the Dragon. It is interesting to note that Demon Warrior, it's a very good counter for the Dragon. So being aware of that, Cosmic is already playing his Dragon to guarantee, no, I want this Dragon to hit you. I want this Dragon to be scary. You are not going to have your big Demon Warrior to hit this Dragon, so deal with it another way. And is Bad Mojo going to have that way to deal with the Dragon?
This is going to be it. The Dragon's on phase. That's going to be game almost. Shield pops out, but there's the breath to shut down the shield. That dragon's still basically full HP. That's game number 1 to Cosmic. He would seem to always be in control of that. And yeah, Bad Mojo was relying on that Demon Warrior power spike, but unfortunately never getting there. And the thing with the Demon Warrior decks is you want them to be cheap enough so you can cycle quickly to get to that Demon Warrior perk stack 5 as quickly as possible, but the problem is making them cheap means that your deck's going to be weak up until that point. And it seemed like that was the case. He just wasn't able to control it. And of course he got the TAS from his perk, which was kind of adding in insult to injury.
I would say there are 3 aspects very important to note here, which is, as you were saying, you want your Demon Warrior deck to be cheap so you can cycle Demon Warrior. But you do need cards to support your Demon Warrior. In this case, Bad Mojo had the Drone Buzzers and the Crystal Sentry to support it. The Drone Buzzers were getting shut down by the Nivri Slumbers, which was great. When you are playing Nivri Slumbers and you have such a good target in your opponent deck, which is it costs 1 more mana and you can instantaneously kill it, and Nivri Slumber gives you 3 stacks into Curse the Extension because it costs 3 mana, but it also gives you 1 extra stack for each unit you killed. So Cosmic was getting 5 stacks out of those Nivri Slumber with 1 mana value out of Bad Mojo's deck. So that's very... it wasn't really good for Bad Mojo. And not only that, since the moment he showed Demon Warrior, Cosmic was aware, okay, this game he wants to go late game. I will put more pressure. I will get these Undying Skeletons to hit harder. And the last aspect is the fact that Crystal Sentry has mana freeze. Sorry, it has also mana freeze, but has mana surge. So Crystal Sentry will attack faster if Bad Mojo has 6 mana or more. Now, if you are playing Demon Warrior will cost you 5 mana. So that means if you are playing a Demon Warrior and a Crystal Sentry right one after the other, you are never gonna be able to guarantee the... if you play at 10 mana, the Demon Warrior, you are going to be at 5 mana. That means you will not have Mana Surge activated. So you'll have like that slight drop of DPS in the Crystal Sentry after playing a Demon Warrior.
Okay, well, Dfogo giving us a good insight there. But here we're in game number 2, 1-0 to Cosmic Vortex. We've got a Yahoon pushing at the top. Stixie's going to get taken out by the Sunder spell from Yahoon. But this is going to be... that's a solid Yahoon on face. It's going to take a while to die. It doesn't do massive DPS, but it's got a lot of HP, and of course it's just locking down that bridge the whole time. So Cosmic's got an XP lead right now.
That's going to keep increasing and increasing because Bad Mojo does not seem to be able to finally deal with the Yahoon, but all the XP he lost on trade of that. And Cosmic is already working on recapturing the bridges he lost, so he's getting a good advantage. Bad Mojo just played the Woodsman. Not sure if it's the card he wanted and the card he needed, but it is playing at 4 mana, that Woodsman.
So again we see a Demon Warrior deck from Bad Mojo, but it's not a cheap cycle deck. He's got some heavy cards in there, which means the deck's going to be more balanced early on, but it's going to take longer to get to that Demon Warrior.
Yep. And he keeps playing Stixie. So at this point, I'm not sure if I would keep playing Stixie because your opponent is going to be able to remove it by 0 mana. Not just that, he just fireballed the Yahoon with nothing on his side. So I'm not sure if he could expend those 4 mana solely for Yahoon.
Yeah, that's important. You know, every time you're playing a card, you want to be getting good mana value, and doing a bit of damage to a single target from a fireball, especially a high HP unit like Yahoon, not necessarily the best. You know, ideally you want to wait until it's supported and then just hit everything with that fireball if possible.
Ooh, and this totem, he probably played the totem to try to defend off the damage from the Sunburn, which was kind of late because I feel like the Sunburn had dealt most of the damage. And then, instead of at least trying to make some value of the totem and taking Yahoon on face, he tanked the Yahoon with the Woodsman, and the totem was taken out by the Warrior. So he's not getting that much value out of the APEP cards, but he's getting some stuff done.
We see Cosmic using one of the newer cards, which is the Puff. What's he called? The Zenshi Puff that drops a shroom on the bridge. Shroom Puff, there you go, the answer was there. So that's interesting. So his Yahoon's picking that up and getting a big HP and DPS buff from that.
Now BadMojo did a very interesting play. So he was aware of the Sunder. So he played Spirit Infusion with the Stixie to guarantee the Stixie would not die to the Sunder. Sadly, Cosmic does has other ways to deal with the Stixie, especially now that considering he's Valorian. So his second perk gives him Searing Light, which is a 1-mana spell that will hit 5 times, 5 random units in that area.
Yeah, that's a strong removal, especially if you haven't got anything to throw against it, just as cheap throwaway units like some Scrats or something to try to tank those. And here you see again, we've got the Shroom Puff. It's going to get to the bridge at the bottom. It's going to turn into a Shroom. It's going to be immediately grabbed by the Yahoon. The Demon Warrior's on number 4, so Demon Warrior stack 5 is coming, but is it going to be a little bit too late? Let's find out. Sunburn, of course, does damage friendly units, but when you've got as much HP as the Yahoon, it's not really a problem. That Fireball missing one of the Marines is a little frustrating there. Not a big deal, but just a little bit frustrating. But this is going to be a lot of face damage coming out here. He's used his shield, but that shield's going to be under DPS soon. Here we go, big Demon Warrior. Can he change the tide? You see that Demon Warrior just starts shredding everything, really.
Let's see if this pressure is enough to put the Yahoon at his mercy or not. He's behind by 60 XP, so he just needs to make the Demon Warrior compensate that XP lead. We're about to see if that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, the Demon Warrior is unlikely to get to face at this point. At least if it does not do too much damage, but he really just needs to hold a bridge, get a lane with the Demon Warrior and try to shut that down.
I mean, I believe he can cycle Demon Warrior faster than Cosmic can cycle his Yahoon. Not just because Yahoon is mythic, so if you have a Yahoon on the field and you have another one in hand, you cannot play him, because it's a mythic card. But just by the fact that Cosmic, in the last trade we saw, Cosmic played Yahoon before BadMojo had the Demon Warrior, and this time around, BadMojo played the Demon Warrior before the Yahoon was on the field. Now, I'm not sure if this is a good idea or not, since Demon Warrior is the best answer he can get for that Yahoon. But he just cycled to win. We can see he has the next one ready.
The real problem here is the XP. Cosmic is almost at Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, just at the time where BadMojo got his third perk, which was yes, it was a Skeleton Horde. So BadMojo got a free Skeleton Horde, but at this point, versus a Yahoon in Mana Frenzy, this is not looking good.
No.
I don't know what he could do at this point.
When we spoke earlier about balancing the Demon Warrior deck, you've got to get to that Demon Warrior perk stack number 5 without being too far behind. You know, it can help, but it feels like BadMojo was just too far behind. Here we have Mana Frenzy now for Cosmic Vortex on the blue team. It's likely to just be the push that he needs to be able to shut this down. BadMojo, of course, does have the shield from APEP. That's a fireball. It seems like a desperation fireball there. It's not really going to achieve much.
Yeah. In fact, Cosmic is even throwing the Sunburns at face just for those plain 100 face damage. Oh, he's taking it on face and he's not placing the totem. He places the totem in the middle of the enemy units. Well, both lanes getting pushed, so it's very hard to have margin to play a totem at this point.
That's going to be it. Yeah, that's right. As you say, it's difficult to find space to put that down. Valorian, of course, got a little buff in the recent patches with his heal slightly getting addressed. But I don't think that really made that much difference there. Cosmic's going to take that series 2-0. It seemed like Cosmic was in control for a lot of that. We'll bring NobbyTime back in and see what he thought of the action.
Hey, I thought it was pretty interesting. I think the Demon Warrior deck is really powerful, but my two things immediately sprung to mind with me was that the cycle cost was too high, and it's a personal opinion. I don't think APEP is good. Yes, you want cycle decks as APEP, you get a reduced card cost and you will get the most value out of them. But all you're doing by using APEP with Demon Warrior is adding cards to your Demon Warrior cycle, and I don't think that's a good combination personally.
They're free cards though, so it does not slow down your cycle. That's the advantage of APEP.
Well,
now, as we saw
True.
here, so the reason why I didn't ban APEP is literally because of the first match. So we saw in the first match, APEP pulled TAS, and that I think was already kind of weighted in my favor, but the but that really, really hinders APET because there's always a chance. And whenever you really need to get a good perk, you always seem to get the worst one. And so that, I think, kind of hurt him there. And then in that second match, getting those sunders off on those Stixies, like as soon as I sundered the first Stixie, he should have stopped playing Stixie, and he could have turned that entire match around. But he just lost so much mana with playing the Stixies that I was just able to overwhelm him with the other side of the field until I was able to stall the Mana Frenzy.
Yes,
Yeah.
I liked that he started playing Spirit Infusion to buff his Stixie. I think that's smart. What I do feel that it's a problem in this is that playing a Stixie and a Spirit Infusion, it's 10 mana. So it's the cost of Yahun. By doing that type of play, it feels almost like he's saying, okay, with this Spirited Stixie, I'm going to kill your Yahun, which it's not gonna happen. Stixie it's not capable of single-handedly killing a Yahun, even if it has Spirit, survive all the Sunders. So I feel like that was a higher investment. It probably was better to have stopped playing Stixie, as we were saying. However, this is a personal opinion, but if you are playing a Demon Warrior, so you're going for a late game, and that means you are probably going to fall a bit short on XP in the beginning, but that's an investment. That's an investment for your late game to get that 5-stack Demon Warrior. However, Bad Mojo was also playing Future Past. So that means he was playing a 3 mana spell in the beginning to replace that card with any random card and reduce the cost of that card by 1 mana. So this is also another investment, which even makes his first cycles heavier, because he not only has to cycle through the Future Past, he then also has to cycle to the card he gets on the Future Past. So at that point, I think I would say it's slightly greedy, when you're just like investing on a Demon Warrior, investing on a future. You invested so much that before you can get the benefits from that investment, your opponent already killed you. You are too far behind. You cannot come back. So I would say that's also what affected too much. He was trying to do too much with that APEP deck, and before he could get all those benefits, he ended up losing.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could see what they were playing for, but it just took too long to get there. And by the time that you felt like Cosmic was under pressure, it was too late. Mana Frenzy was so close that it would just eventually overwhelm.
That's right. That's as we say many times, that's the balancing act of that Demon Warrior deck. If you go too light, then you can get shredded before you get the power of the Demon Warrior out. If it's too heavy, then by the time you get it out, it's too late. And therein is the balancing act. And just something I just want to mention to you guys in the stream. Remember to keep it as fair as possible for the competitors. We are on a 3-minute delay. That means what you're seeing on the stream happened 3 minutes ago, which is no problem at all. But please just ensure if you are competing, don't come into the stream after your match and just spoil what happened, because what happened to you is still 3 minutes behind. So just a polite reminder to you guys in the chat there, if you could do that. We don't want any spoilers here. So yeah, that was game number 1. I don't know if anybody's got the bracket up to look through and see what other matches have been going on. Anything that needs to be discussed.
If something's just W and L, that, or is that there's no score available, or the other most of them have got scores?
That may be that somebody reported it incorrectly, or if it was just a buy or a forfeit. I'm not sure.
And there were some interesting matches in brackets round 2. I mean, well, starting in round 1, it feels like Frogling is still doing his match, because I see no winner has been reported. From round 2, most matches seem to be done, and this gives opportunity to see that some of the pairings for the winner bracket round 3. Lots of interesting matches that are about to be played in winner brackets round 3.
So I'm just
There hasn't been a result yet. Who won between Gwynthoron and G-Town?
No, they might be still in a match.
The battle of the facial hair. Moustache versus beard. Who wins? I'm team beard all the way, obviously. And let's see who else has got lined up. Satan versus Corrupted could be an interesting one.
Not just that, we also have Nataraja playing Anno, and we have Ufus playing Fikis. So both Ufus and Fikis are two very well-known and good 1v1 players, and so are Nataraja and Anno. Both of those matches promises. Of course, the same can be said of Satan Worship and Corrupted. And if I'm not mistaken, this same matchup happened in the previous tournament. Corrupted playing Satan Worship. So one of the players has a chance to get revenge.
So I'm just showing on the stream right now the tournament TV, which shows a little a rolling update of scores and stuff going through. So here we see Black Hunter taking Nafto by 2-0. Gloomlight beating Solitude by 2-0. Satan Warship beating Warrywatch 2-0. Just a reminder, of course, this is a dual elimination tournament, so everybody gets a second life. If you lose, you drop down to the redemption bracket, and you get to go again. So if you want to see this this tournament TV stuff yourself, you can just go to the tournament page and click on the tournament TV link, and it'll show you everything that's going on. But it looks like we are about to find out who's our next game. It's going to be Anno Arinkas against Nataraja. So let's see who we have on our friends list to get that set up. We'll find out the bans, and then
Anno versus who was it?
Nataraja.
I have Anno.
Okay, I've got both players on that game.
And I have Nataraja, so I can, if you need me, I can go either way.
Yeah,
Okay.
I also have both.
Right, so I'm going to spectate Anno here, Nataraja here. So of course, Nataraja getting very deep in the previous tournament. So Anno's going to have a real game on his hands. That's for sure.
Hey, I believe if he can surprise Nataraja, he can definitely take the win, but he will need that surprise. As Nataraja plays a lot and he's a very experienced player.
Well, you're pronouncing his name different to me. Do you know how to pronounce his name correctly? Am I in the wrong here?
I was thinking the same because the name just feels Spanish for me, and so the J in Spanish is pronounced differently.
Nataraja. Okay. I mean, the way I say it sounds quite Nataraja. I don't know.
I'm literally checking it right now. Okay. Someone is pronouncing it wrong, but.
Who is it?
Bad news from the round 2 matches that Gwynthoron came in for a win for Team Mustache versus Team Beard of G-Town. You let us down, G-Town. Beards everywhere.
Beards everywhere. Okay, so yeah, a lot of matches going on. We're going to try and pick some great matches for you. We do have another one coming up very soon. We're just waiting on the players to figure out what they're going to play, what their bans are. Remember, just to remind you, the totally OP play of the day. You guys out there can win some money and potentially get one of your favourite players to win some money. All you need to do is find an awesome part of one of the games today, clip it, make sure you've got the hashtag GGtoor in the clip title. Make sure you share it on Twitter, again, with the hashtag GGtoor, so we can find your tweets. And the chosen winner will split $50 between themselves and the player in the clip. If you are the player in the clip and you tweet it yourself, big brain, you take the whole amount of money yourself.
Seeing some interesting, like I'm looking at some of the bans coming through for some of the other games. And, you know, gives you clues. Like, it's worth people, by the way, if you want to take it seriously, have a look through what people are banning. Give you an idea of their strategies, even if you're not getting to watch their games live on stream.
Yeah, that's it. There's a lot of skill involved in tournament play. It's very different to ladder play, and of course, you need to banning appropriately and smartly is a skill, and that's something that the top players really do possess. The ones that have got a lot of tournament experience, and I think that's where experience really counts. In various things, banning appropriately, as the tournament moves on, maybe banning more on what you're feeling, how you're doing, and also during the games as well, just especially if things are not going well. You see the good players are able to just compartmentalize that, start again, and come back. We've seen some great comebacks in the past from people like Lazur, where they've been down and almost out, but they're able to, as I say, just put that to one side and just look at the match in front of them and ultimately bring themselves off the canvas and to take a victory. I don't know what you guys feel about that.
I think I think that's right. Like, lack of tilt is a huge thing, and I think sometimes you even see it in the games with, you know, missed fireballs or rashly played like spells. You can see where people they're struggling with that mental when they're up against it. So if you can stay calm, that is definitely half the battle.
Yes, and the other half, I would say, it's based on the information. When you start a match, you might know what master your opponent is playing. Well, you know what master your opponent is playing when you start a match. You might suspect what he's playing because of the master, but ultimately you do not know what he has. So those initial moments where you are learning your opponent's deck, where you're getting that information, will also allow you to have a clear idea of what your win condition is and how you can achieve it. So for some of those most experienced players, I would expect that after playing matches, you know where your deck struggles the most. You know where your deck is it's the strongest. So you will know, okay, if I'm playing this type of deck and he's playing that, which I now know because he has shown me most of his cards, for me to win, what I need to do is this. And they identify their win condition. And so it might seem like they were losing, but at that point where they have all the information and the road to victory appears, they can start building their way up to it. And little by little, okay, in this case I need to do this. Okay, he's probably gonna do that, so I need to react with this. And so on and so on and so on. Because in the beginning you might not have the answer. For example, you might have a fireball and your opponent might have a Stixie. But he might play it right in the beginning where you do not have the fireball. So you will know, okay, I will need to hold this fireball in my hand for the next time he plays Stixie. And all these type of mind games and control of the cycle will be going on backstage on the mind of the players. And we are like thinking what's gonna happen, what are they gonna do? All of that excitement, all the moment where they are thinking, they are playing, what can I do? How can I win this match? All going on in like milliseconds in their hands.
Okay, so we're getting some ban information coming in. So, as we discussed, we're going to see Anno against Nataraja. So let me just double check. Nataraja was our runner-up in the previous tournament. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
he's the one that kicked me out in the previous tournament.
Don't hold that against him.
I remember I won him in the winner brackets, and then he beat me in the loser brackets. That's super fun matches.
Okay, so it's looking like we've got APEP and wildcards banned for both players, which is, you know, pretty standard. Arcane Bolt also banned by both players. Anno has banned Stun Lancers. Just getting the information as it's coming in here. And Nataraja has banned Beam of Doom. So
no, Anno's banned Arcane Bolt and Demon Boon, and Nataraja banned Arcane Bolt and Stun Lancers, from what I can see.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is. He says banned for me. Sorry. Thank you.
That's all right. I think it's pretty interesting. Part of me expects some big units to come out of Anno. You know, for those two, obviously you can play around those ones, and I think that's half of the fun. Isn't just like, or half of the thing is you can't just go, okay, all right, what do I need to do around that? It's like, what do you expect? Someone in this list earlier on, for example, banded a Whirly Scrat and a Defenso Chopper. So immediately I would be thinking, I'm expecting a lot of mass. I'm going to put a Blast Monster or Annihilator in. So take the ban information and I think, how am I going to work around it? What am I going to do? What do I expect them to throw at me as a result?
Yeah, everything in this setup is about gleaming as much information as you can in every particular way. So the ban information, what they're banning, gives you an idea of what they're going to play. Also, a lot of these players will have played each other a lot in tournaments and on the ladder, so they'll have that part of the knowledge as well as to what they kind of favour. You know, there's definitely players sometimes. Some players, you know, you have no idea what they're going to play because they're good with everything. Some players have a very specific sort of setup? Do they like an aggro deck? Do they like some kind of control deck? And it's all this kind of information that you've got to try to put into a pot and try to make a prediction of what they're going to play. But of course, your opponent has the trump card where they know you're trying to do that, and they might try to do something different to throw you off. So it's a never-ending battle of kind of chasing your tail there.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're just waiting to see if these guys are ready. Looks like they're ready to go. Yep. Let's let them know they are. We are ready to go. Dfogox, are you ready to join me in this cast?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got Anno. I've got Anno on my main screen. So Nataraja is the best target for you if you got the option. Okay, let's let them know. Ready when you are. Okay, so we're going to be shortly joining our second game. Okay, so we've got Nataraja here, we've got Anno Rinkas here. Okay. Let's see what these guys are going to pull out, play to the table, bring to the table. What kind of decks? We've seen some Demon Warrior action already. We've seen some Accursed action. Let's see what these guys are going to play. I feel like as the games go on, we might find ourselves getting an idea of the sort of meta that we're going to see in the tournament. The sort of thing we're going to see that a lot of the players are feeling is strong. But let's find out. The players are ready to go when we are, and we're ready to go when they are. So here we go. Looks like we're loading in to our second match on today's stream. Reminder, this is best of 3 again in the early stages. Anno Rinkas against Nataraja. Dfogox joining me with this cast. Take us away, Dfogox.
Yes. So Anno by banning Arcane Bolt and Beam of Doom makes me think he's gonna play some big stuff, and we can see right now he's playing Ravager, so he's probably playing some stuff to push to have an early win. On the other hand, Nataraja is playing Mordar, so he's probably playing something more late game. So from this match up alone, I would say Ravager has an advantage if Mordar has no way of shutting down the pushes. Oh, Anno playing just used Slither summonings. So he sacrificed 3 Slither bounds to summon that Soul Stealer.
So
Vortex just killing the sniper.
This looks like a ladder deck we've seen Anno play a lot with the Slithers, the Slithering Summons, the Herald Our Moon, and of course Herald Our Moon has the sacrifice mechanic to keep itself alive with the Slither Bounds. But here we go. This is what Anno wants to push with. He wants to push with his Brutus. That's his perk 1.
And there's the Hamon behind.
Okay. Let's see what's happening. Nataraja needs to split this Herald out so it can't hit on too much. The DPS there is very strong on the Brutus. Brutus going down to the Prowler.
Quite quickly he fell down.
Yeah.
Ooh, and now that's XP. That Bunny Sniper just got some spears from the Ghost Turret.
Yeah, we see the res on the Herald Our Moon. There comes the Vortex, pulls the Sniper out. Lovely play from Anno. No.
That was pretty good.
That was very nice. No res either. Nataraja does have a couple of snipers in his deck though, that's a good way of dealing with the Herald Our Moon. Okay, so there's Anno's first push. Remember that Ravager has the kind of perk where it happens once, at perk 1 and perk 3, and then once it's over, it's over. So Anno's perk 1 has come and gone. Now he needs to try to solidify his position and probably just keep himself in contention until he gets to perk 3, gets that Terror Brutus, and again do a similar push, but of course that Terror Brutus has so much HP that it makes that push a lot more difficult to deal with.
Yes, and you can see Anno took the XP lead from his first perk push. So he's slightly ahead, a bit more than XP ahead, but he's keeping that pressure. He's making it to keep that pressure to try to guarantee that Nataraja does not come back.
Prowler trying to shut down the Cage Prowler at the top, but it's not looking like it's going to get there in time. The wall doing a good job. Prowler might get a good jump off here. It shuts the Prowler down. That's huge. He's thumbs up himself. Yep. Remember, that Cage Prowler only costs 3 mana, so you do get a 5 mana unit if it spawns. But it didn't. So that was money down the drain. And Nataraja's plan is to use that and res it, and of course it costs 3 mana to spawn it, and then when it dies, and if it reses, you get the full 5 mana Prowler, so it's very mana efficient if it happens, not if it doesn't.
Ooh, that defensive shopper just took out the Slither bounds, so that's probably Anna wanted to make use of the Slither bounds. Oh, the Shock Rock not stopping the Tombstone on time. That's not very useful. Especially because Nataraja now has another Tombstone and Anno has no Shock Rock to stop it.
He
These
needs
two
to...
snipers dealing with all this Prowler, a defensive chopper to tank it up.
Yeah, these snipers are going to be great against both the Soul Stealer and Herald. And here we get Nataraja getting a bit of pressure. He was a little bit wobbly early on, but now he's got some units out. He's going to have 2 tombstones up. Remember, they take 8 seconds to charge up. And then they'll res the next thing that dies.
Yes, Nataraja just got those 2 snipers killed. However, he managed to play another one straight up. Fortunately for Anno, he managed to get the Vortex out.
Okay,
Although
Herald...
he's no longer ahead on XP, we can see that.
Herald's doing a great job at the bottom there. Killed a lot of stuff. It's going to ultimately look like it's going to go down to the sniper, but it did clear a lot of units.
He got rezzed by the Slither Bounds that Anno had played defensively on his field. But XP Sniper, insane! Ah, he got taken out by the Snake Druid. Very nice for Anno, that one.
So
And
I feel like
his
this...
warrior getting stopped by the Snake Druid, so he didn't get the bridge as well.
This game's going to be all about Anno's perk 3 push. I feel like he's either going to kill Nataraja at that point or fail to kill him and ultimately lose the game.
Yep. And Nataraja is already quite low on HP, and he has no means of getting that HP back.
Here we go. Terror Brutus coming.
Now,
The Defenso Chopper's a problem for Herald Armoon because Herald is a melee unit, so the Defenso does cause it problems. There's the res from Herald, but again, the res is from the Defensos. Herald shuts down. Terror Brutus still a lot of HP, but Nataraja knows he just needs to weather this storm, really. And then he can probably take this game.
Those snipers are doing so much damage.
Yeah, those snipers. Anno doesn't have a good way of dealing with them right now.
And there's a Terror Brutus.
Okay,
He's gone.
that's it. There we go. Nataraja not really taking any face damage at all at that point, and I feel like that could be the beginning of the end now.
Yes,
Nataraja's going to have those tombstones for the rest of the game. Anno's perk 3 and perk 1, they're both come and gone, and they give him no additional value.
And not just that, the units that are resurrected by the tombstones now, they come hasted. Now
That's
those
right.
hasted snipers can do a lot of job. Not
Yeah.
just that, a bounty sniper hasted means he's gonna kill more units, so he's gonna generate even more XP, making the end come even faster for Anno.
We saw Anno using a shock rock to try to shut down a reds, but it didn't happen. There we go with double bounty snipers plus an extra sniper. They're just going to start shredding everything. I think one of those snipers at the bottom will survive the vortex.
Yeah.
If it's not directly in the middle, it won't die.
And it's locked on face. Now it is to notice, while bounty snipers do gain the XP once they kill a unit, they also get XP if they hit face. So that bounty sniper hasted hitting face just generated so much experience for Nataraja. This is becoming very hard to control. You can see that Anno is now falling short on HP as well. So, and he has nothing. His third perk is over, so he only has the haste of the second perk going for him.
And those slither bounds are just fodder for the bounty sniper. And of course, every time one of those slither bounds dies, that's hurting Anno's deck because he's got the slithering summons in there, and he's got various other mechanics that utilize those slither bounds. So every time he loses them, it's hurting him.
All that mana, that bounty sniper. Once you reach mana frenzy, bounty sniper does not stop, well, XP, it's mana. So every time bounty sniper kills a unit, it generates more mana for you. Every time a bounty sniper is locked on face, you get more mana. At this point, we can see Nataraja has 3 tombstones, 2 cage crawlers, Anno can do nothing.
I'm already
Yeah,
writing
that's
this
good.
down. The results written down. It's over. Okay, so Nataraja. I don't know. We might have to get that confirmed for later on in the
he's
cast.
French from what I checked on Steam, so I do believe your Nataraja way of saying it's correct. I might
Oh.
or might not have went to Google Translate in French to see how
Oh.
that name is.
Hold on. You're saying I'm correct?
Yes.
Very nice.
Well,
Okay.
in my defense, Spain and France are neighbors, so
I'm
I
not
was
looking.
one country off.
I'm not looking for excuses. I just need to know if I'm right or not. Okay, let's bring NobbyTime and Cosmic back in. What do you guys feel about that first game between Anno and Nata?
Defenso Chopper was the standout unit for me. That was huge
Yeah.
for Nat in terms of delaying that all out. I genuinely believe that single unit kept them in the game long enough to get past the perk 3 and ultimately win.
Bounty Sniper also did a lot of work. Especially post Mana Frenzy. Post Mana Frenzy bounty snipers can be so valuable if used properly.
Yeah, it was a great game. Like that was, you know, you've got the last tournament's runner-up, and you'd expect them in the early phase. Maybe they'd be fairly strong, but that was a push. And I say that singular unit makes such a difference, stunning up the Herald, giving the protection like on the final perk 3 push to allow the snipers to hit and just drill down that Terror Brutus. It was really, really well played.
Yeah, I think we could see from the outset what we were going to expect. We knew Anno was going to push hard with his perk 1, and he did. He got shut down pretty hard, but he did some face damage. We knew again that Mordor was going to get stronger as the game went on, and he did. And we knew that Anno's only real chance of winning it was that perk 3 push with his Terror Brutus. As we called it, that ultimately got shut down. And once that was shut down, that's probably the end of it. He didn't really have a chance because, you know, as we spoke earlier, Mordor is one of the strongest masters. And Mordor, endgame Mordor, Mana Frenzy Mordor is kind of insane.
You wonder if the Anno's deck there just needed something with some reliable backline clearance. Like those things, those snipers were allowed to live too long regularly. Maybe, yes, it increased the mana cost, but a Chain Lightning that can do so much work, clearing a backline instead of just a Chakra. I know it increases the mana cost, but I feel like it's worth it.
Well, and Chain Lightning too can also shut down more than one Tombstone, because a lot of people will take Shock Rock as a way to deal with Mordars, and Chain Lightning can help deal with Mordars, especially since Bounty Sniper I feel like has become very popular with a lot of Mordar decks, just to kind of help you make up that XP deficit. And a res on a Bounty Sniper is not bad at all, because it basically always spawns with a shield if you're playing Mordar.
This is
That's
true.
the detail of the shields. Because Nataraja was always just slightly behind on XP. So I feel like that wasn't very well controlled on XP, because he was not ahead, so he would get the shield, but he was just slightly behind, to the point that you didn't need to overthrow him very much. It was just a little bit, and then at the end, he's like, okay, I have the XP lead, I don't need these shields anymore, I'm just gonna go, because the shields do a lot. Vortex, if Valeel's Vortex fully focus on a sniper, it will deal 50 damage. That Vortex, that shield will deny the first Vortex tick, so it makes a shield that Bounty Sniper leave. So at that moment he could add more value, but at the same time it was already too late. I feel like he could have poison instead, as Nobby was saying, another way to do the snipers. But at the same time, Nataraja also had the Ghost Torrent, which was spawning the Spirit. And Nataraja was also controlling the Spirit to guarantee the snipers would get it if he could. I feel like it was all like very small little details that, as you guys have mentioned right now, and Nataraja managed to nail all of them. Like, I need just this small thing to happen, got it. I need to be just like a little bit behind on XP, like, got it. And everything like this started building up to the point where Anno just crumbled at that third perk.
Okay, looks like we're moving in to our second game. 1-0 to Nataraja. I did just message him on Discord to clarify how to pronounce his name, and I'm none the wiser. So just carry on. Okay, so Dfogo, what are we seeing here?
You're seeing a Stormbringer and versus a Ravager. So Stormbringer will have his spike at second perk with his marksmanship for this unit. We just saw Nataraja play Lady in Frey, so we can probably expect Nataraja to be playing some crystals. I say probably because I know from his hand, but
Well, that's a nice Vortex.
Very well played. That Vortex was insane.
He had to do that because what was going to happen is he was going to kill the Ghost Turret, and then the Spirit would have landed on Lady and Frey, and Lady and Frey would have killed, and so on. So that was a very nice trade. But here we go, perk 1 already. Stormbringer's barely seen a bridge, but remember that Brutus does choose a random path, top or bottom. Sometimes it helps you, sometimes it hinders you.
Oh no, this wall! Nataraja probably wanted that wall to kill to delay the Soul Stealer, so that the Soul Stealer will not target the Stun Lancer, but the Soul Stealer target the Stun Lancer just a second.
Shock Rock on the Jolo! Jolo,
wow,
of course,
what
is going to... Jolo with the defense is great, but of course, once you stun it, that defense goes down. But so, let's find out. Anno doesn't look like he's going to do a lot of face damage with his first push, but he's definitely got an XP lead. That ghost turret's going to start wailing away. Of course, when it dies, it will drop a spirit. But here we go. Statue from the Slithering Summons. What's he going to support it with?
I mean, if he has the Amun again, that would probably be a very scary push. A statue with the Amun backing it up. We see he supported it with a Musketeer. And Nataraja just splits those Stun Lancer once again, so Stun Lancer's doing
well. This is a problem because the Amun is on the wall. It's going to take it out ultimately. But what he's trying to do is use the Vortex to bring everything together so the Amun will spank it. But the wall place was perfect there.
Yes. Fortunately for him, though, the Lady in Fray piercing shot was not hitting the Amun due to the placement of the statue. So that is good. Oh, and now here is the poison. So I guess Anno was probably expecting some snipers again, hence the poison.
Nataraja doing a great job of just keeping that Amun off of his units as much as possible. Just using the Jolo's perfect for that with the dodge, the ghost turret as well. So here we come with a push coming back from Nataraja. Behind on XP though. So Anno's in a reasonable position right now, but those ranged units can be a pain for him to deal with. We saw the snipers were... Yeah, we saw the snipers were great against him in the first game. There's a lot of range here, and of course the range is buffed from the perk 2 marksmanship buff from Stormbringer.
At this point, if we consider that Ravager is already a monster that cannot hit units from afar, and Nataraja is playing a combo with units that attack from afar, so if that wasn't enough, those units that attack from afar, now they attack from even further. So... this is going to be quite tough to deal with.
That's right. Shock Rock was missed ultimately there, I think. So Jolo's going to survive.
What? Vortex.
The Vortex is good for shutting down Jolo though, because it just goes through his dodge, since it attacks very quickly multiple times. But here we see Nataraja getting into his stride a bit here. It's a nice poison. Does he get it before the bridge? Yes, he does. Very nicely done.
Well, I'm not sure if you wanted that poison, because poison also kills Stun Lancers. So if he has a push going on, well, I guess for this push he didn't need it, but if he has a push going on, he definitely wants to hold that poison for the Stun Lancers. There we can see that the XP is getting closer. So before perk 2, Anno had a 20 XP lead, which is now getting very closer to just 10 XP lead. Nataraja has the bridges. And we can see the Soul Stealer.
Oh, massive damage coming out here.
Defense, yes, but he's getting so low.
So 165.
For him, Nataraja does not seem to have any...
Lady in Fray on the face! Third shot coming!
Oh no!
He needs to make sure that doesn't hit face. But he's got to be...
he always have a unit on the field because of Stormbringer.
That's right, Stormbringer's
Jolo, if this Jolo doesn't die fast,
it's
Jolo's kill it.
Jolo! There he goes!
Wow!
Killing blow from Jolo. He was poisoned up to the hilt, but he didn't care. He was taking down the victory before the poison kicked in. And that Nataraja is going to take that by 2 games to 0.
What a hero.
And
the hero scratch. No, the hero scratch.
He was the hero there. I mean, Jolo was used so many times incredibly well. So great work for Jolo. What in NobbyTime, Cosmic? How do you feel about that one?
That was, I think, that was again was close, but it just reached a point where Anno got overrun, and Dfogo called it. That poison seemingly good, but I think you just need to be holding that for more value in that situation. The stun lancers, you know they're there, you know they're coming to shut your stuff down. That's when you need to be playing that to take them out. It was some really good adaptation. I liked that Anno thought, I'm going to tweak my deck and cover off some weaknesses. But great call from that to the mix up to kind of be prepared for some different stuff, and what they did really countered the Ravager deck hard there.
So has anyone got one of their eyes or one of their monitors on the bracket, or has Cosmic got something he wants to say about that last match?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, Jolo can be so strong now with the guaranteed first dodge, and then like with it scaling downwards, like he's much more of a large unit counter now, as opposed to kind of just a pray to RNGs this kind of card. which I think has really boosted his effectiveness overall and made him more consistent.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing him a lot on the ladder because people, as you say, you can rely on him now. I think, before he had the magic where he could last almost forever if you got incredible RNG, but the chances of that were relatively slim, and ultimately you were just praying for it. But now you can rely on him definitely in the shorter term, and as you say, against units that don't attack quickly, he can trade incredibly well.
I mean, what I enjoy the most about the new Duel is that you get that guaranteed first dodge. For example, before, if you had a cleaver coming in and you played Duel, you have a 50% of getting that dodge. Now, if you have a cleaver coming in, you can't stop it with Duel. You got a 100% chance that first hit is not gonna hit. He's gonna attack again. You are still at 90%. And if not, in this case, it wasn't a cleaver, it was a Hamun, but it's still very much.
Yeah.
So
Jolo's an amazing unit now, and I actually like everything about him, his design, and like how I don't know how he feels when you play him, that kind of stuff. I just think he's a great unit, and the changes they made have worked so well because I think he's well balanced too. I don't think he's overpowered.
Really?
Yeah, I really don't, because there are so many
100%
ways to shut him down.
Yeah, but starting at 100%, a 3-mana unit that 100% is gonna dodge the first thing. It can be quite scary. And furthermore, if you are playing with Scrats and you can get it hasted, it's just so insane. I mean, it can definitely be very weak. Like you have that RNG factor, but the fact that you are guaranteed to start at 100 and then you go to 90 and so on and so on, I feel like it might be slightly toppling it off.
Yeah, I do feel though, like with the Vortex or with something like Shock Rock, it's gonna die. Vortex is gonna drill down with multiple hits. Poison, that stuff doesn't matter. There are so many ways to counter it. It's a card with a very specific strength in a specific circumstance. So that's what makes it so good. It has that nice balance. It doesn't come in overpowered.
If I had to say a way where I would expect Jolo to be like a way they could balance Jolo and to make it fall more into his faction, I would say, for example, the dodge starting at like 80%, but if you have that swarm, instead of getting the haste, which is already quite good, he would then start at 100%. And like I guess that could like make him fall more into his faction and still keep the same type of guy. Like it's just a small little scrat that can dodge lots of things. And he likes his Jewel the heroes. He likes to show off. So if you have lots of creds, he's gonna dodge even more. Because I mean, I just really think that
don't nerf my Jolo. All right, you leave my beautiful boy alone. Like, look at him with his cape flapping in the wind. He's glorious.
I do like the changes to it, but it just goes to show how difficult the balance is. They've got to think about what they're going to change, and they need to make it. If a unit's too weak, they need to make it stronger, but they need to not go too far and make it too strong. They don't want to find themselves in a position where they've buffed it and then they need to nerf it and they're kind of yo-yoing about. So it's very difficult, and especially when the buffs or the nerfs are not just simple changes in like damage amounts or health amounts or mana values, but in mechanics of how the card works. I feel like that's more difficult to balance, and I think Jolo's in a strong spot right now, and it's definitely one of those changes that's brought a card that really you very rarely saw to a card that's really quite a meta card now.
Yeah,
And
I think.
You carry on, Cosmic.
I'm just echoing what Fish said. Like, definitely, like the Jolo tweak / buff nerf was much needed and very much so an adequate adjustment to the card. I feel like, and I'm very happy with it now compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, it still has some random nature to it, but it's not. You don't have to take your whole life in your hands. How many times have we seen the pre-changed Jolo? You just throw it down, it just gets destroyed. Forget about it, move on. Doesn't feel very heroic at all. But yeah, as I mentioned, sometimes you get that sweet spot where it just keeps surviving, and it does feel heroic. But I think that's very few and far between. Whereas now, because you can count on it, that's why people feel safe using it.
Yeah. Some big news from the round 3 matches though. Cosmic, you lost 2-1 to Nerzl, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Talk us through what happened, Cosmo.
It was basically deck matchup. So I played Apep against his King Puff. King Puff beats Apep. I played my Accursed deck against King Puff. That Accursed deck beats King Puff, and then he played Setsu against my Accursed deck, which Accursed is late game, Setsu's rush game.
Okay, looks like we're getting some information coming in for what's going to be the next spectated game. So it looks like it's going to be... looks like it's going to be Biddy Hobgoblin against Gwynthoron, but we're just trying to confirm if that's going to be the next game or not. So just hold tight there. If you want to see the brackets, we'll put that again in the chat for you so you can follow. Because, of course, lots of matches going on. We can't follow them all. We're trying to pick out the ones that we hope you guys will enjoy the most. But I'm sure there's lots of other matches going on behind the scenes that are also very, very action-packed. As I say, we're just trying to clarify exactly where we're going to go next, and then we'll get it set up for you guys. Again, just to remind you guys out there, totally awesome, totally overpowered play of the day. Keep your eyes open for anything incredible happening during the games. If you see it, clip it, and if you clip it, tweet it, and you could win yourself some money, along with some money for the player involved. Make sure you tweet it and clip it with the hashtag GGtoor, and the person who is chosen will share $50 with the player in the clip. So whatever you see, we may miss it, but you might not. So if you see it, if we see it, if somebody sees it, make sure you clip it, add it, and hopefully you guys can win yourself some money out there. So thanks for taking part as always. So we're going to switch casters out. It's going to be Dfogox stepping back to the analysis bench and NobbyTime coming forward to join me on the cast. We are again just double checking which match is going to be next.
Yeah, I just pulled up a couple of people that I haven't added me yet.
God, if only someone had sent them a DM like a few days ago with all the information and all the Steam people to add. God, that's a good idea. Maybe.
If only. That would have been a wonderful idea.
Gwyn has just slid into my DMs with his number. Hopefully he'll send me his Steam code soon.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of good matches happening. See, the problem is we can delay them to watch them, but of course that delays the tournament overall, so we can't really do that. A lot of good matches. We've got Deadshot against You Fools, Crocorex against Nataraja, Set against Hunter, Dragon against Niprax, Nerzl against Nicola. All good players against each other. Remember, there is a redemption bracket, so whoever loses, there is a second chance for them. But it looks like we're going to have Biddy Hobgoblin against Gwynthoron. Now, Biddy, of course, changes his name every day, so you might have some fun trying to find him. He's currently...
Maybe that's the issue then.
I believe he's called Jiggle Wiggle in pink.
Oh, what?
I believe that's him. He's not online currently. Well, he's online, but not in the game currently, so that may cause a problem.
Why they do this?
If you haven't got him, then we have Gwynthoron on the opposite side. Let's see if we can find out some ban information. Can you guys see in the ban? Is there any bans for this game, or are they keeping it close to their chest? Let's find out. Okay, so who do we have to spectate here?
Yes, we do have some bans. So, Biddy Hobgoblin ban Apep and wildcards, followed by Gwynthoron banning Apep and wildcards. To which both are on the process of choosing the next cards to ban, I believe. Biddy Hobgoblin bans Stunlancer and Hypno, and I believe I have not seen what extra card Gwynthoron is banning. I guess he hasn't said it yet, he's thinking about it.
Okay. So we're just getting...
Thanks, Gwynthoron, I have you now.
Okay, so... just to clarify, both players banned Apep and wildcards. Pretty standard. That means they both get a second ban power, so they can both ban 2 specific cards now. We're just waiting to find out what that is.
So I've seen Stun Lancers and Hypno come through from Biddy Hob.
Interesting. Sorry about the downtime between the games, guys, but we just had to get things set up. The players need to make sure that they're all set up, ready to go. They've got to go through their ban process, so it takes a little while. We will definitely get there.
Reflect on the bracket.
That's right. There's a lot of information, a lot of stuff going on.
Starting to get through to. There is some interesting stuff coming up. Let's say there's. Obviously, this is my first time casting one of the tournaments that Team Mana Frenzy runs. So there's a lot of names here on these ones which I don't know, but I'm really enjoying the level of play we're seeing. That Nicola is very good. You expect him to come through fairly strong across the bottom there. I have seen that. What about in the losers bracket? Is there anything interesting there that I can see? Anno versus G-Town could be quite interesting.
Anna versus G-Town is going to be a great match for sure.
Just waiting on Gwynthoron's extra card bans.
Yep. We're ready to go when they're ready to go. I've got Gwynthoron and Biddy, assuming Biddy is Jiggle Wiggle.
Yeah, I'm spectating Gwynthoron because I've not found Jiggle Wiggle. So
I asked BT to add me, and I got an invite from Jiggle Wiggle, so I believe we can kind of Jiggle Wiggle is the Hobgoblin.
It's going to either go very right or very wrong. Now, if we cast our minds back to the previous tournaments, Biddy did do incredibly well. Biddy Hobgoblin, Jiggle Wiggle, whatever his damn name was in that event. If I remember correctly, he did beat Lazur, which caused our good friend Flo Florian to shave his beard, because he was not expecting that to happen.
Never mind.
So yeah, let me just remind ourselves. Yeah, so Biddy Hobgoblin did beat Lazur, and then was ultimately beaten by Nataraja. So we're just waiting on Gwynthoron's bans.
Yeah, they've just come through. Stun Lancers and Demon Warrior.
So Gwynthoron banning Stun Lancers and Demon Warrior.
No Stun Lancers for either side.
Interesting. Very strong card. One of those cards you get early on when you start playing the game. Very, really simple card, but a very strong, very meta card. Okay, so just to remind ourselves, we've had APEP and wild cards banned for both. We're just waiting for the players to start now, and then we can jump in and see where this action's going to go. So yeah, Gwynthoron, Stun Lancers, and Demon Warrior. And Biddy Stun Lancers and Hitman.
Warrior ban, I would expect Gwyn to think of going something more late game, because he's denying one strategy of late game for his opponent. Not only that, even Lancers. It's interesting, like one ban, it's something that it's good to stop pushes, to stop aggressive stuff, to stop big units, which is the Lancers. And the other thing, it's something to go late game. It's a Demon Warrior. So, I mean, I guess it's a good idea because you are technically shutting down to, well, you are leaving, seeing it from another perspective, you are leaving yourself open the possibility of going either early game aggressive, since your opponent does not have Stun Lancer, or the possibility of going late game, something more like a Demon Warrior or Ascension, because your opponent is not going to have a Demon Warrior.
Seeing something in Fish's chat right now about like Brutish Betrayers and stuff. Like, if you're seeing the Stun Lancers, which is a nice, easy way to counter the direct face rush, do you think the double of that thinks we could end up seeing something a little bit on the potentially face rush side with wildcard bans? It makes that strat kind of a little bit harder.
Remember,
potential in it?
Remember with Rammer, you can play a Rammer and a Brutish Betrayer, so even if wildcards are banned, you effectively are able to play two Rammers, and we've seen that. But it looks like we're going to be moving into our first game here. We're going to swap in here. As I say, NobbyTime is joining me for the cast of this event, for this match, sorry. Again, it's a best of 3.
Alright.
What are we seeing?
We have a Milloween versus a Puff, King Puff. Really interesting. I like seeing good King Puff players. The skill cap's so high. Interestingly, I suck with it. But if you get it right, you can cause so much aggro for the deck and tactics getting thrown out the window with a simple card.
Yeah, the bridge switch seems like a very simple mechanic, but it's very strong. The fact it moves units around, it stuns the opponents. And when you're new to playing King Puff, you've got to learn to see the game in a slightly different way. You've got to try to envisage how you can change it with that bridge swap, and sometimes you can do some incredible things with it.
Now, I think that Vortex was a bit of a faux pas. I think Jiggle there was hoping to drag him into range of the big lizard whose name I forget.
Ooh,
So I
Madrid.
think that was 1,000 damage there that wasn't intended to be taken. Obviously, Madra great at mincing down big units, but that I don't think was an intended situation at all.
We've got an early XP lead for Gwynthoron here. Madrid is out, but of course we've got the Wizard Puff though. Jiggle Wiggle.
Oh no!
RNG not in his favour there. So remember that when the Wizard Puff dies, it's going to kill one of the opponent units, turn it into a puff randomly. And Jiggle Wiggle tried to flood the field with swarmers and things, try to get the chances in his favour, but unfortunately the Wizard Puff only had eyes for Madrid.
And that's a tilter right there, because you are very unlucky in that situation. There was at least 8 other targets, I think, out.
Yeah, there was a lot on the field, and that's frustrating.
Oh, that was really good. Bridge swap, get that spirited up tank away from the monkey with the succubus behind it.
Some good units on the field now for Gwynthoron, doing some face damage. That Scrat tank taking a while to go down. We're going to see Scotty trying to wail away, but that Vortex pulling it out of range. Very nicely done.
Yeah, got the Vortex right this time, kept him in range.
Vortex, of course, it has been nerfed a few times, changed a few times, but it's a very strong utility spell.
But here comes that King Puff perk 2 and the classic Skeleton Horde combo that you're going to see at some point. At the moment, it's showing Rage, which is not the best stuff for the Skeleton Horde. You know, most people are wanting those shields to come out.
Yeah, so at perk 2, King Puff will start giving his 4 and 5 mana cards, minion cards, either shield or rage. You can tell the little icon above it whether it's going to be a shield or a rage. For example, we can see Scotty there is going to get a shield and the succubus is going to get rage. And there's a little bit of RNG there because sometimes you really want something specific. Sometimes, as you say, the rage you get is not what you want, especially on the skeleton horde, because you know you're doubling the number of hits it's going to take to kill them all.
Yeah. Those propeller scrats, though, that is what you want. That's a great shock rock there.
Shock rock nailing absolutely everything.
Brilliant.
This is the big push as well. He's got 2 arcane golems out. They are small, but
I mean, this is the problem. He's got a handful of rage empowered cards. You know, shield there on those flying units, and they probably even take down Marvel.
What are we going to see from the Wizard Puff this time? Goes for the Zap Shrine, which is much better news for Jiggle Wiggle. Biddy Hobgoblin. He's down to 580 HP though, so he needs to be careful, but he's getting a good push coming back now.
That's right. He's just throwing in a bit of damage there onto the Scott. This is now very close. Just one round of unlucky buffs, and that's put so much damage on him. Is that a slightly misdirected shot rock there?
Looked like it. The problem for Gwynthoron is perk 2 is where King Puff shines, but Jiggle Wiggle's still very much in this match, and he hasn't even got to his perk 3 where he's going to get that extra power.
That Zap Shrine's doing so much work too.
Ooh, arcane missiles missing.
Now this is what you want on the Skeleton Horde. It's so irritating to play against, and if you haven't, you're a luckier person than I am.
Yeah, sometimes those shields are massive. You know, if you're playing, for example, if you've got stun lancers and they're just getting fireballed, but then suddenly they start spawning with a shield, that changes the entire dynamic of that card in the match.
Right, now we've got a bit of a delay coming on with the invulnerability that King Puff can get. Whilst King Puff does really come online at perk 2, you can stall the game out pretty well, and there is a slight XP lead for Gwyn, so maybe this is what they're thinking around.
Yeah, as long as Gwynthoron holds that marked bridge, you see the top bridge marked with the crown right now, as long as he holds that, his face is, in this situation, completely invulnerable. But we got a big push at the bottom. The Wizard Puff not getting what it really wants to get, and we still there. Kinlap's almost dead, but it's being tanked ahead of it with Jolo. Plus we got a stack 8 Golem behind it, but we got a bit of face damage coming on to the red team here.
Oh, that's a good Vortex, but I think those Rage Skeletons are going to do enough work.
Yeah.
This is tight now.
They're both very low HP. Remember, Jiggle Wiggle's gonna have some spells being a Milloween to potentially go for face. But you've got to do that correctly, and of course they can be blocked depending on what they are, and that shield is going to be available as well. Okay, there we go. And Scotty can do massive DPS in his rage state, so he needs to be handled appropriately. Golem at the bottom's almost dead.
That shock rock for Margaret to try and burn them down. Oh, they got feared. That's not a good situation.
Scotty's going to sit down about... Oh, he's going to get some work out, but he does sit down now. Shock rock coming in at the bottom. Gwynthoron's got a bit of an XP lead now. He is holding the fight on the other side, but of course, we do have the Mardred ominously pushing forwards. Lovely shock rock. Bridge switch. Trying to keep the Succubus alive. Succubus is going to jump back. Got a bit of a tank in front of it now. Vortex being used. Everything at the bottom dying.
Those skeletons have just got too much health. To counter a Mardred with mass, you really want Scrat Swarm, because then they die and they don't get the execute with the fear.
Gwynthoron desperately trying to take the bottom bridge, but Jiggle Wiggle knows. And we saw the XP was in Gwynthoron's favour, but ultimately not able to grab that bottom bridge. And you know, he didn't have anything really available like his skeleton horde that he can spawn and take the bridge immediately. Everything he had required stepping forward to take the bridge, and because of the positioning of the units, he was unable to get that. So let's bring Dfogo and Cosmic back in. How do you guys feel about that first one?
That was very intense.
A lot of face damage on both
for
sides.
Sure.
We saw Gwynthoron's King Puff. Yep, go ahead.
There was a point in that game where I think Gwynthoron lost it. There was a point that he played his mana, his Wizard Puff right at the back, with the, again, sorry, don't remember the name, the big lizard at the top of the bridge. Battle Shehu was also played up there just at the same time. But because of where he played his Wizard Puff, he did bridge swap them so they face each other, but there was enough time to bring other things out. I can't help but think, go for the 50-50, put the Wizard Puff right on the bridge at the top side so it dies, and you got half a chance to take out the lizard. But even in a Banshee, who's not a bad shout. But by the time the Wizard Puff came into range, there was so much other stuff, and it just took out a Swarmer, which is just such a bad end result to that situation. It was like he was trying to build up, or trying to think, if I put this here, I can think about my next move, instead of going for an aggressive bit of RNG to take down a tougher unit.
I had to note two things of this match, is that one, the Battle Shihao and the Shock Rock were doing a great job nullifying the hordes that was playing, and I like the idea of the Wizard Puffs actually doing much. Now we do need to keep in mind, the Puffs are now a faction, and the units of that faction can only be spawned at the Master Tower. So I believe that's the reason why Gwynthoron was not able to place that Wizard Puff on the bridge.
Of course, yes,
but
I forget that, James.
At the same time, I like that he had that Succubus with Rage and on the defense, because I think he really needs that Rage there. He had the Arcanlab coming, he had the Golem coming, so just that Succubus coming in with Rage, and even if it was Vortex, for some seconds he was just like killing there, getting those HP very low. On the other hand, I do agree that getting shields on the Horde it's generally better, but you do need to keep in mind, Gwyn was playing versus Milloween, so Milloween attacks all around, so his units would lose shield very quickly. But on the other hand, if they had Rage, they would deal so much more damage. So in that first push, I would say Gwyn was actually lucky to get those enraged skeletons. That skeleton horde forced Beehawk Goblin to have to defend. He could not get that horde in his face because of the rage. So very interesting, like all those things going back and forth between the two players. Very intense, very interesting, very well executed to both of them.
And a question from Icebox in the chat is, it fears when Mandra gets an execute. So if you notice, they'll do an attack and do a bit of damage, and when the unit is below a certain percentage of health, they execute and fear everything around it. So those skeletons were get left with a slither of health, and then the execute fears the rest of them away. But by switch, if you put the Scrat Horde in the same situation, they die from the first hit. So no execute, no fear, nothing else de-aggros. So that's one really good way of countering with mass, is it's only going to take out one at a time.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing with that, is once Mardred gets raged, then the things that it kills in one changes. So if it gets raged, then it does start killing those skeletons in one, which sometimes is not ideally what you want, because as the Mardred user, you're not getting that fear. So these are just some of the little things you need to pay attention to, and when the buffs like the rage come in, and it changes just how these units interact with each other. So that's something that the top players are always going to be aware of, and they'll definitely see these things happening in the matches, and they won't be taken by surprise. But yes, that's definitely something you expect Mardred to kill a little skeleton, fear it, but then suddenly you're like, hold on, that's not happening. Oh, it's rage, and it's just these little things that the top players really have such a great grip on.
I'm really excited to see what they do next. Like stick, twist, what's going to happen next. Like there's a lot of cool things that can come out of that for sure.
Any of these two players could have won this match, so I am curious to see if they will keep the same strategy and be like, no, I could have won this match. I'm gonna go the same deck. I'm gonna play it better. I'm gonna manage to win. Or are just straight up going to be like, yeah, no, this might not be the best thing. I'm gonna swap to something else. It's quite interesting, this mind game. We saw before Anno swapping some card in his deck to try to counter what he was expecting Nataraja to play, which didn't happen. And so are we now going to see something similar? Are we going to see something different? All these mind games, like all the players, we can see that the players are in deck building.
Yeah.
So they're what's going to happen? What should I put? What should I swap? For example, in the
yeah, definitely.
Goblin, that vortex was actually because when you play the Akin Lab, you get he do not cycle the card instantaneously. When you play the Akin Lab, you get a gong in your hand, which is the ability. And even if you use it, the card remains there. So BD Hobgoblin hand at that moment was super awkward. He had basically nothing he could play because there was no use gonging, because it would not cycle, and he had the Mardred coming up next. But all his hand in the beginning was just so bad.
I was thinking he was trying to drag it round into the range. That was the thing. I think Gwynthoron has to change his deck though, because the mass that he had there, like you say, the Battle Shehu is huge. Even with shields on, he's going to punch through them so quickly. So I suspect that Gwyn has to change, because if his opponent sticks, that advantage against mass is going to remain, and the margins in that match are so slim that I don't think that he can risk that.
Okay, we've got a bit of a long downtime here between these games.
Yeah, guys. There's some real head scratching going on. I think it makes sense. It was such a close game.
It is true. But we do need to keep the wheels greased, keep this thing moving along. Okay, so the players, as you say, they are potentially changing things up. And remember, at the start of that game, we saw the Wizardpuff getting a very lucky takedown of the Mardred. And that's a situation where, as a player, you can just... You feel like you've got the worst start to the game, and you've just got to try and put that out of your head and not be fearful about playing the Mardred again when the Wizardpuff's out. And sometimes things happen, but the good players don't get tilted, as we discussed before.
With those wizard buffs, I believe the most interesting thing was that first wizard buff got the Mardred out of like 6 units. Then there was the next wizard buff that out of 3 or 4 units, there was like a golem, an Akin Lab, and then a little Scrat. And with those 30% chance, it got the Scrat, which really is not what you wanted.
Okay,
Here we go.
Looks like we're going to be loading into game number 2. Just a reminder, Biddy Hobgoblin, Jiggle Wiggle, whatever he's called today, just took the first game. He's 1-0 up. Nobby will be joining me for casting this game. What are we seeing, Nobby?
The Gwynthoron switched over to Minion next time versus a Setsu, so we could be seeing a lot of face jumping. I've come up against people using Setsu where they're basically doing anything with the cards, but just getting that leap on face.
Yep, so there was some downtime, so there was a lot of thinking going on, trying to figure out, you know, what did they want to play, what did they think their opponent's going to play. Let's see how aggro Jiggle Wiggle's Setsu deck is. Normally once Setsu gets to perk 3, it's a very, very strong master, especially against anything that doesn't have a shield on its face.
Absolutely. And Minion really does need that perk 3 unless you can afford to cheese a massive amount of spells. Rock Rivals coming out here. This is such a dangerous play because
he wants this curse on the statue, but the curse bearer goes down. It does drop the curse for a little while, but doesn't get too much value.
Yeah.
So just explain to us, Nobby, how does the Rock Rivals work?
So you get your blue golem, but you summon a statue on the other side of the field as well on the first push. But after that,
my goodness,
you get
this
a
is
blue
looking
golem
scary.
For 6 mana with taunts, but they've supported the statue. This is one tactic you can do. Take out that blue golem with the first push. But if you don't get a lot of benefit out of this first push on it, he's then going to have a 6 mana blue golem with.
Yeah, this is a scary part of the game for Gwynthoron. As you say, he does need to clear this up. That statue, as you say, it's only going to occur that one time. We won't see that statue again, but whilst he has got through it without taking too much face damage, Gwynthoron has lost a lot of HP. The bridges have been red for a time. They're still red. He's still clearing up this first push. Marines are going to go down. Propeller Scrats are going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And that prop scrat could be annoying. Minion takes it.
There is a big though benefit of having this Rock Rivals is that the Setsu face jump, he's got something that he can put down and absorb the damage for long enough to be able to fight back against that push. My worry is that Jiggle Wiggle is keeping so much pressure up. There's just barely any XP trickling onto Gwynthoron. He's almost at half of what Jiggle is now.
This is a problem for sure. You see the blue golem at the top, it's got those circles around it. That means it's taunting, so forcing units close to it to attack it, which, as you say, can be really useful once Setsu's trying to jump on the face because you can peel it off of the face with their taunts.
But that, I mean, there's just such good control coming out now, which is a bit of an issue. I think I don't like the Rock Rivals unless you've got ways to buff this blue golem, right? If you can have it eat a shroom, if you can give it spirit, something to make it last longer, because it does a lot of damage, but it's a big walking lump, right?
Yeah.
There's a Jolo in this deck as well, which can shut it down.
This is feeling a lot better though.
This is getting a lot of effort. I'm not sure the jump was worth doing as a train. There's Jolo doing Jolo things. But he's got the Rock Rivals back in. So this is what Gwynthoron wants. He wants to rebuild that pressure using the Rock Golem from Rock Rivals, getting out his Golems as well to support with their support behind, and working it from there.
Yeah, that Cleaver will shred, but doing some good face damage. Again, this is another one of those decks where Gwynthoron he puts himself behind by the Rock Rivals. And depending on how well or badly that goes, and in this case it went badly, you find yourself quite a way behind. But now he's trying to claw himself back into it, which he's doing. But the question is he too far behind? Because Setsu with that perk 3 is going to have a huge power spike.
I tell you, that Jolo is a huge card again in this one for Jiggle Wiggle. Tell me, I can't see it. Is it a standard cleaver or a Craggle?
It's just a regular cleaver. Yeah, it's just a regular cleaver.
But I like the relatively good cycle that's coming out to get this golem back up and get the value. You know, you need to play it 3 times before you're ahead on the mana trade if you're just taking it based on numbers.
Yeah, Setsu trying to shut down the golem. Every time he kills that mana golem, that's huge. But here we go, we got the blue golem pushing at the bottom, needs to be supported. The Cleaver does do a great job against it. You saw, as soon as the Cleaver was spawned at the top, the blue golem was spawned at the bottom. He wants to keep that blue golem away from the Cleaver, but now he's pushing into Setsu, and Setsu has that perk 3 stun.
Oh, great use of the whirly scrap there.
Bit more face damage. Gwynthoron coming back. He was a long way behind. Now he's only just a way behind.
That's it. I think if he hits perk 3, the extra power in that golem will mean it's not so easy to take down. And there it is.
Not sure about this blue golem here, though. It's kind of going to get locked down and completely shredded, ultimately. It can't even get a hit off because of the barrel scrat there.
But meanwhile, there's a 7 stacked, or now 8 stacked arcane golem.
Yeah, this is going to be some
front.
face damage. Setsu's going to land and
pushing
stun.
in?
But yeah, this is interesting. Beam on face.
Ooh,
That's
he's
interesting.
Trying to push now. If he cycles that beam again.
This is we didn't see this coming. He's 100 HP. That beam is ready to go. He does have the arcane missiles, of course. Can Jiggle Wiggles try to stop that? He's going to go for. He's going for face with those. That's going to be enough. Gwynthoron brings it back 1-0. He looked like he was in such a terrible start. He was so far
behind. But he held on. He understood his win condition. He got that one really good push. I think cleverly he saw lots of mana committed to the bottom, so then decided to push through with his arcane golem at the top, and then trust that he could defend and hold out. I was really impressed with that.
Yeah, Dfogox Cosmic, how did you enjoy that one?
So insane. As I was saying before, like, it's a matter of knowing your win condition. I guess at one point, Gwyn was like, wait, he's not able to defend this. I'm going to start pushing. I'm going to be more aggressive. And we saw that at the moment where he had a blue golem, a rock rivals with golem coming top. And even slightly before that push got taken down, he was just like, bam, another rock rivals on the bridge bot. I'm keeping this up. You aren't going to deal with this pressure. So Bio Hobgoblin did a great job with dealing with those unholy ground through Whirly. Whirly is very good versus the unholy ground. But at the same time, Gwyn also managed to keep those curse bearers putting pressure. Whirly is still a bit tanky, so getting it cursed still dealt quite a good amount of damage. And that makes it so that the counter push from Setsu was weaker, making it so that Gwyn could defend better and get better counter pushes on those counter pushes. And at one point, it was just too much pressure for third perk Setsu to deal with. I believe those unholy ground on face were an attempt to make it so that Setsu would use the stun, the piercing shot on the skeletons that spawn, hence why Whirly was so good, because it killed the skeletons before it happened, shutting down the prance from the blue golem. But at the end, that beam on face, he had played beam before. If I'm not mistaken, we had seen Gwyn play that beam before, but it feels like he didn't play the whole match again, and we kind of forgot about it. And at the end, it appears at that critical moment, like, bam, take it. I have this, what are you gonna do now? And we saw Gwyn jumping on, Beat Hobgoblin jumping on face, that last push like, okay, I need to kill him now. Beat Hobgoblin was sure, I need to kill him now. But yet he managed to do it. And I would suspect Beat Hobgoblin was probably investing everything to kill him, because he knew he was beam lethal, and he forgot. He was also missiles lethal. So, and those very discreet stealth missiles, bam, game.
I think even if Gwynthoron hadn't won it at that point, because he had that blue golem to peel Setsu off of his face, he had that survivability that a lot of people don't find themselves in against Setsu. And yeah, that was an interesting one, Cosmic. The way that Gwynthoron started seemingly badly, he found himself a very, very very far behind on XP words. But yeah, he came back.
And Gwen did a real good job of dealing with the cleavers, because cleavers can do so much damage. But if you have the mass cards and you're able to get them out in front of the cleavers, they can be handled well. And Gwen did a really good job of making sure that the cleavers, when they were doing damage, it wasn't necessarily doing it to the things that were going to suffer the most for it.
Yeah,
Definitely a good game. I'm very excited for the decider. Oh, hang on. I'm not spectating anymore.
I think the guy. I just noticed that the guys restarted their game, so make sure your spectates up. Okay, we're just getting ready to go into game number 3. So it's 1-1 between Gwynthoron and Biddy. Both players playing incredibly well. Let's see what they bring to the
both players
table.
could have won both games.
Yeah,
That's what's so exciting now. It's not just been like deck matchup and stuff. Both of them could have won either game. So I've got no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think that's the best part of Minion Masters, is seeing like a game come in and both players have good solid decks, and it's literally just based on skill and seeing who can play around with the other person as best. Those are the matches that are like crazy intense and fun to watch, and you're just sitting on the edge of your seat waiting to see if they'll make that one play.
yeah, it's about paying attention to what you have and what your opponent has, and what you want to use to counter them and what they want to use to counter you. So, for example, Biddy had the Cleaver, which against the Blue Golem, especially if the Cleaver wasn't tanking, shut that Blue Golem down hard. So Gwynthoron knew he wanted to keep that Blue Golem away from the Cleaver. So there was a situation where the Cleaver was spawned at the top. As soon as that went down, Gwynthoron knew he could get that Blue Golem down at the bottom, and it could keep it away from its nemesis in that matchup. So that's nice to see.
Yeah, and it then forced him to throw the Setsu and other mana down, which gave him the opening for the Arcane Golem, which ultimately led to his win. It was such a good play, potentially one of the overpowered plays we were talking about, but it wasn't flashy. It was just very, very clever.
I believe we also saw like 2 Setsu jumps that might have been rushed. One was the one you mentioned straight up as it happened, when that Setsu jump in the Blue Golem, in the Rock Rivals and the Arcane Golem, and since the Rock Rivals has taunt, the Setsu ignored the Golem, and it was basically instantaneously destroyed. And the other, it's I believe BT Hobgoblin jumped like 2 or 4 XP before he got his 3rd perk. So Setsu jump, did her first shot, and then got 3rd perk. Now that might not seem like much. It was a set that was focusing on a Golem in line with Master Tower. So if he had got that piercing shots there, he'd have stunned the Golem, stunned the Master Tower, dealt extra damage, and might have instantaneously killed a Golem that I believe it's the Golem that survived at 8 stacks with the Curse Bearer in front. So if he had just timed that jump a little bit better, he could have completely shut down a very strong push that came along afterwards.
Yeah, just small things. Small things change the outcome of this. Just waiting on the players to figure out what's going on.
Indeed.
If they're going to change anything.
I wonder if there might be, like, do you go back to one of the first decks? Do you draw something completely new? You know, it's really, the third game has so many mind games about it, especially with the game's also close, you know?
Yeah, it's about, I think, whether you want to stay in your comfort zone or try and force your opponent out of their comfort zone. You know, how much confidence do you have in your deck? Do you feel like just your mechanics and your a regular deck will take you through, or do you feel like you just need to throw a bit of a spanner in the works and try and take your opponent unawares?
Exactly. Yeah, I would be interested to see if Gwyn went back to that King Puff deck, because I thought he played it really well, and to bet that he would use that and it wouldn't be against the deck he faced the first time.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they decide to do.
If it was up to us here, what deck would you play? So if you were Gwyn and if you're a bit Hobgoblin, would you, of the 2 decks you've seen so far, which do you think it's the strongest? Which one would you expect to see in this third match? If we consider they are even playing the same decks.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
And that's the thing, like, you could play the same deck, you could switch it up, like, and these are best of 3s, so the mind games don't go too crazy, but like, each person knows what's beat them at this point, and so they could be expecting the person to play that and adapting for it, or they could be trying something totally new, and you don't really know.
Yeah, you're trying. You need a crystal ball in these situations, really.
Yeah. It's funny enough, I preferred what Gwyn did with the King Puff. Like, I felt he lost in a situation where, there was some cards that were countering him, but he did really close. Where that last game, it was just so even the whole way through. I didn't see any kind of particularly hard counters either way. It was just a really good skill matchup. So that King Puff deck is very strong from Gwyn.
Personally, I would prefer the Millowin deck.
Yeah, the Millowin was strong, and I think you'll see, like, with Millowin decks can be very strong overall, but what I found, like, with King Puff is any King Puffs that we're going to see basically from this point of the tournament onwards are going to be very high skilled players who are able to take effective use of that bridge grab. They're going to have some pretty solid control over the match.
Okay, looks like we're loading into the next game. The final game of this best of 3. Let's see, what do we see, Nobby?
We've got a Mordor versus a Ravager. So Ravager coming out for Gwyn, so he wants to win on the first push. You're looking at Mordar. You don't want to have to rely on Terra Brutus, as powerful as he is, because at that point Mordar's ramped up. So yeah, this could be interesting. This needs to be quick for Gwynthoron, or at least to have done enough damage to make it easy enough to finish off.
Yeah, we did see this matchup earlier, didn't we? Ravager against Mordar. Anno's Ravager ultimately not strong enough to take out Nataraja's Mordar.
We got a Groggy Woodman coming out there, which is really good with Mordar because you resurrect it as the full 5-mana Woodsman, not the Groggy Woodsman.
That's right. Just like the Cage Prowler, they try to do that as well, where they resurrect it as the full fat unit.
And that Blast Crystal was really good. That causes a huge problem for any use of that Scrap Pack. This is some really good support for this push. And is he going to take? Yeah, he's going to look to take it out as they arrive. And there's a Sunlight Shield in hand for Gwyn, which could be massive right now because it can protect the Ravager and that and get some more face damage. Is he going to play it?
Okay.
Here it is.
He wants to get his Slither Bounds up as well so he can get a Herald Our Moon res, but he doesn't want to play them too early to allow them to be countered. So this is some decent face damage here. Still got the Herald Our Moon res available. There we go. The Slithers go down. Massive res. More face damage. So that's some decent face damage. And it's got himself an XP lead. So I think Gwynthoron will be relatively happy with that. Hasn't really done game-ending face damage, but how can he follow it up here? Trying to shut that Cage Prowler down. Hasn't managed yet, though.
Yeah, I think the concern I've got for Gwyn here is that the XP lead isn't enough, and I feel like you need more damage on that push. So there could be sort of, he's got that res off. Like, what does he have any shock rock? Does he have any chain lightning? And it doesn't look like he does. That Scrap Pack is almost useless against the stuff that's coming out. You've got a Bounty Sniper that will cash in. You've got the Lizard that's going to do the AoE damage. You've got a Crystal to blast it open. So that particular card is just absolutely worthless in his hand right now, I think.
Okay, so you see XP, Jiggle Wiggle coming back on the XP side of things. That's a bad res though. Crossbow Dude instantly shut down as well, so that's frustrating for him.
I think he's planning. I think he was hovering the Scrat Horde to play in to this cleaver, but it's just going to get shut down by a crystal.
That's right.
They allowed it to split, and it's all been okay. He's got the Vortex. So many ways to shut that Horde down.
Yeah, so
I
the
feel
Cleaver.
like
Musketeer great against the Cleaver, but we got a Prowler coming at the top. That's going to look like it's going to try and jump. Oh, it jumped kind of and
very good play with the monkey there to keep that off face.
Hit the monkey in midair, seemingly.
Yeah, that was a really interesting interaction.
Okay, Sugarlight Shield deployed to protect it against range damage. Getting some more face damage done, so he knows that he doesn't have to do massive face damage from his third perk push to Gwynthoron to close this out. So he's putting himself in the position he wants to be in. But he knows
Right.
that's going to be a one-time thing, and he needs to make that work when it happens.
The really tricky bit, the skillful bit about Ravager is judging when you're going to hit that perk 3 to make sure you've got hold of the mana to support it.
This is difficult though. That dog's going to be on face. Prowler doing a lot of work. That needs to be shut down. Doesn't have any high DPS right now, does Gwynthoron. This could be too much for him to shut down. The Kinlap's still pretty healthy. Gwynthoron's going to fail to defend that. And that's going to be taken, that's set, taken 2 games to 1.
And you saw then the Scrat Horde was doing so much work, but the Crystal, man, like that Scrat Horde being shut down by, 2 spells and a unit that was key to his deck, just massive coming in there. I honestly think Gwyn was always struggling versus some of the counters that they were against him, but he played that really well still.
Dfogo and Cosmic, how did you find that final game there between those two?
That was something. I didn't get to see too much of it because I'm still doing my matches as well.
Oh, are you in a game right now?
Oh yeah.
Oh well, let us know when you're in game so we don't switch to you. Okay, Dfogo, how did you feel about that one?
If I had to note some aspects, I would mention that Gwyn was doing a great job forcing the crossbow to the reses. It was like, it happened once, and I was like, wait, I can get this res. And then there was a moment where a cleaver was about to get killed by a musketeer, the warrior was about to get killed by the ravager, and then he plays crossbows that managed to kill a crossbow dude, which gets rezzed. The next tombstone got activated at that second, and he killed the crossbow dude again. So that play gave him super value. What I think was the problem is that at that time, he invested too much on the attack, because it was the moment where Betadwarf managed to come back with the push. And I guess he was not expecting it, because he was doing such a good job, like amazing. Killing those tombstones, getting them down. I was like, nice, go. And then I guess he was not expecting the mortar to be so aggro, but as we see, like just getting one good res gives you so much value, so much pressure that it's quite insane what you can get with it. Yeah, just rewatching it on stream now, it was insane. He killed the crossbow dude, and then it was like 1 second before the other tombstone lit up, and in that second, the war and the cleaver died. It was so well executed. Like that would definitely be some very, very good play to highlight, managing to get those reses there. It was very insane.
Okay, looks like our next game's going to be Nataraja against Set. Reminder, Nataraja is our finalist. Second place, our runner-up from the previous tournament. So he's definitely in with a good shout right now. We'll set that up. We also need to have a check at the brackets. You guys in the chat can look at the brackets as well to see what's going on elsewhere in the tournament.
We still got the I think last round 4 match still being played out. Core versus Lazur. I think that's in the deciding game right now.
Very nice.
And that it's a shame it's taking so long, because whoever wins that versus Dragon's going to be a great match.
Yeah, lots of great action coming up. Right, let's see who we have to spectate here. So we got Nataraja and Set.
I have Nataraja and I have Set, so whoever you want me to do.
Okay, I'm going to main on Set.
Okay.
Okay, so we got Set spectated on that screen. This one, Nataraja. Okay, so we're ready there. We just need to figure out the bans from these guys, and then we can get into the action. I know we've had a bit of downtime between games and during games. Between rounds, so we're trying to iron that out in the for you guys in the chat. I know you don't want to wait too long between the action, but we do need to give the players an appropriate amount of time to reflect on the games and make changes as necessary. But we're trying to streamline that as much as possible. But as always, we appreciate your patience in the chat, and hopefully we can fill any time between with interesting and insightful analysis of what we're seeing. We just need to find out the bans. Is anyone seeing the bans between these guys at all? Nataraja and Set, and then we can get this going. This is still best of 3.
Just having a look for bans right now.
Thank you.
We do have some bans. I found them. Oof, they are quite up. Nataraja banned APEP and wildcards, and so after that he banned Arcane Bolt and Stun Lancers. So I don't know if it's the same ban he did previously.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar. Any word on Set's bans?
Set seems to just be quiet, just learning, observing. So I don't know if he sent the bans privately or not, because for Nataraja to reply with the card bans, I would suspect they did the ban privately.
Yeah, sometimes the players like to do a private ban, a blind ban, so that nobody gets to ban first and nobody gets to react, which is the fairest way to do it. Other people they're just going to give their bans; they don't care. So we're just waiting on that. So Nataraja banning APET wildcards, Arcane Bolt and Stun Lancers. So of course all his bans are against his opponent. So that means Set can't play any of that. And then we're just waiting for Set's bans, and then we can go.
And while we're waiting, the last game between Lazur and Corrupted just finished. Super close match. Lazur won by around 200 HP. So we now know that winner bracket round 5, we're also going to see Lazur versus Dragon.
Wow, that's going to be a game.
I mean, and that definitely is. That was so close. I was must admit I pulled up to watch that game of Core, and it was so close. Really, really good.
Okay, still no bans from Set. I've de-owned him. He is radio silence right now. Have a look in the bans channel, see what we've got going on here.
What's going on here? There's no. Yeah. Does Set just don't want to ban things?
Not sure.
It could be that moment, the part where he's like, play whatever. I don't care.
He's going for the.
We have had people do that before.
It's not about winning. It's about sending a message.
Golly.
Ban hammer. I need no hammer. I have my skill.
That's it. They can ban whatever they like. They just can't ban me.
That green guy takes forever. He does, right?
Okay, so it looks like Set getting his bans coming from a third party, because apparently he can't respond to messages. He's banned Mordor, Wildcard, Demon Warrior, and Red Golem.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, so we are good to go. Okay, ready when you are. Right, we should be able to get this going real soon, guys.
Definitely very interesting matches. And one thing to note is that, so Demon Warrior, it's good as for cycle decks, as we said before, which are mainly also used on APEP. And then Red Golem, it's good in Masters that can have a very good control over your HP, which you can do with APEP Totem. So it feels like Nataraja did a very, Set did a very interesting strategy of banning Mordor, shut down the reses, and then banning 2 cards that are very strong in APEP decks. It's a very good way to address the ban problem, and we can see the mastery of the player in the bans by this type of bans.
Yeah.
Interesting side point to this. Both these players have not lost at all. Looking through the brackets, they've 2-0'd everything.
Okay, looks like we're loading in. NobbyTime's going to be joining me on this cast. Let's see what do we have, Nobby?
Another King Puff. This one versus a Setsu. This is pretty interesting. I mean, I'm loving watching the King Puff play in particular. I was looking forward to before because of the high skill level. I'm not entirely sure of how this matchup goes though, in terms of where Setsu's strong against King Puff.
Yeah, well, remember Setsu, of course, that perk 3 can jump on face and do massive damage, but that can potentially be negated by the perk 3 shield of King Puff. So that interaction is going to be interesting to see. Set's definitely going to have to keep that in mind. If he's jumping onto face, he needs to make sure that bridge is his.
Now, already Daggerfall spotted there from Set. Like, if you're Nat at this point, you are praying for shields when you reach that perk. Like, you just already, you know that's a thing you need.
Yep, but there we go. There's the poison. That's an answer to any shields we see out there from Set. Right, Legionnaire's pushing at the top, but of course they are susceptible to a single spell if that's available.
Interesting. Okay, just throwing for a bit of face damage. I was a bit surprised then. I thought he was going to land on the propeller scrats.
Ooh, Fireball comes in. This attack's still not over yet.
No, huge push in. And there's that Daggerfall again.
In my experience, Set is a very aggro-orientated player, and we're seeing that here already.
Set's just flashed a sorry emote. I don't believe that for a moment, personally. That's definitely a sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So
Cannon Roll is such a frustrating card.
I think that was a wolfed spear thrower as well. So the cannon roller just shut that down. Instant death of the spear thrower and the tantrum thrower. No No wolf spawned.
Yeah. I think that was just unfortunate. I think the bridge swap there was to try and get the cannon roller away from the dragon. But unfortunately, took them both across.
So again, just constant pressure. Setsu doesn't do much face damage, but that's another unit that has to be dealt with by Nataraja on the defense. Once he gets to perk 2, then the King Puff's going to be stronger, but he's a long way behind right now on XP and HP.
Yeah. I feel like Set's really lucked out with the deck matchup here because he's got this jump face, backline clearance, and unless Nat starts getting shield on some of these masses, they're just going to be able to counter it. And that's only a 50% chance. So Nat's got an uphill hill to climb here just on the deck matchup, I think.
Yeah. Very difficult position Nataraja finds himself in right now. 843 HP left, a long way behind on XP. Perk 3 is going to be way ahead for Set. And that's when that Setsu phase jump's going to become terrifying. And of course, because King Puff's so far behind, he's not going to have that shield. And here we go again, just jumping on face.
Here it comes.
Trying to
got
get
his stun lancers in hand. He's going to put them. Oh no, he's going for the quick kill.
Fireball. Okay, Fireball doesn't hit face there though, so that's 170 damage missed. Would have been a little bit. They could be important. You know, sometimes these games are decided by very small margins.
Exactly, but some good now. Exactly what you need. Some mass with shields in the hand here. Look at that. That is precisely what's needed. You know, Set's going to have to commit 7 mana instead of just the 4 mana to take them out at this point. Oh, but that great use of Arcane Bolt to get rid of one of them.
The Howling Moon, the health reduction negated by the shields. The shields tanking that, so everything loses a shield, but no HP. And here we go. Perk 3 is about to pop. There we go. Pops as he's in the air, lands, boom. Remember, he can reload himself with his spells. This is going to be too much. There's just no way he can save this with the reload and the constant face damage. That's just 1 game to 0. My game got disconnected. Let's figure out what's going on. But Setsu just showing just how strong Setsu is right now. Dfogo, talk us through what we just saw.
You guys mentioned the clear advantage Set had in matchups, and I believe that was very visible in all the plays. It's also to notice that the mastery, Set knew exactly what to play and when to play. He knew what he could afford to do, and above all else, the answers. Like Nataraja had no good way to stop the Setsu consistently. If he played stun lancers to stun it, fireball, 100 extra damage, 170 damage for free on face for him. He played propeller horde, an extra 80 damage due to the dagger fall. So and even valuing mana. So it was just so hard for it for a King Puff to deal with all that because he couldn't shut it down. And in the beginning, I also was thinking that Set was going to jump on the propellers. But as we've seen, the mastery, he jumped on face to tank for those Legionnaires. One of those Legionnaires was even a wolf, and the stun lancers that Nataraja played afterwards stunned it right after it became a wolf. So after the stun lancer was killed, it was not a regular Legionnaire to deal with, it was a wolf that Nataraja had on face. It was just every little detail culminating in a very strong first push that King Puff just had no ways to deal with. And then that already gave him a huge XP lead, and getting more consistent pushes and pushes. And we saw that at some point in the middle of the game, the intensity of those pushes was lower. They weren't so strong as those initial pushes, but Set could afford it. He could afford it because he had an XP lead more than enough to guarantee. I hit 3rd perk, you're not going to touch it, you're not going to defend. I hit 3rd perk, you have no shield, no immunity, what are you going to do? You cannot stop me. And as we saw, Nataraja definitely could not stop that 3rd perk Setsu.
Right, okay. and it was you allow the gods of RNG as well in that situation. Those propeller scouts at the end with shield might stop that Setsu at time, but they had rage, so they're going to die to the daggerfall. You know, and that was the problem. There was so much to be able to clear out unless exactly what was needed with a 50-50 chance came in.
It's definitely a tough matchup. I like seeing Setsu, and I'm definitely enjoying that we are going to see much more King Puff. In fact, I believe this was the first set we spectated in this tournament. So very well played.
Do you think part of the reason why we're seeing more King Puss is because we can't have black holes, and so that allows you to shield things more?
Oh, that's a very good aspect.
Because that was something that I didn't realize until literally like just now.
It hit me
And I
just
was
now
like,
as you said it.
"Ah."
Right, we're loading into game number 2. Let me just update the score, but take us away, Nobby.
This is very exciting. I'm really excited to see what Set does with this Ratbo deck versus a Valoran, and seeing where it comes out. Ratbo, obviously, it has been nerfed, but he's again incredibly high skilled champion, and this could depend on does Nat have a lot of like big targets in place that can just be shut down by Ratbo's perk.
Yeah, so we see in duos, which is irrelevant here, but Ratbo's stronger in duos, spawning little scrats for your opponent's plays. But in solos now, his auto attack has been nerfed. So you'll see as soon as he starts attacking incredibly slowly there. And it does ramp up, but it's a huge nerf. He's very susceptible to units on his face now.
I think Soul Stealer could be a pain. I've seen a lack of anti-air in the hand of Nats. I'm only saying that because I'm definitely going to pronounce the name wrong. I'm dyslexic. I can barely read that name. So I'm seeing a bit of a lack of anti-air right now overall.
Yeah, Soul Stealer is one of those cards that if handled incorrectly, it can just spiral out of control, and you can end up just throwing mana after mana trying to handle it. So he'll be desperately trying to figure out the best way to deal with that. Arcane Bolt, we see that so often now since it got the slight reduction in cost. But look at the Ratbo auto attack; it's so terrible.
Yeah, right. That is pretty bad.
I can see why they would change it, but it seems to have changed from just something to nothing.
They maybe need to come back like somewhere in the middle of that, you know. But the real question is this still viable in Set's hands? Is he going to be able to do enough?
XP's close, but of course he's got that bounty sniper. Fireball's going to come in, remove that.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get the Defenso chopper, so not the most value he could have got out of the Fireball. Did hit face as well, though. So, of course, when you're using spells, you want to be as mana efficient as possible. So hit as much as you can, hit face as well as you can, and get those trades.
So we got the push now. The Valoran Searing Light is sat in hand right now, which I imagine he's going to try and hold on to for certain clears. That's a good use of the Smite, and obviously very heavy Imperial Army deck here. Getting that burn off the back of it. I believe it's 5. Is it 5 Imperial Army cards you need to get the burn on that?
Yep, 5 unique Imperial cards. You can't use wild cards anymore to buff it. There's the first Daka, but it wasn't really the target of choice. Now, of course, the Daka will hit the closest unit, so it does take a little while to lock on as well. So your opponent does have a little bit of time, but he needs to handle this with care. That ATG drone can be a huge problem.
And that he's trying to take down the Soul Stealer with the Searing Light here, so throwing another unit down is huge. I've always liked the ATG drone. Oh, the crystal takes it down.
It's going to be a lot of damage here.
That ATG drone just reminds me of a rather deadly salad spinner, if I'm honest. And XP is really close here. In a way, being marginally behind could be good. So here comes the Ella. Oh, he takes it. So that he was looking to remove that shield from the bounty sniper and take him down, but protected. So that's a bit of a problem.
The good players will be aware that the Daka's available, and they will be ready. They will try and bait it out, and they'll be ready to react. So sometimes it's better to just hold on to it and use it when there's stuff closer to your face and you can guarantee a hit. Now, the Searing Light, of course, from Valorian does hit 5 random targets. And being Ratbo, the likelihood is he's going to have a lot of units there to potentially tank that to save his units like the Soul Stealer. So that could be something that's in Set's favour in this particular matchup. But the other... Oh, that's the Daka that he wants. There we go. He took Nataraja slightly by surprise, was able to take out the bounty sniper, and that's huge. Now he has ruling of the air. Tried to split to grab Bridgebit.
Raging reinforcements with crossbow dudes there was huge bit of good fortune for Nat then. Set's played this really well though. I do worry about the lack of anti-air. I think unless he's getting the crossbow dudes, you're seeing him struggle to take out that Soul Stealer.
Okay, then let's have a look. XP very close right now. Valorian's removal does get even stronger at perk 3, but not stronger against lots of little units.
Yeah.
Defenso being a pain. Using the collision at the bottom to grab that bottom bridge with the warrior. It's going to hold it for just a little while. Sometimes just small margins like that can be huge, because if the players get to Mana Frenzy almost at the same time, the player that gets there just first can just get the impetus from that and just use that extra mana to bring it home.
Right, but if you're close, you can do it. You just need to hold the bridges for enough seconds to get that extra mana in your deck.
Yeah. Yeah, the bridges are staying blue for a little while.
Close.
Now that daiquiri got earlier on when he took out the bounty sniper, that's huge, because you know that bounty sniper, especially against a Ratbo deck, can really rack up the kills and rack up the XP.
Yeah, but now he's got it out with a shield on, so this is pretty good. Gets rid of the Storm Sentry then, Storm Monkey. I should really learn the names of the cards, but I always think it's funny to give them names.
Just you've got your own set of names. That's Shen Storm Strike. But here we go. That Soul Stealer needs to survive. It's going to survive with 1 HP. That's important. Does get taken down. That ATG drone's going to do a lot of face damage, and he doesn't have anything. And of course, Ratbo's auto attack nail's terrible. That's a
really good play.
A lot of face damage, and he's just dealt with the ATG drone, and the next one's on its way. This is a problem.
I do love that card. But he's got the sniper again, but it's going to be easy enough to take down this time. But it's almost not the thing he's worried about anymore. Look at all that mass there. Protect that Soul Stealer.
You can see now Nataraja holding the bridges constantly for a while. That's a good fireball though. Clears the bottom, but nothing left to take it.
Good crystal though. Got hits from both, the one on the ground and the one played. So anybody who's newer to the game, the crystal leaves one on the ground when you play it, and then the next time you play it, it explodes both of them. So when you're playing it, you don't just need to think about what am I killing now, you also need to think about where do I kill it. And at this point, Nat is about to hit Mana Frenzy. Is it going to be? They need to get control of the bridges. If they don't, then I think Setman could come through and win this.
Need to take out that ATG drone that's been shredding him, but that's a great Daka. This is the chance for Set. We've got Mana Frenzy for the red team, Nataraja, but Set is controlling the board right now. And he's got his own Mana Frenzy.
We're in double Mana Frenzy now, but Set has the... Oh, okay, here we go.
Suddenly the bridges go red.
Hold them. This is the thing, you need to hold them now for probably 10-15 seconds.
Defenso being a nightmare as well, though. It's so good against so many units. Soul Stealer, bottom bridge is blue, top bridge is red, but he knows... Okay, he knows that Bounty Sniper. Remember, Bounty Sniper in Mana Frenzy will be given extra mana, so that's huge. ATG drone on face, but Ratbo's auto attack struggling to just deal with it. Daka comes in, but...
incredible. Sometimes it can be so hard in a Mana Frenzy situation, particularly if you've got a low-cost deck, to keep up with playing cards and not wasting mana.
That's it. You still got to be efficient. You've got to still play. You've got to still play efficiently. You can't just waste, especially against top players like this. And that's you've got to just do what you've been doing, but doing it a lot more quickly.
And I think at the moment, Nat's holding onto those bridges really well. Once that one wave was pushed back by Set, they're doing a really good job of holding it and slowly chipping down. And those crystals on face are going to be cycled through so quickly right now. That I think that could make a huge difference.
The Defenso Chop has been such a pain because so much of his deck is melee. 95 HP.
Yeah, I think this is going to end soon, but it's been such an absorbing game. 9 minutes in already. Not many games go this long.
25 HP, not long
Next
left.
Crystal does it. And there it is. The ATG drone finishes it off. What a match.
Nataraja pulls himself back, losing the first game, but leveling up this series. One game all.
Yeah. Both the players were 2-0 all the way into this. Now they're 1-all. You've got to see who's going to adapt best. But, I mean, feels pretty good to come in for my first cast with you, Fish. And I get two go to decided games.
That's it. That's always nice to see when we go down to the third game. Really everything's on the wire. Of course, we're still in the winners bracket, so there is the second life available for these players using the dual elimination. So they do get a second chance to come back if they do fall at this hurdle. So bringing in Dfogox and Cosmic Vortex, first of all, how do you guys feel about that one?
Wow. Like, those matches, like, amazing. As you were saying, Nobby, Nataraja definitely had troubles dealing with the Soul Stealer. I guess he was, so as Valorian, being able to count on your second perk is definitely very useful. At the same time, the fact that Seth was aware of that, so he was playing the Soul Stealers close to the base, closer to the scratch spawn, in a way to guarantee, okay, if you are going to use Searing Light on this, I'm going to get some easy scratch here to decrease your chances. And then we saw some very interesting interactions with that. For example, when Searing Light, that as third perk, that managed to kill the Soul Stealer into hits. And even though there were other units there, the RNG worked in his favor. On the other hand, a very Searing Light, same circumstances, also hit the Soul Stealer 2 times. But at that moment, Nataraja had less Empyrean cards in his hand. So Valorian damage is based on the Empyrean cards he has. That also affects Searing Light. Searing Light is Valorian hitting 5 times. If he has less Empyrean cards, he'll attack less, and those that Searing Light was less effective, making the Soul Stealer get more value. Super back and forth match, very interesting.
That's it, right. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Right.
So
what have we got
Set
going on?
has gone back to the Setsu, but that has switched to a Miloine. I wonder. Now, the cards look very similar, though, to some of the ones we saw in this first game. But you wonder if, much like the King Puff, can he hold out for that perk 3 power spike from his golems? So, me seeing very aggressive bridge takes, it feels like that's like, yeah, do you know what? I'm not falling behind in XP this time. Great use of the Daggerfall to clear out the back. Those Dragon Whelps can do a lot of damage. And the Cannon Roller, just, hey, not only does it do a lot of damage, and that rollback helps it, it re-aggroes, right? So if it hits face once and you put something down, it is going to then aggro onto one of your units. So it's not easy to deal with.
Yeah, that's one of the cards that's awkward to deal with and can trade incredibly well, because if you misplay it, then or misplay against it, it can get a lot of value.
Yeah. I kind of feel that was a really bad use of the Howling Moon then, because there was nothing out to half. And that's such a huge part of the value. So I wonder what was going through his mind, what was in his hand, could he do anything? So I can't see his hand at this point. But that felt like definitely a suboptimal use of the card.
Yeah, okay, so XP's about the same. Nice bridge grab at the top from the Whelp, just positioning it correctly so it moves forward slightly. Bridge grab at the bottom from the Stint using the Outlander tech.
Yeah. And if there's something newer players can learn from what she says is how they position those units to get the push back and grab the bridges in a cheeky way while they're playing them defensively.
Yeah, the grabbing of the bridges but using the collision is nice. You place a unit on something passing over the bridge, it pushes your unit back onto the bridge, and suddenly you're defending but you've still got the bridge. And you know that could be key, especially if the defense is going to last for a while. Having that bridge for that whole time is perfect. Okay, so here we see
the Howling Moon coming in.
Set going straight on face. He's got a couple of walls. The walls are not going to trade very well against the Defenso Chopper there. Still a very strong card. Fireball comes in. More face damage though. So, you know, what we see in this situation is Set's going to just want to keep whittling down Nataraja's HP so that once he gets to that perk 3, he can just finish the game off in as a few rotations as possible.
Yeah, I feel like it's like he seems to be default Howling Moon jump. Regardless of what's on the field. And there's no big obvious targets for the half health, but I wonder if then that's going to be able to key in on that pattern and then be able to exploit the situation.
Yeah, And even if there's not a lot of, even if there's not big units to reduce to 50% HP, if you manage to do that on a lot of units, then overall that's a lot of HP that's been removed from the field.
Correct. So here it comes. He's going to throw the fireball to hit them both here. Really well played.
See, there you go. He gets the value of the fireball on the wolves and on face. That's sufficient. XP's ahead for Nataraja right now. Defenso's going to keep trading so well against those wolves. Well, that fireball though. Oh, that's a miss of a fireball.
Yeah, that cannon roller can be such a pain.
Looks like the whelp's going to die. The whelp did take the bridge out, so that's forces that extra spawn.
Not for long, but it's, you know, this is really good play in that, and I think countering that Setsu jump to face much better than the first time. All right, we're seeing that. See, the Howling Moon is now gone. So, are we going to see a Setsu jump outside of that rotation, or you know, is he just going to wait until he gets the Howling Moon back again?
The problem the Wolves are having is that there's just stuff that they hate. There's the Defenso Chopper, they're not enjoying that. There's the Whirly Scrap, they're not enjoying that. This is a lot of face damage, and that's a stack 6 Golem wailing away on Set's face right now.
It literally ticked over the perk 3 as the Golem arrived and powered up. Like, the timing there was horrible for Set.
Set's
got the cards in hand.
He needs to finish the game now, but he hasn't got perk 3. Nataraja's in a very strong position now. He knows he can just tank a little bit of face damage here. Of course, being Milloween, he does have at least one spell that he can go straight to face with. That can be blocked, the arcane missiles. Set desperately trying to cycle through. He's got his perk 3 now, so Setsu becomes way more scary. But again, those wolves are not having a good time. Arcane takes out one of them. Defenso takes out... Looks like we're going to see Nataraja taking Set out of the winner's bracket here by 2 games to 1.
Such a good game. Really, really good adaptation from that. You wonder if they were like, you know what, I think they're going to go back for that the Setsu deck, because this is how hard that first win came. That was the first match was a hammering. So I feel like that was maybe a good prediction. I think, well, he's going to go back to that. Some good comfort. And just the deck countered some of those plays so well.
Okay, how do we feel about that one, Dfogo? Are you muted, sir?
If I had to say, I believe Nataraja predicted that Set was going to go back to the Setsu. Because having that extra defense, having the Stun Lancer, having the Whirly, I believe you said in the middle of the match, which is everything that Wolves don't like. So he just had so many defensive tools that also worked as a front line for those golems. And Nobby, you said very well that that third perk, like in the precise moment, it just made the golem hit so much harder, to the point where when he realizes Set is spell lethal, it was amazing. Like that part of like knowing the background, like what should I put, what should I switch, what is he probably gonna do? That's at play here. We know from previous matches, both players are incredible. Both players are very good, and in this case, this is also seen in the preparation, in the like back work, like knowing what you need in that deck. Very well executed.
Absolutely. I question the stint. You know, is there a better 2-mana card available? Because there's not a lot of Outlander tech in that deck, and are you really getting the full value from it? And we saw the bridge grab a couple of times from it. But all in all, I just think that Nat played a blinder, made a risk at predicting what was going to happen, and played just so well with the cards in hand.
I'm just going to take a quick restroom break, but in the chat we're having a question asking about Outlander tech. How does it work? Is it automatic, etc.? If one of you guys could just quickly go through Outlander tech, how it works, and what we have in the game that benefits from it right now.
I was going to comment on that, because so whenever you draw an Outlander card, you get Outlander tech equals to the mana of that card times 5. So you were commenting on the stint. Every time he was drawing a stint, he was getting 10 Outlander tech. So stint was already very good bridge grab. For 2 mana and a ranged unit, it's very good to secure one bridge. Now you add to him the Outlander tech, and he can grab both bridges. So if you are running something more controlish, you just with Stint and Plasmas and set heads, the Plasma Marines are two very good cards in control that just by having them together, you can gain even more value. I would say in terms of control, if you are running something for control, good cards to have are like crossbows, plasmas, stint, propellers, and all that. So now two of those cards, if you put them together, you get extra value. If we think about, I believe it was not this patch, but the previous patch, where Outlander tech was implemented into the game, and just the fact that a good card, which is Stint, got better, makes a full difference, because you don't even need to play it for the Outlander tech, but now you can. Now you can have that advantage.
Yeah.
It's very topple off, but
and what I've liked about what they've done with the Outlander tech stuff is full Outlander techs are actually pretty viable. I made a deck that has, I think, 2 cards that aren't Outlander tech, to then build and then push behind. And there's great ways of comboing with the target ability, say from the Vulture Prime or the Taz, which make cards which haven't been viable for ages viable. The Bazooka Scrat is a great example. They have had a couple of challenges with the way the retargeting works on that, but Bazooka Scrat, he does a lot of work, and if you're playing against a building deck, he can be great. But actually put targeting on him, and all of a sudden you've got this amazing pairing to take out any big unit that comes near you. Using Bazooka Scrat and a targeted ability, you get the heavy damage, the bonus damage from targeting as well. And then those particular units will benefit from Outlander tech. So the Vulture Prime gets a shield if you play it when you've got 50 available. Even something like the Aimbot starts with shield, gets haste if it has there, so it fires even faster on it. So the Outlander tech is a really, really good addition to the game, in my opinion, and I'm really pleased they did it.
Definitely. And one interesting thing to note is that you do not control when you use the Outlander tech. So, for example, if you have 100 Outlander tech, you have 100 Outlander tank, and in your hand you have Stint and you have Aimbot, if you play Stint first, Stint will grab a bridge, and then the Aimbot will get marksmanship. But if you play the Aimbot first, you will get the Aimbot with marksmanship and haste, not to mention the starting shield, of course, and then it will not do anything. So it's good, but as I said, you do not control and you use it. So it can also add some more interesting elements of deck cycling, of knowing, wait, I want this to go with this Outlander tech, so I need to play it first. This doesn't need the Outlander tech, it can go after. So it's also another aspect added to the game to make you consider. This happens all the time with Outlander tech in Cursed Ascension, which is the other mechanic of the game that kind of stacks, because you get the mana you play in Ascension stacks. It's also similar because at the end, for example, if I am at 67, so a Cursed Ascension spikes at 70 stacks. If I'm at 67, at 67 stacks, sorry, and I have Unholy Ground and Breath, if I play Breath first, I'm going to get Cursed Ascension for the Unholy Ground, which will increase the Unholy Ground duration. But if I play the Unholy Ground first and then I play the Breath will already be enhanced by the Cursed Ascension, so you'll deal much more damage. So this only happens like once in Cursed Ascension, like controlling that order. But it's so interesting how these mechanics work like very precisely at very peculiar moments. And as a player, you need to like try to manage and figure it all out in the middle of a match.
Absolutely. Now, I wonder if somebody knows this. I don't know the answer to this question, and whether or not I know sometimes devs hang around in Fish's chat. So, does the marksmanship that you can get with the Outlander tech on the aimbot stack with Stormbringer perk 2? Do we end up with a
Now,
increase?
as I understand it, no, it doesn't. So, marksmanship, it gets it from one or two sources, but it doesn't stack. It just either has marksmanship or it doesn't. The frustrating thing is in Stormbringer, if Stormbringer's perk 2 gives it marksmanship, when you spawn it, if there is the tech available, it will consume the tech to give itself marksmanship, even though it's already got it, which is a little bit frustrating.
Somewhat unfortunate, I feel like. I feel like that's it should maybe stack a little bit. Hopefully, that's something that can be considered. But it is a niche interaction.
Yeah, I don't know about it stacking, but I feel like it should certainly not charge you for it if it's already got it. That's the frustrating thing.
From the way I see it is that the unit spawns and it will check. Do I have tech for marksmanship? I do. Does this unit has marksmanship? It does not, because it only gets it when it spawns. So it basically is getting marksmanship twice, and as we said, doesn't stack. A good example of this is how shield works. If you shield a shielded unit, it does not gain an extra shield. Or if you enrage a raged unit, it does not get extra.
Yeah.
Marksmanship is the same, but yeah, in this case, it can be quite frustrating. As in, for example, stint, when like the opponent has both bridges, but you still want to play stint, so it's gonna cause you that Outlander tech to grab a bridge you are not gonna grab because your opponent has units on it.
Okay, so
you can get some exciting combinations though as well with that, with using it, particularly in pre-mades.
Yeah, new mechanics are always fun, and just adds another sort of skill to the skill ceiling. If you're playing that, as Dfogo said, it's not about just playing it and getting the benefit. It's about playing the cards in the right order to get the benefit that's going to best reward you in that particular setup. And especially with the stint, with the bridge grab, I think we're seeing a lot of decks where instead of playing the drone, instead of playing the aimbot, they play the drone walker instead. So they don't have the aimbot to consume the tech. The drone walker doesn't consume the tech, so they're saving all their tech for that aimbot. Sorry, for the stint, so the stint can always grab a bridge when the tech's available. So it's changed deck building a little bit. Drone walker maybe being seen a bit more often than it was previously, and of course aimbot's less strong than it was originally because it doesn't always spawn with the buffs now. You have to earn the buffs. You've got to pay for the buffs. It doesn't always spawn with that marksmanship. Okay, so we're just waiting to see where we're going to go next, guys. Just take a moment just to thank GGtoor for supporting this event, along with Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. Big shout out to Sinobii, who's in the chat and doing all the greasing of the wheels behind the scenes, as always, doing a great job. Don't forget, we have our totally OP, totally overpowered play of the day. So if you see something awesome, make sure you clip it, make sure you tweet about it, and you can win some money. There's $50 to be won. That will be shared between the tweeter and the player. If it's the player that tweets themselves, they'll take the whole $50. But make sure you use hashtag GGtoor in the title of the clip and the title of the tweet so we can find those, and we'll see who's going to be the totally overpowered player of the day. We've had some good plays already. There's still a lot more to come. Who knows? The winner might have already been, might have already happened, might have already been tweeted, but maybe not. So make sure you get involved out there. Share that with your friends on Twitter. Spread the word. We're having a great time here. Hopefully you guys are too. We're just waiting to see where we're going to go next. Remember, you can always check the brackets from home if you want to. We'll put the command in the chat for you. So Dfogo and Nobby, have you cast your eyes over the brackets? What are we seeing? From what I can see here, we've got, looks like Deadshot's just beaten Batowski in the winner's bracket round of 5. So he's going to face off against Nataraja, which of course is a rematch of the final from the last event.
That's a great game. I mean, they're all great games now we're left with. I'm just going to cast my eye over some of the losers bracket. And see what's there. Stratrap versus Gloomlight. I'm just trying to think anything's jumping out. You know, Gwynthoron versus Ainstance is potentially, because Gwynthoron's a good player. He could come through. Now, Nicola and Yaya are in that section as well, who will then go on to set. So that little section from the losers bracket 5 through to 7 where set is really competitive.
Yeah, this is the beauty of the dual elimination. You know, even if two great players come up against each other in the winner's bracket, they're still going to get a better chance. They're going to get another chance regardless of what happens. And the example of that is Dragon's beaten Lazur 2-0 in the winner's bracket. So as we saw with the previous tournament, Lazur dropped down to as I call it, the redemption bracket. Other people call it the losers brackets. So that's going to be a hard match for anyone that comes up against Lazur down there. And it looks like the winner of Stretch Wrap and Gloomlight will be playing Lazur down there. So we got some great matches still to come in both the winners bracket and the redemption bracket. dragonN currently awaiting the winner of Biddy Hobgoblin and Nerzl. That's going to be the next game we see here. So we've got Deadshot against Nataraja, and then the winner of that's going to play the winner of dragonN or Biddy Hobgoblin stroke Nerzl. So some great players and great matches coming up. We're just having a little bit of downtime while we're just waiting for some matches to complete.
Yeah, it does look like the losers bracket is a little bit like behind in some of the bits there. There's things going on. So let's have a look.
Okay, so word in my ear is that Nerzl has progressed against Biddy Hobgoblin. See if that's been reflected in the... That has been reflected. So we're going to have dragonN against Nerzl. So just double check, but I'm pretty sure we're still in the best of 3 section. Once we get to the real ladder stages, the winners bracket final, the redemption bracket final, and the grand final, we will switch to a best of 5 format. So let's see who we've got here. We're going to swap in Dfogo. Are you still okay for a little bit of time, Dfogo? I know you've got to disappear in a little while.
Yeah. No, let's go. I was just thinking how the finals of the winner brackets is gonna be the winner between DeathShoot and Nataraja versus the winner between Nerzl and dragonN. All awesome players, like so interesting. Like, who can win this? And that match will be a best of 5. So looking forward to what's gonna come out of it.
Yeah, and there's obviously some big guns now in the losers bracket or the redemption bracket, which is very glass half full of you, Fish. There's some really big stuff going on there, like and who can progress through, and so it could be exciting. And I'd love to see a couple of rematches as we get towards the bottom brackets, semis and finals.
Okay,
It's
so
definitely possible to get those rematches in the redemption bracket if you don't want that for losing. Like, no, you can redempt yourself. You have not lost yet.
that's it. That's the beauty of this format. You can have a terrible game, a terrible matchup. You might just get unlucky. You might just play somebody that's just better than you, or you just have an off game or a bad deck matchup. But you get that second chance to come back and go again, and that's the beauty of it. There's ultimately we're going to end up with somebody in the final from the winners bracket and somebody in the final from the redemption bracket.
Yeah,
absolutely. So you can lose a game and still go all the way through.
I'm pretty impressed with Nerzl. Came through Nicola, and we saw how good Biddy Hobgoblin was as well. Whilst Nerzl's not a player I've watched, I know that they have beaten some good players to get through. Right? They've,
Necessary to consider. Nerzl is a very old-timer player, so he's been in the game for a couple of years. He's played even in some previous tournaments. So I'm sure he just coming back here and having the chance to play more, to perform more in these tournaments. It's very fun. Also for us, like everyone that gets the chance to see all these players coming up together in these matches, like players from previous tournaments, players that already know each other and are always getting new decks, new ideas, because the meta is always changing, right? So it's everything coming up all together.
There's some bans in.
Yep. Go ahead.
dragonN has banned APEP, Plasma Marines, and Shock Rock. On Nerzl's side, it's banned APEP and Wildcards, which is probably the most common combo we've seen so far.
So Nerzl banned APEP and dragonN banned Shock Rock. So does this mean that dragonN can play a Mordar, which will need to be countered by a very hard Zenshi since Shock Rock is out of the equation?
It could well be,
there's more ways to ban out. APEP and Wildcards, for me, that doesn't feel like a pairing that makes a huge amount of sense, because if you're running APEP as a master, surely you don't want Wildcards for the cycle. Am I thinking too rudimentary here?
Not, but that's why they banned APEP and they banned Wildcards. They don't want either.
True.
Okay, so did they both ban wildcards? I'm just seeing if I can see what the ban is. It didn't.
No, the Nerzl banned APEP, Plasma Marines, and Shock Rock.
No, that's the dragonN ban. So what did Nerzl ban?
Sorry.
Yeah, What's Nerzl's ban?
Nerzl's was APEP and wildcards.
Ah.
So they
okay.
both banned APEP.
The Nerzl's banned wildcards, so Dragon can't play them, but Nerzl can play wildcards should he wish to. Okay, let's load into this. Dfogo's going to join me with this game. Let's see what we have going on here. Take us away.
Who am I supposed to spectate?
I've got Nerzl, so if you want to do Dragon, that's fine. So we've got Nerzl playing King Puff, Dragon playing Minion.
See what they bring into the field.
King Puff is always going to have decks stuffed full of 4 and 5 mana minions, so it can take that buff from the King's buff at perk 2, the Rage or the Shield. Minion is likely to have a lot of spells. Looks like we got Minion. This is an early bit of pressure, though, coming on here.
But from what I can see in Dragon is playing a very, let's say, costly deck. It's a strategy very well known, which I believe will reveal in a couple seconds. I'm going to try not to spoil it. But, and also, as you said before, Minion will spike at 3rd perk, while King Puff will spike at 2nd perk. And here it is, Brothers of Light. And a very good swap, because the swap stuns units, nullifying the Armor of Light, the Shield of Light, of Armor of Light, which means Nerzl can play that Skeleton Horde, and it will not get instantaneously destroyed by the Brothers. Very good. This was a very small play, but brought very good results to Nerzl.
Yeah, those brothers really with their shield, as you say, with their Shield of Light, they just shred any small units, but that's the stun from the bridge switch, nullifying that, very smartly done. Arcane Bolt takes out the Incubus at the bottom. XP about the same.
The bullet to deal with the Incubus.
We've got a nice push though, we've got the Warrior supported by the Golem. It's only a level 1 Arcane Golem, so it's not going to be too much to deal with. Bounty Sniper comes out, shieldless.
Bounty Sniper. Oh, and look at this. Dragon is ahead on XP now, so I believe if Nerzl had waited just a bit more, this Bounty Sniper could have a shield. Maybe he doesn't really need it, but a very interesting detail, because sometimes waiting 1 second can give you a very big advantage.
Yeah, that's right. So if you're behind on XP, the Bounty Sniper will spawn with a shield, which can be huge depending on what your opponent's playing, just to stop it from being removed. Okay, so here we go, the push again with the brothers at the top. Bridge switch is available. What's he going to do with it? He's going to let it pass. Okay, he's going to let 2 of them pass. He's going to try...
That's very smart.
Yeah, that's nicely done. But the Brother of Light at the top has his shield available, his Armor of Light. Okay, didn't shut it down as hard as he did the first time.
Oh, and King Puff focused on the top brother, so it means it's going to take the whole time to kill the top brother instead of just instantaneously killing the bottom brother.
That's huge face damage. Wow. Nerzl will take a lot of face damage here. And Dragon's put himself in a strong position with the mana situation right now.
He's ahead on everything. He has all the mana, like he didn't overcommit. He's ahead on XP, he's ahead on HP. This game is looking good. He will have to deal with he will have to deal with the Bounty Sniper, but he does have Arcane Bolt. So he cannot use it on the Incubus right now, but you are not seeing the Incubus, so...
Yeah, of course, you've got to choose what you want to use your spell on. If you use it on the Bounty Sniper there, he can't shut down the Incubus, but he's got an XP lead and he wants to protect that by shutting down that Bounty Sniper.
Yep, and there goes the brothers again. So I believe swap should be available, right? I'm not seeing, but yep, there we go.
Swap, there we go, shreds everything in. The Shock Rock!
Wow.
I don't know about spawning everything at once there. He knows there's a Shock Rock. He knows all his units are susceptible to the Shock Rock. That's a lot of face damage from that Incubus, though. Yep.
The Incubus, like he was like, he didn't want to invest in it. And he did through the missiles on face.
Well,
so he cannot use them on the brother now, on the sniper now, but that golem is on face.
Oh, that's frustrating. He wanted to tank everything with that whirly scrat. He didn't, and ultimately he's down to 180 HP. It's not a fireball, but it's a fireball and a little bit.
Yeah, he's Minion, so he just has the missiles.
Yeah, that's right.
Which means Nerzl has to guarantee he has a unit that can tank the missiles. He just has them, so it's just a matter of keeping them in rotation. I believe he can do it.
Okay, so here we go. There's the missiles. He goes nicely tanked. Yep. Beautifully done.
Ah, but he has spell with Fireball and Shock Rock.
That's it. Too much.
Wow.
That's always the problem against Minion. They're always going to have ways of doing direct face damage to you. So as soon as you drop low like that. You know they're going to be in a position where they can potentially start just cycling on your face there. Okay, Nobby, that one was relatively straightforward for dragonN in that setup.
Brothers.
So, one thing I would say there for Nerzl is that there is this default position to play the bounty sniper in the pocket, right? But there's so much spell, he's going to want to kill it or remove the shield. Well, even when he was low, he was playing that bounty sniper in the pocket, which allowed the face damage alongside. Now, without that, he survived that last spell rotation. So you need to think about repositioning your units in that position, but it's so hard to sometimes go against the default instinct you have to put it in the back and protect it from certain other things.
Yeah, that's
From
right.
a fireball, it just has a medium range, so he would need to play the sniper, the bounty sniper, totally outside of the pocket, which should definitely leave it very susceptible to missiles, because he does need to consider dragonN has the arcane missile for free, which kills even a shielded bounty sniper.
Yeah.
Definitely matchup, especially because Minion Brothers, it's a very first perk aggressive combo, and it got him so much value that he was already getting value of his second perk even before Nerzl could get the value of King Puff's second perk.
And we saw early in the game there was an awesome bridge switch to shut down the brothers. But ultimately that was the only time that really happened. We did have some bridge switches later on in the game, but they just weren't so beneficial. Especially with the support of the Shock Rock and the Golem there as well. We saw him at the bottom, he put all his skeletons down, he put his Scrat Horde down, his Propeller Horde down, and they just got shredded by the Shock Rock, which was a huge trade for dragonN.
True.
Yeah.
There's a very good consensus that the Armor of Light of Brothers, it's one of the things that makes it most annoying, because you cannot play those swarms. And so Nerzl got rid of that. And even then, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, he just didn't have the DPS. Ideally what you want to do is do the bridge switch and then just get some DPS, real high DPS, like maybe the Flightless Dragons with Rage or something, to absolutely shred through it. But when your opponent's got the Shock Rock, just to shut that down, it's very difficult to trade efficiently in that situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are 1-0 to dragonN, still in this best of 3. Looks like we're moving into the next game. Let's get that set up here on the screen for you guys right now. What are we seeing, Dfogo?
We are seeing Nerzl play a Mordar and dragonN play, well, Minion. It appears to be a same deck, which I'm not sure if it's good, because as we've stated, these Minion Brothers, it's something very aggressive, and Mordar is late game, so unless this Mordar has some very defensive cards, good to counter dragonN and the Brothers.
Need something to take the Spirit. Ooh, okay, Arcane Bolt again. This is scary. This is going to be a big push. Mordar's going to set off their shields now. But what does he have? Oof, okay. Colossus, but the stun's going to slow this down. These brothers hit hard as well. He needs to shut this down quickly. He doesn't want to just take too much damage here. That's just frustrating. They've still got a tiny bit of HP left. He's going to be under half health already.
Wow.
And of course, he's defended this deeply. The bridges have been red the whole time, so dragonN's got a huge XP lead already. But Nerzl's going to try to push. But the problem is he needs to get that first tombstone active as soon as possible.
Another building. We can see he played Ghost Turret, then Colossus, and then a Bounty Sniper, and then a wall. So he has so many buildings, which is good for defense. But he just put him so behind on XP right now. He finally got the tombstone, and we see a Succubus, so it's also a scary push going on. Oh, and he had... Wow.
That's part of his plan. He's taken a lot of face damage, but that means he gets the red golem now. Tombstone activated. Something's going to res. It's going to be this is going to be a big push at the top for sure. Nice use of the vortex there. Trying to get the big hit from the Colossus on both of them. Oh, he doesn't get another hit off. Okay. He would love the blue golem, the red golem to aggro. Oh, could be frustrating. Okay, the Succubus tanks a hit. This is a good position now. Remember that Arcane Bolt's only going to stun it until it drops to 450 HP, which it's not going to do within the time, but it is locking it down for a while. Shock Rock supports it. That's really nicely done from dragonN.
Is on the field with Spirit, and the Golem is down. So dragonN just has a lot to deal with right now. He has a good lead on experience, but a Bounty Sniper comes up. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, the Bounty Sniper was taken out immediately at the start with the Arcane Bolt, but that's not available right now, and it might not be the target of choice as well. Remember, the Arcane Bolt will destroy a target of 450 or less HP, but stun something above it. If it does drop below that threshold during the stun, it will explode and die. But here we go. This Colossus is on face with a Spirit as well. Takes out the Grenadier. This could be a problem. Tombstone is active as well. Remember, the Tombstone's only going to last for so long, but...
Drain needs to cycle 2 cards. Drain is not going to be able to cycle to that Shock Rock on time, I believe. He needs 1 more mana, but that's going down now.
There we go.
Yep.
And there's going to be another Tombstone as well.
He has a Shock Rock, so he can't deny that one. And he does have the brothers there. But before even thinking of denying it, he has to think about killing it. He used the Shock Rock
Another
there.
Colossus is going to come out as well.
He's going to come back.
Red Golem res. Okay, he's got so much mana on the field right now as Nerzl. He's got a Red Golem and 2
27 mana. This is 27 mana on the field.
He did the maths. And there's more to come.
I do not know how... As now the Succubus, he's keeping us ending up, wanting me to keep summoning. We are at 32 if we ignore the fact that the Colossus is slightly damaged. But still, he only has brothers to defend this, but this is too strong.
Tombstone's going to be up as well, so there's going to be reses available. Now
and
the red...
Succubus, the worst res, just got killed.
And another Red Golem!
Golem.
There's no way that he can hold on to this. There's a combustion in there as well. This is going to be so much damage. He's doing a good job defending, but that Red Golem hits so hard. Boom. Wow.
2 Colossus, 2 Red Golems, a Tombstone lit up everything on the field. It felt like the start was super going against him, and it just turned all the way around. Like, what? Against me? No. This is exactly what I wanted. For 40 HP, he was down the threshold to activate the Red Golem. How insane, how well calculated. Wow.
But that's it. He knew he was going to... He wanted to take that damage at the start. He wanted to get that Red Golem out as soon as possible, and he did. And as you say, that threshold, once you drop under it, that Red Golem's huge. But just being over it, just by a single point of HP will stop that Red Golem being red. It will be blue, and it will be way less beneficial. But yeah, Nerzl really coming out of the blocks, bringing this back to 1 game all. We're going to see another final game in this best of 3. Remember, if you saw anything in that game that you thought was a totally overpowered play, make sure you clip it, make sure you tweet it, use hashtag GGtoor to ensure that it gets seen, and you could potentially win some money.
36 mana on the field at the same time with a Tombstone lit up. Definitely not overpowered at all.
Wow. Okay, looks like we're going straight into game number 3 here. Interesting to see what the players do in this setup. We're going to find out very shortly here.
If I was Dragon, okay, so we see Dragon with Diona and Nerzl with Stormbringer. So they both swapped. Very interesting, because I was just about to say, if Dragon was going to keep that Milo in, if it was me, I would probably put a chain instead of a fireball, because for the sniper it can deal the same, and it can deal better for the tombstones, but we see something different.
Got a Demon Warrior deck from Dragon.
And Nerzl playing a statue, but unfortunately for him, I believe Dragon has a good way to do that statue. I mean, at 5 stacks, that Demon Warrior is gonna melt the statue, but even before then...
There's a Curse Bearer as well, which is going to start shutting it down, but it's not in range right now of the statue. So the statue's going to get a few hits off here.
And the Curse Bearer is going to die for the barrel. I'm not sure if that was intended.
There's going to be a bit of face damage. That Battle Monkey, you need to be careful, because putting units around that Battle Monkey, if you're defending, means it's going to attack faster. So you need to be real careful, because that thing can shred.
And we do need to keep in mind, Diona perk, first perk and third perk, give you an extra 1 mana card. So he's playing Demon Warrior. It's very little to cycle, but unlike Apep, it's not a free card you get to cycle. It's a 1 mana card. So almost makes a difference, but it does make a difference, especially if we are talking about very small details and mana value.
Very true. Very true. Of course, we've got the RNG with Ruffles. What's Ruffles going to pick up? And is Ruffles going to be able to grab it? Looks like we've got some lag going on here. Give me a second. I think we had this last time and it usually recovers. Just bear with us, guys.
because
think we're
it
back.
does come from enemies that die. Right. Oh wait, the lag was also affecting my voice.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not sure. That happened last time as well. No idea what causes it, but we recovered.
The defensive taunt. That Demon Warrior is already at 3 stacks in 2 minutes. That's big.
So we saw a Demon Warrior deck early on in the tournament, but it was a much heavier Demon Warrior deck, so it took a long time to get that Demon Warrior out. Here it's going to be out far more quickly. And there we see the Curse Bearer doing a great job on the statue. 3% max HP damage from the Curse, plus whatever hits.
Even the Warrior, it's going to deal a lot. Look at that Warrior health. It's not dropping as fast as the statue, but it does made it drop enough to the point where Stint managed to kill it.
Yeah, that
And
Curse
now
doing a great job.
Yeah.
Bridge grab at the bottom using the trap. Gonna get some DPS coming off. Remember that trap is a building, so the statue will attack it.
Now
Nice.
he has a 4th stack Demon Warrior in hand. There goes the bottle dropping from that enemy, and it's HP, which I would say it's perfect because oh he didn't get it.
No,
Storm killed it seconds before Ruffles got it.
that's
Wow.
frustrating.
Wow.
Okay, so the next Demon Warrior is going to be big. XP lead for Nerzl right now, and HP lead. But Dragon's going to have that power spike coming in. Another heal, potentially from Ruffle there. Gonna grab it.
Yeah.
There
Yep.
we go, 250 HP, thank you very much. Remember, the dog, Ruffles, is either going to pick up a green vial for health, a purple vial for extra mana, or a yellow vial for XP. So here we go,
These days, I
big
would
Demon
say
Warrior.
that he just wants any vial because
Another heal
mana
coming
is
in.
good, health is good. Oh, we
Ruffles
can
gonna
see
get a
on
heal.
top the Crystal Archer while all this action is happening. Oh wow, what a good crystal. A good Crystal Blast, a Crystal Archer.
Oh, I don't know about that top there. That Grenadier is going to get stunned. This is a bit of a problem at the top.
Oh.
Okay, clears it out with the stint. It was looking a bit scary here, but straight away, here we go. Big Demon Warrior has gone.
One hit on face.
Yep, it's got on face, but the important part is those bridges have been red for a while. So he's going to start clawing back that XP, and he's only 10 XP down now.
Yep, and he was 20, so just from one single Demon Warrior push, he managed to come back 10 XP, and the next one is already here, and the Ruffles dropped an XP barrel. So, and he's too far away for the Grenadier to kill it. XP closing in more and more.
Demon Warrior getting shut down hard at the bottom. Still just trying to get as much value out of it as possible. Even if it's not killing stuff, it does have a lot of HP, so it can just stall for a while. And XP is now in Nerzl. Oh, it's still in Nerzl's favour, but only just. So Dragon, as we expected, coming back. See, this was the situation where his Demon Warrior deck was weak at the start, but it was strong enough to keep him in contention, not be too far behind, so now he can start catching up.
Yep. I mean, these stun lances are definitely a problem because Crystal Blast no longer kills it, so...
Yeah, that's a huge change.
Demon Warrior just stops. He's trying to get some value with the traps, but it's getting hard. He did manage to basically almost caught up in XP. They are very, very close, both of players in XP.
That
and
stun
the
lancer at the bottom's going to be frustrating.
Oh no!
Oh, the Demon
Oh, and
Warrior.
this. Ooh!
Okay, that's frustrating.
The crossbows are on face, dealing some slight damage, but not enough to the point where he still has to worry. Both players are cycling super fast, so this means here are stun lancers come from this Demon Warrior dies, and you went on the field. Very good decks for cycling on both players' parts.
Yeah, you might have the ideal counter for what your opponent has, but if your cycles are very different in cost, then they're not going to continually line up. But that Demon Warrior is getting shut down a lot. But here we go. That Battle Monkey's got to be careful with that. It's got a Spirit, and it is buffed by the units above it. Remember, the things around it do make it attack faster. Demon Warrior going close to face, using the taunt. Or the Stun Lancer shutting that down. But Dragon really coming back now, ahead on XP. And you can tell...
already had on XP, wow, so it's really coming back at the trade-off some good amount of HP, but he's getting there.
And you can see that he's getting into a situation where he's having more than one Demon Warrior alive at a time. So his cycle's real fast, and he's keeping the Demon Warrior alive to get value out of it.
I mean, if this goes to Mana Frenzy, it will be a race between Demon Warriors on face and Fireballs on face. Because Nerzl does has face damaging spells, so...
And again, the Demon Warrior straight into aggro at the bottom, straight into a stun, taking a while to take that Stun Lancer out. All that while, that bottom bridge is staying blue. Hill, Ruffles grabs a hill. That's useful. But then again, he's got to be careful with this Battle Monkey. Can do huge work. Right. Stint grabbing that top bridge. Beautiful. As we talked about, the Stint with its bridge grab from the Outlander tech. Now, he just needs to deal with these stun lancers, but he's struggling because these stun lancers are shutting down that Demon Warrior.
Because he needs those Demon Warrior there for the breach pressure. But by doing so, Nerzl plays stun lancers, and unless he has 2 crystals there, he has no immediate way to kill them unless he blasts and uses Shock Rock.
Statue pushing close to face now. Very decent HP. Fireball comes in, but the curse is going to be wailing away on it. Demon Warrior is going to shut this down. 900 HP. But Mana Frenzy's about to tick over for Dragon, so he's turned this game around since the big Demon Warrior appearance. Ruffles going for another heal. I've lost count of the number of heals Ruffles has got, but I feel like it might already almost be enough to have kept him in this game.
Yes. I mean, if I had to say the number of heals, I would say the number is ideal. So, the Warrior on face, but it's not doing much because at this point, Dragon is Mana Frenzy. At this point, the Demon Warriors are probably going to be... Yep.
He's got the double spell to release the Demon Warrior. Now he can cycle and get those Demon Warriors up. He's got the traps to try to support. This could be too much now. This is exactly what you expect for a Demon Warrior deck. Behind, bringing it back, and now in the Ascendancy. Demon Warrior's on face. That hits hard. Trap on face as well. Next Demon Warrior's coming. That's too much.
Wow.
That is too much. Dragon has taken that best of 3 by 2 games to 1, and you know that's a pretty standard Demon Warrior setup where you're weak and then you come back, and those heals that he got really helped him out. He would have been very low HP without those heals from Ruffles, and Ruffles stronger than people realize. And of course now with the changes that you're going to be getting those potions closer to you to help you when you're defending, and you're more likely to pick them up. How did you see that one, NobbyTime?
Yeah, that was a really intriguing game to watch. And on the side of the heals, I saw 3 times Ruffles pick up heals. So I think that would have left him within fireball range of death if it wasn't for those heals. So yeah, like it was genuinely interesting. I was sat absorbed without much of an analytical hat on during most of the battle. I'm not gonna lie, just like sat enjoying the match. Like, wow, what a great move! That was brilliant. Oh my goodness, he shut down so many Demon Warriors so well, and that can be so hard to do.
The amazing part, just the heals you were mentioning. I believe the best part is that at some point, even if you are not spell lethal, the fact that you are low enough without chances to heal makes it so that your opponent will be more likely to spell your face. But in this case, Nerzl could not afford it because he could heal. So at that point, he could not try to get some value with fireballs. He could not try to push for the spell win because of Diona and Ruffles' heals, which were insane, as you mentioned. It got him back, and those men, everything. If we consider that it was very hard for Nerzl to deny those Ruffles, and it might look like something little, but as we saw, the XP was always so close, he was so little behind, and at that point the Demon Warrior, just overcoming it all, just bam, bam, now I have this pressure, deal with it, deal with it. You stun, doesn't matter, the bridge is neutral, the bridge is mine. It was very, very good.
Yeah.
So, just really good game, and well done to both of them. I will not be surprised see the loser of that make a good run through bottom bracket now. Nerzl, like just so well played. I mean, Cosmic's trying to win it from the redemption bracket. Like he's not going to be able to cast anything because he keeps on winning.
It's a great problem to have, let me tell you.
Yeah, I for one am wildly surprised.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, but take it as it.
Throwing Cosmic a bit of shade. He makes bizarre decks, so I think he can very easily catch you off guard with a unique or niche strategy.
I do enjoy me some niche strategies. I did manage to lose one match with Void Altar. I tried it and it's not. It wasn't good enough. I tried and it got me a loss.
Okay, Dfogo needs to leave us now. So if he's got any final words, please have your say, sir. But thanks for joining us. Always a pleasure.
I mean, it was amazing to be here to shoutcast with all you guys. Nobby, Cosmic, Fish, thank you very much. Sinobii as well for being here, for supporting all of us. And of course, GGtoor, Betadwarf, Minion Masters, and this community, this amazing community. Being able to be here, watch these fantastic games with these fantastic people. I mean, it's definitely a very well spent time. And thank you everyone for everything. I'll hope to be able to see the next matches as well. And that's it.
Okay, thanks again, Dfogo, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Cheers, Dfogo.
Make sure you disconnect your cam so that we don't see anything if you've got no trousers on or whatever's going on there. Okay, so we're gonna reshuffle the casters around here, and we will try to figure out where we're gonna go next. We are getting very deep into the winners bracket right now, so Dfogo is going to disappear and do his thing. We're going to bring in NobbyTime to be our co-caster, so we'll just set that up on our screen here. What are you seeing on the bracket there, NobbyTime? Are you seeing any other matches that are going on? What are we seeing?
Let's have a think. So obviously we're waiting for we'll be in semi-finals of the winners bracket still at the moment, and DeathShoot versus Nataraja is still ongoing. That's a real heavy one. I know DeathShoot is an amazing player, so I kind of wouldn't be surprised to see him win through.
Winner from last time, of course.
Yeah, versus the runner-up from last time, right? From what you were saying.
Nataraja, yep.
So that's a big match. What's that? Is that in game 3 at the moment? Let's have a look. Let me do a refresh on my tournament page quickly and have a look down the redemption bracket and see where we are. So Cosmic's going up against Biddy Hobgoblins, which could be interesting. And Laser has got Gloomlight, so let's see whether Laser can come back because they seem to be doing well. On the other sides of it, Set is still waiting for their opponents in the 7th round. And Niprax beat Core, so they're going up against Batowski in that bracket. So that's coming through. And of course, Nerzl is sat there in the round 9 waiting that. So we could potentially see like a Set versus Nerzl match or something like that. So it's an interesting one to see. I personally like it when someone plays through from right near the beginning of the bottom bracket to get to the final. I think that's always a lot of fun, but there are some big hitters dropping down here now.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have I don't know if this match is okay. So it's gonna be Deadshot, DeathShoot, Deathy, DeathShooty, Oney, whatever his name is.
DeathShooty Oni.
He changes it every time. I'm not for sure. I don't think he knows officially what it is.
He's DeathShoot Oney right now.
So it looks like we're gonna have DSOO versus Dragon. Now so the way this is going to work, this is going to be a best of 5. Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to watch this. This is going to determine the winner of this is going to go into the grand final. Just try to follow along if you can. It gets a little confusing here. The winner of this is going to go into the grand final. The loser of it will drop into the redemption bracket final, and they will await the winner who progresses through for the redemption bracket. So what normally happens at this point is we find out our first finalist, and then we switch back into the redemption bracket, and then we start following that through, and then eventually we find out our second finalist. So normally there's a bit of a wait for the first person that gets into the final all the way through from the winners bracket. They'll have to kick back on their heels a little bit, and they'll wait to see who comes through to play against them. So this next game is going to be best of 5. And then we'll switch back to the redemption bracket where it will be back into our best of 3 until we get to the final stage. Sounds confusing. I probably made it more confusing than it needed to be, but if you take a moment, if you write it down, if you draw some arrows, make a diagram, it does make perfect sense. But Deadshot against Dragon's going to be insane. Deadshot, I don't think he dropped a game in the previous tournament. Not sure what his progress is like right now, but we're going to...
He's lost one to Batowski. He had a 2-1 against Batowski, but apart from that, I can't... And obviously one against Nat. So, he got pretty far before dropping a game.
Yeah.
And he's so analytical. And anyone who's watched with Cosmic's Rags to Riches... in the second stage, where he inevitably gets paired up with someone who's much less experienced or finished lower in the first round of it, he always does really well. He seems to be able to help them build decks and stuff. So his game knowledge, I think, is exceptional.
His game knowledge is insane. You could ask him, you could tell him a card, and you could ask him to name 3 stats about that card, and he'll tell you exactly how much HP it's got, exactly what its DPS is, how much damage it does, whatever. Its move speed. He'll know it.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of knowledge that allows him to trade incredibly well.
I mean, I felt really kind of low end even with Dfogo here, and he's sitting there pulling out numbers, and I'm like, look at the big lizard guy there. Look, he's spitting stuff. Like, this is why these people are much better than me. But I'm very excited about this match, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it go to at least 4 games, if not the full set of 5.
These players will know each other very well as well, so they've played each other a lot, ladder, tournaments. That just adds another thing to it. They know what kind of decks they're comfortable with, what they're likely to go with, and just adds another bit into the mix as to what they're going to go with or not. I don't know, is Cosmic in a position to join us for a chat, or is he in a game? Not sure what's going on.
He mentioned in the chat that he just said
getting my ass kicked by Biddy Hobgoblin right now.
Okay, well, good luck with that. But yeah, don't worry, we're fine here. Just making sure everyone's getting involved. So we need to find out if we got any ban information. Have you seen anything come through yet, Nobby?
I'm gonna have a look now. I don't have Dragon, so I'm gonna have to spectate DeathShoot.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Whatever you need.
I'm hunting the bans at the moment. So DeathShoot has banned Wildcards and Apep, the classic combo.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing from a Dragon yet.
So if Dragon also bans Wildcards, then that'll unlock the extra ban power for both players, so they can choose 2 specific cards to ban. Interesting to see.
Dragon is just thinking. Literally. So I wonder, if you're in this, and obviously people post it publicly, if you see Wildcards banned alongside, your opponents put a ban first, would you ban Wildcards as well, just because then you both get the extra bans? Is that why some people are maybe trying to do them privately?
Yeah, I think the problem is if you don't ban Wildcards, you leave yourself open to some terrible potential cheese, which you don't really want to come up against. That's not how you want to lose in these situations. And a lot of these top players, they may have a gentleman's agreement where they'll both decide, look, we're both going to ban Wildcards. Let's not decide this by some kind of cheese. Let's decide this in the most skill-based manner possible. So let's ban Wildcards. Let's try to show. Let's put a great show on for everybody out there. Let's not go triple rammer. Let's try and play something smart, and show how skill-based this game is. So let's.
It's definitely different levels of cheese though, because you get some of the decks which are, exploiting certain things which are maybe overpowered and stuff like that. Like the Triple Bruce's Betrayer stuff was very cheesy. But then you get some where it's definitely more, I would say, classed as a niche strategy, rather than full cheese, which can still take a lot of skill to play out.
Yeah, so to clarify for people at home, wildcards allow you to use multiple copies of a card in your deck. So you can use 2 wildcards, which means you can have up to 3 copies of a single card, or 2 copies of 2 cards. A lot of the top players...
Oh, wait. Fish, you've got Cosmic's name below my face.
I know. I don't worry. I fixed it, but it'll fix itself soon. Don't worry.
Lots of Cosmics about lots of stuff there about how much better looking Cosmic is at the moment. I'm
Just
sure
seeing if anyone's paying attention here. So
there
yeah.
you go. Thank you. Hello.
Yes. Don't worry. We fixed it in 3 minutes' time. Everything will be fine. Okay. So it's looking like Dragon didn't ban wildcards. So that's interesting. Because Deadshot's one of the players that is pretty much against wildcards entirely. He doesn't like things like wildcards. He doesn't like kind of cheesy things like spirit or randomness with RNG with the future cards and stuff like that. He's a very straight-laced player. So if his opponent has given him the opportunity to play wildcards, I wonder where he'll find himself in that situation.
Well, that's a good use of knowledge, like you were saying, that they know each other. So he said, well, he doesn't normally play wild cards, so I'm going to pick out a couple of cards and deny him the chance to ban specific cards against me.
That's right. Okay, so let's see what we've got. It's looking like Deadshot's banned APEP and wildcards. APEP has been banned along with Marines and Shockrock from Dragon. So Deadshot doesn't get the second ban power to ban specific cards, but he does appear that he is allowed to use wildcards. And the power of wildcards is that you can stack your deck with multiple copies of a single card that your opponent eventually runs out of answers to. You know, you've got a rammer, they've got some stuns. You've got 2 rammers, have they got 2 stuns? You've got 3 rammers, have they got 3 stuns? So that's the power of wildcards often in that situation. So we'll see what they decide to bring to the table right now. But it's I've got everything set up here ready to go. Just a reminder, guys, this is the winners bracket final, so we are best of 5. And then once this is decided, we'll drop back down into the redemption bracket, losers bracket, however you prefer to call it. We'll be back to best of 3, and then we'll work our way all the way through to find out who's going to play the winner of this game.
Yeah. Interesting thought of the Dragon bans there. We've seen those Plasma Marines paired with Stint for that cheeky bridge grab, just as those 2 are the only Outlander cards there, and you get the cycle going, and you can grab a bit extra bridge every time with a 2-mana card, and you get a bit of anti-air and a bit of bridge grab with the Plasma Marines. And then alongside that, the Shockrock makes me think he's trying to set himself up to be able to have Mordar and remove a cheap way of cancelling the res out on that one.
Potentially, Shockrock in the hands of a good player is really incredible. It's not about the spell on its own. It's about supporting the units that you have out there. So you can completely change how a fight is going to trade by using the Shockrock, whether to do a bit of damage or whether to stun. And the top players know exactly when to use that, and that can really get them a huge amount of value from a cheap spell. One of the strongest spells I think out there right now, especially in the hands of a good player. And as you say, against Mordar, a Shockrock is going to be, as soon as you've got that against Mordar, that reduces your chances of a successful game, because that's going to be all over your tombstones. And again, the top players will be able to shut those tombstones down with that Shockrock. We've seen earlier in the tournament, we have had Shockrocks on tombstones, but if you get it a bit late, it's a complete waste. But it looks like we're going to be moving into game number 1. We've got Deadshot, the reigning champion, against Dragon in this winners bracket final. So the winner of this goes into the grand final.
We have a double Halloween game. Now, this is the first mirror match that we've had on stream so far.
That is correct.
Really exciting.
So with these particular mirror matches, it can often be really important with the perks, who gets to their perk first. And if, once one player gets to perk 3 and the other one hasn't, then that's a huge mismatch between the arcane golems. Deadshot, incredible at just managing the bridges. So let's see what we've got here. So again, you can see that Shockrock at the top allowed the trade of the units and importantly held the bridge. So remember, when you're talking about being mana efficient, it's not just killing stuff, it's about what that unit can't do. So you could remove its bridge ability and hold a bridge yourself and just get that mana efficiency there. Those prop scrats being a pain at the bottom. It's kind of strange
I
how
know the
that...
ground was spawning weird then. I don't know whether that was a bit of desync and I'm not seeing the right spawn location, but it looked like he tucked it right over to the side and they were spawning well away from the circle there.
Yeah, that was weird. It was spawned really deep down, but the skeleton spawned in the middle between everything. But here we go. The brothers pushing into an already quite stacked 3 golem. Now, what's Deadshot got here to try to shut this down?
Interesting. Okay, so...
Remember, health is a resource, so you don't have to protect your health constantly. Sometimes it's better just to take some damage on face and keep your units healthy. But of course, you've got to be careful. You don't want to drop too low, especially against Milloween, because Milloween's going to have those spells to do direct face damage.
Yeah, and you do sometimes have to wonder, are they letting me get that damage? Is there a red golem in the pocket somewhere?
Yeah. Okay, so let's find out. XP slightly in Dragon's favor, blue team.
Not by much though, so it's pretty even at this point. And with that golem at 2, yeah, they're going to push in. He's going to get some damage off of his own now.
Yeah, that was a decent amount of damage to start off with from Dragon. Deadshot repaying a little bit of it. It's not going to be quite as much though.
Yeah, he definitely chose to let that happen though, and allow himself to gain an on-field mana advantage by tanking that.
Got to be careful with these worlds, because they will do a lot of face damage in a very quick period of time. Very high DPS units.
So we've seen this Brothers deck before. Good use there. Vortex gets rid of the Armor of Light and gets some good damage comboing it off, but they're still going to come.
Yeah, this is a push coming out from Dragon now. He's got, you know, those brothers are still 50% HP. They will have the Armor of Light to help defend against Horde stuff. This could be a little bit scary for Deadshot right now.
I do wonder why so far this tournament on the games on stream we haven't seen a Ghost. It's a really effective card in solos. Just a bit of personal surprise.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways of shutting down a Ghost with the spells and the stuns and various anti-air units. So it's, if you're playing it defensively, then you stand half a chance. But I think the good players will be able to shut that down pretty well. The Ghost can be incredible, but you want to be ghosting real high value units to get the most value out of it. But XP wise, Dragon's in quite the strong position. HP as well, so Dragon will be happy with how this is going, I would have thought. And you can see Deadshot there, he's being allowed to play wildcard, so he has multiple bridge buddies in there to give him that extra bridge grab.
Hold
and of course,
on.
Everything okay?
I'm just checking the bans quickly. No, that's fine.
Yeah,
I was getting confused for a minute. I thought, wait, shouldn't he be playing wildcards? Because he's got wildcard bridge buzzies.
No, that's fine, because he banned them, but his opponent didn't. Yeah.
Just a mental blank, and I had to check.
That's fine, he's got to check. But here we go, that's a lot of face damage. Deadshot down to 361 HP. This is a problem for him. He's going to clear this up, but there's still units that are scary for him, and he's behind on XP.
Those missiles at face every time.
Now, those missiles can be blocked, but not everything can be blocked. And this is going to be another scary push. Perk 3 now means Dragon's even stronger than he was. And of course, Deadshot not quite perk 3 yet, so can't answer that. But that's a big push at the top. Oh, he's thrown a fireball in his face. Deadshot knows he can't defend this without taking too much damage. There's going to be that's going to be game number 1 to Dragon.
That's essentially a concession there.
Wow. Deadshot, the reigning champion. He's a game down in this best of 5. Well, oof. I feel like Deadshot was behind that whole game and never really looked in a position where he was going to be able to cope it, because every time there was that push with the brothers, he was always taking face damage, and ultimately just too much.
Yeah, those brothers have been... people find it really hard to shut down. I'm a little bit surprised that there's not been more of certain things to counter big units that are getting played in decks. We have seen that tactic come out as well before with the 2 brothers, so interesting to see.
Okay, so it looks like Cosmic is... I think he's been eliminated from the tournament. Cosmic, tell us how were things going, or how did things go for you?
It was going great until I went against Biddy, and then when I hit Biddy, that's when all my luck went out. Because Black Hunter I fought several times before, and I knew that they relied heavily on their King Puff deck to carry them, and so the first match I basically just played an anti-King Puff deck and got a free win. They beat me in the next match, but then I was able to play mind games and managed to barely pull off that third win. But Biddy is just strong overall, and I didn't know for sure what deck they were going to play that first match, and that's a huge advantage if you understand your opponent and you know what they're going to play.
For sure. Well played. Hopefully you had a good time, but the good news is Cosmic can now join us 100%. He's going to be analysing this, and then once we finish this best of 5, we're going to swap Cosmic in, and he can join us for casting of the games. So hopefully you guys out there in the chat are having a good time, enjoying how we're doing, what we're doing, why we're doing it. We're having a good time here. We appreciate you guys dropping by, taking part in the action. Remember, we do have our totally OP play of the day. Make sure if you see anything awesome, clip it, tweet it. Make sure you use hashtag GGtoor, and you could win yourself some money for the totally awesome, totally overpowered play of the day. Awesome does not start with O. Today I learned. So
I mean,
yeah,
you can if you pronounce it like
awesome.
awesome.
Awesome. Totally awesome. I feel like I'm trying to dig myself out of a hole. It's not working.
I'm going to check out the hashtag myself and see if I can find anything interesting.
If we got anything up there. Okay, so we are, just to remind you guys, we are in the winners bracket final. Dragon against DeathShoot, DeathShoot, Wanyani, however you want to say it. Both very good players. Dragon taking the first game 1-0 in the Milloween matchup, mirror match. It'll be interesting to see what the players switch to now. Remember, wildcards are on the table for Deadshot, should he wish to. Not for Dragon. APET ban for both players. Let's make sure we're set up and ready to go. We are on a 180-second, 3-minute delay in the chat. So we'll interact with you as much as we can, but we need to keep it as fair as possible for these players. We don't want any stream sniping going on. So we are just waiting for the guys to get ready for their game number 2. And looks like we're about to load in. So here we go. This is Dragon against Deadshot. Dragon took the first game. Best of 5, first of 3. Let's see. Oof, okay. They've both stuck with Milloween. Interesting.
Okay. So, what adjustments have been made in deck now? This is very interesting. Both guys deciding to stick with the same master.
Yeah, they may have changed decks. Let's see what they've got. Looks like Dragon's
I can see a different card already from DeathShoot. There is a Madrid there.
So Madrid's going to be great against the brothers. It's going to be able to shut that down. So maybe Deadshot's got in with just the thought process that Dragon's likely to stick with the deck that's been going well.
And I think in a best of 5, you can afford to do that more than you can in different situations.
Okay, here we see
the
Madrid.
real question here, is he predicting this? Has he thought to himself, right, he's going to try and counter me with something, so... Oh, that was a real rock, paper, scissors moment.
So the Arcane Bolt was used...
So the stun can't get me.
Yeah, the Arcane Bolt was used to lock down the Madrid, but then the Vortex was used to pull it away. And now the Vortex is useful with the Madrid, because the Madrid will fear everything away, which makes it a little sometimes frustrating. But you can use the Vortex to fear, but then pull everything back to you. So whilst everything's feared, it can't attack you, but because the Vortex is pulling it close back to the Madrid can wail away on it. So that's a nice little setup there.
It's a pretty impressive combo, and I think in that situation it was just used to give the space needed to wait for the Arcane Bolt to wear off, which again is very clever. I think since the Vortex was nerfed from damage, I've seen a lot more use out of it being a repositioning spell as much as anything.
Utility is incredible with it. Now, one of the brothers has split off to the top. I'm not sure if that was by design or not, but it seems to have worked out well because he's going to take the top bridge as well. XP slightly ahead for Deadshot, but he needs to defend this.
But he does have those bridge buddies. He's thinking about that. The challenge with the split is obviously you can't just throw Madra down a single lane.
Right, there's going to be some phase damage on Deadshot here. Vortex being used. So the Vortex is not going to be available for to support his Mardred. But the Brother's still going there. The Mardred is the Brother killing machine, but of course it's going to take a while to cycle round and get there.
Right, he had it there, but he just couldn't wait to play it. I almost feel like the Brother cycle is so much more efficient for Dragon that this might not work out for him.
Okay, now Deadshot gets to push back. He is ahead on XP. He has taken HP damage, a lot of HP damage though, but he's doing a bit of return damage. Not really enough to level the playing field right now.
Yeah, he's got that slight XP lead. Maybe that's what he's banking on. Get the first big golem and push harder in. It's a hard one to call.
So Dragon looked like he wanted to get his brothers there to tank in front of the golem at the top, but he didn't quite have the mana to get them ahead. So he decided to change plan and go again. Remember that golem's going to be on a 30-second timer, so we will have another one pretty soon.
Yeah.
Here we go.
This
is the key to the match, really. How do those brothers trade against Mardred? Shockrock coming in. Remember, Mardred's going to execute when it gets down to 50%, 40% HP, sorry.
But he pulls it away with the Vortex again.
Difficult to see the HP at the top there of the Mardred, but looks like Mardred's still going to get some value. Here we go. There comes the Fear. Fireball coming in. It's going to take out the support. Mardred almost going to go down. So Mardred not really getting...
get an execute. No,
no,
not quite.
That's frustrating for Deadshot here.
Yeah, that health looked like it was almost there just for an instant execute. And it was so close.
Yeah. Sometimes you even hear the execute sound effect, but it just dies before it happens.
Yeah, you got that in that situation. It's not one of those ones where the animation starts, it carries through regardless.
Yeah.
And now the XP's back to even, so that advantage in itself is gone.
Deadshot just needs to be careful. He can't really tank too much on his face, and Dragon knows that he's low HP. Deadshot's smart though. Blocks the arcane missiles. But here come the brothers.
Good use of the skeletons there.
Split brothers. Bridge grab. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Mardred to shut them down. Here we go. The shock rock. Plus the arcane. It's so frustrating. Mardred's going to go down. That could be it too much there. That's 10 mana that just gets shut down immediately. Yeah. And that could be just too much. Perk 3 as well.
That golem, yeah, that golem's a perk 3 golem, and he's got a lot on there.
This could be 2-0 straight away to Dragon here. Fireball comes in, Fireball returned. 145, that's just too much.
There it is.
Wow. Now Mardred incredibly strong against those brothers, but when supported with those spells, it would just shut that Mardred down. And we've got a 2-0 lead for Dragon in this winner's bracket final. Best of 5. Didn't really see that coming, but wow, Cosmic. Any thoughts?
That was intense. I think the Unholy Ground was not as valuable as Dragon or as DeathShoot would have liked it to be, and Dragon was able to work around it. And with not being able to hit a Cursed Ascension, then he didn't get the extended time on it. Which if he would have had a few more curse cards in there, he could potentially have benefited from that a little bit more. But I think he was just kind of trying to take advantage of the fact that he could use wild cards. But with DeathShoot not having that much experience with playing wild cards, I think he was kind of hindered more than helped by that, which I think was Dragon's whole plan by giving him the option of wild cards, is because neither Dragon nor DeathShoot typically play that way.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, because in the chat where wild cards were not banned, Deadshot did respond, not banning wildcards. What? So he was surprised at that, and it may have thrown him a little bit. Mardred's... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just think I don't think it was a bad idea to play the Mardred into the brothers there, but I think what was clear was that the cycle was so much better for the brothers that Mardred was being pushed back from a proactive position on this. That he was always playing it from a point of a point of struggle, slowly until the brothers got closer and closer and closer, and eventually took it out. I think that was the problem there.
Yeah, and the risk of using a really high mana card is that if it does get countered, and countered efficiently, you find yourself hugely behind. Now, Dragon was using expensive brothers, but you get 2 units, so they're unlikely to both get shut down you know, really mana efficiently. So the chance of getting some value out of that is pretty high. But that Madrid single unit got shut down really quite savagely, really failed to do anything with the stun, the arcane bolt locking it down, and then all the DPS on it. And, you know, once you trade 10 mana really badly, you're going to struggle to get back into the game, I think. So that was an interesting one to see.
If I'm Dragon, I stick with the same deck in this third game because you won comfortably. You won when your opponent had a change. Now, because you've got this do I stick or twist thing. Well, maybe you can bank on DeathShoot thinking, well, there's no way he's going to play it 3 times because he must think I can adjust. So you start preparing for something else, maybe. And I think with a 2-0 lead, stick with the same deck. You're playing really well with it. See what happens. Force your opponent to make the adjustment.
That's right. He has a 2-0 lead. It's best of 5, so he has those lives. He can, you know, take a risk.
That's it.
Let's see what they're going to do. Just waiting for them to make any changes. Deadshot, of course, if he loses this, he's going to drop down to the Redemption final, where he will play ultimately the winner of the Redemption bracket, and Dragon will be our first finalist. So it's exciting how we get to find out the first finalist quite soon, and then we'll drop back into the Redemption bracket, and then we'll follow that through to see who else is going to end up in the final. Now, there is the potential that this could be a rematch in the final, because as I say, the winner goes through to the final, the loser drops down to the Redemption final, where if they do win that, then they'll be back into the grand final. So this could be the players that we see in the grand final, but it certainly could maybe potentially possibly not be. So we still have no idea what's going on. That's the beauty of the dual elimination system.
Yeah, and if we look at the loser bracket right now is shaping up pretty nicely. We have Lazur and Bitty Hobgoblin are going against each other. Set and Yaya are going against each other, and then they're fighting Niprax and Nerzl on the top end of that bracket. And then Nataraja is waiting for the winner of Bitty Hobgoblin and Lazur. So, like, we're going to have some epic competition for whoever drops down out of this one.
Yeah, a lot of good matches still to go for sure.
I wanted it to be you, Cosmic. You were going to make that miracle run through.
I think I did that one time, but that's because every single person I was going against, I knew who I was going against, and I had the advantage of Fish's play over time rules. And so every opponent that I was going against, I messaged the person that they fought before, and I was like, hey, send me the replays and tell me what your bans were. And then I got to essentially just research my way through the tournament and managed to take second place, getting beat out by Dragon because, like, I feel like Dragon, DeathShoot, and Cat, there's no way that I'll ever beat, regardless of how much research I do, just because their play styles just counter my play style so hard, because I take advantages of, like, nuances of cards, but those 3 players know the ins and outs of every single card, and they're not going to be taken surprised by anything.
We were all hyped for the triple Void Altar grand final.
Everyone banned wild cards against me. I was so excited. Like, I would have run it just on principle. Like, if someone would have let me play wild cards, I would have run triple Void Altar just to try.
Seems like they'd done their research as well.
Yes.
Okay, so we're just waiting for the players to decide what they're going to play for game number 3. Ready when they are.
Here we go.
Oh, loading in. Let's get ready.
I'm expecting Dragon to have stuck with the same deck, but we shall see.
We shall see.
Dragon has. He's still running Middleween, but we've got a Diana on his DeathShoot side now.
Okay. Right, let's set this up so you guys can see everything. Right, game number 3, 2-0 currently to Dragon on the blue team. Deadshot, a very accomplished player on any master, so his Diona's going to be strong for sure. Diona, of course, utilising the traps and utilising them as well as possible. That's the key to it.
That was really unfortunate for DeathShoot. Just a little thing that those Marines just took that one step to claim the bridges, forcing him to now have to play some bridge grab.
Yeah, and he didn't have cheap bridge grab either.
Alright, and those Flightless Dragons are so vulnerable. They do so much damage, but you need to play them in the right situation.
Yeah, you don't want them tanking, that's for sure. Okay, so perk 1 already for Deadshot. Stun Lancers. Okay, so this key is going to be just handling the brothers. How is he going to handle the brothers this time? And the Stun Lancers are useful, but the problem with the brothers is there's 2 of them. And he's only got 1 Stun Lancer at the bottom here.
And that's a challenge, but he does have beam.
Oh, there's a beam. That beam's going to be huge. Vortex pulls everything together. Beam shreds everything. Now, beam's a very expensive spell, so to get a mana trade, you need to kill a lot, and he killed a lot.
Right, you have to kill them both, especially if he uses that combo. You need that 10 for 10 trade. And I think what he's hoping for there is to always do it on their side, so that he can maintain the bridges and gain an XP lead while that happens. It's like a slow grind to a win. He's not going to massively overcome him, but he's going to chip away as he plays.
So I think he's just... Deadshot's basically just decided, I'm pretty sure that Dragon's going to play the same deck. Let me play something that's going to trade well against that. Okay, Haunting Hugger grabbing the bridge at the top. It's not going to last for very long, but it does force out the scrats from his opponent.
Yeah, it's pretty good there. And there's where those dragons come in. They do huge damage. Get them around a unit like that.
So Dragon's going to want to try and split those brothers up, because he doesn't want them to fall foul to that beam again. But they're together here. Oh, he used the trap to pull it back into it. Beautifully done. Pull it back into the beam. Keep that bridge locked down. Beautifully done.
Gets the bridge grab with the stint there. These 2 would just kill each other.
So XP wise, Deadshot's ahead right now, and he has a good counter for his opponent's brothers. And Deadshot's deck's going to be cheaper as well, so he will generally have those counters always available.
And I think you'll see that even if the brothers get split, he'll play around it and he'll just let them come in and try and get that vortex and beam in. So when they come around the corner, drag them together, drop the beam. You know, his only problem is he's to allow this tactic. He's taken a lot of face damage at this point in exchange for an XP.
There we go again. He's going to get the beam on face as well. Massive. And what we saw during that, Deadshot was defending, taking face damage, but Ruffles got a cheeky little heal in there. So that really just reduced the pain that he was feeling. And spawning the brothers close to face, getting them vortexed back to face and beamed, that's exactly what Deadshot wants to do. And if Dragon does get the brothers, does split the brothers, that can make it easier for Deadshot to deal with, because he can then split the stun lancers and try to stun them one at a time.
The question now is Dragon going to have to split them at the bridge? Like, is he going to have to push it forward, like halfway towards the bridge at least?
Yeah, he needs to
Otherwise, they're going to get drawn down.
He needs to try to adapt somehow, because they're getting shut down super hard right now.
But this is the problem DeathShoot's got, is this slow grind away on his XP. In his health.
Yeah.
And he has the XP lead, but he's going to need, I mean, perk 3 soon, but I can't see this game ending.
Well, there's a heal coming from Ruffles,
unless
though.
he makes Mana Frenzy.
Here we go. Ruffles, heal. That's perfect for Deadshot. He's taken a lot of HP damage, but we've had a couple of heals from Ruffles, and that really changes the situation, because, you know, Dragon's going to have ways of doing face damage, but if Deadshot doesn't drop too low, then it's, you know, it's very risky to start going for face, because you start going for face with your spells, you lose control on the board, and then Ruffles drops a random heal, and you suddenly realise you've spent all that mana trying to get face damage, and you get
Ruffles going to get it? He gets another heal! Now, at the moment, here it is, so he's...
Beam not available. Could go for the beam now, not going for it.
I think he's done it. Yeah, so the Hugger's got it, and he did it to pop the light. So then the Flightless Dragons, who are really strong, will melt through them quickly enough.
Perk 3 coming close, though, for Dragon, and his Golem's going to become a lot stronger at that point. Deadshot just needs to hold on really here. He is ahead on XP. Can he... Looks like if he's going to win, he's going to win by grinding it out, as you say, and getting to Mana Frenzy. Ruffles going for some XP. That's going to help the XP wars for sure.
Yeah. And he is very ahead on XP, but he is very low. He needs some more Ruffles health grabs. There's always been 2. That's a XP pot there, I believe. Yeah, so that's fine. That's close. It was an easy grab, but it feels to me like he needs that health, because look, here it comes, face damage.
It could be too much. This is a push. This is going to be a massive beam, though. Wow.
Oh,
massive beam. Ruffles goes for a heal. Ruffles going for healing. There is any way that he can stop it? No, there's not. That's massive for Deadshot. He was low HP. Ruffles, 250 HP. Thank you very much.
And on the hill, the Ruffles heal, that is the third one. So he's dead without Ruffles at this
That's
point.
right.
However, he's not able to get the bridges very well easily at the moment. So he's struggling.
Here we go.
And here comes the face damage. There goes the Curse Bearer.
Cycle a
It's
lot of...
even Shock Rocks.
That's a lot of mana on face. He's going to lose control of the bridges for that. And if Ruffles can start grabbing more heals, remember heals are the potions are only going to drop on Deadshot's side of the field.
XP. That's actually huge. He's so close to Mana Frenzy and he's grabbing an XP.
Okay, Dragon's still going for face. Deadshot blocking them, but he can't block everything. The Fireball's going to be guaranteed face damage.
Yeah.
The Shock Rock's going to be guaranteed face damage. And there's a big push
coming. He's going to be able to
bottom.
cycle through this unless Ruffles can get healed, but that's a mana pot. That is the worst scenario.
Okay, he's not Fireball dead
he's
yet.
He's not going to survive anyway.
This could be too much.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just allowed too much face damage to happen. And make no bones about it, this is a hell of a performance by Dragon.
Yep. Deadshot, the reigning champion, in trouble here. Fireball comes in. Shock Rock, that's going to be enough. Deadshot is beaten by 3-0 in this winner's bracket final. He's not out, but he is down. Dragon
did not see that coming.
No, for sure. That was a straightforward 3-0. Dragon seemed to be in control for most of that. Cosmic, how did you see that one? You're muted, sir.
All right.
Hey.
Thank you. Ruffles did a great job of giving heals for DeathShoot, but the issue is once Dragon hit perk 3 and he started getting that rank 5 Golem, it gave him the extra momentum in his non-brother pushes, because DeathShoot's deck was, I would say, too pointed around dealing with the brothers. And so Dragon was able to just hold brothers, and as long as he held brothers, then that meant that DeathShoot had to hold Vortex and Beam. And so by holding one card, Dragon was forcing DeathShoot to hold 2 cards, and so DeathShoot's over here playing two-handed while Dragon has the entire rest of his deck that he's playing with, and just slowly spelled down DeathShoot's face. Even with Ruffles going for health, just the slow, steady push in, especially once that perk 3 Golem came out, was just too much and just slowly overwhelmed him.
Yeah, we saw some great plays with the Vortex combined with the Beam. Huge trades, but ultimately not enough for Deadshot, the reigning champion. As we said in the cast, down, but not out. We'll see. We could see those guys rematched in the final. We'll have to see exactly what goes on. So just to clarify, that means Dragon's in the grand final, Deadshot's in the losers bracket stroke redemption final, and now we're going to drop back again into the redemption bracket, and we'll start following that through to see who's going to make their way through to meet Deadshot in the redemption bracket final. So it looks like we're going to see Niprax against the winner of Set versus Yaya. So we'll see how that goes. We'll start getting things set up here so you guys can see that. Again, just a reminder about the totally overpowered play. If you're seeing something awesome, if you want to clip it, try and get yourself some money, make sure you clip it with the hashtag GGtoor, tweet it with the hashtag GGtoor, and you could share $50 with the player there. Okay, looks like we're going to do Lazur against Biddy instead. We're just changing things around here. Try and get some great games with minimum wait time. I just need to set up a couple of things here. Cosmic's going to join me for casting this. So, Nobby, thanks so much for joining me with those games.
I will still be around for analysis, but I will go and make myself a cup of tea when you jump into the next game.
Lovely.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get these things set up here.
Getting better with this one. We were talking as our matches were going, and we were discussing, and he was like, "Oh, we go against Lazur next. Oh, I know how to beat him." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." So he 2-0'd him in the last tournament. So if he does anything less, I'm gonna look at him sideways.
Yeah, this will certainly be a good one, and a rematch, as you say, from what we saw in the last tournament. And it was this game, Lazur against Biddy Hobgoblin, where our good friend Flo Florian said, "If Lazur fails to win this, I will shave my beard." And Biddy delivered.
I am not shaving my beard for anything. My wife will be way too upset if I shave my beard.
Okay, so
Just though on Dragon, that was a hell of a statement win. Not only did he take down the reigning champion, he did it with the same deck with no adaptations 3 times in a row. So that means like DeathShoot is still big competition in this. That he can still come back and win this. But you've not had to show other strategies you've got to one of the top opponents. You know,
Right.
that's a big deal.
Because Dragon will now have the ability of watching DeathShoot work his way through the loser bracket final and then back up. Now, I do predict, though, that if DeathShoot does manage to rematch Dragon, that they will definitely have an answer for that deck by the time that comes around again. And so Dragon will have to change decks. But again, at that point, Dragon now has the advantage of just sitting back and kind of resting and relaxing while the loser bracket catches up.
Now, first ban's in. Lazur has banned APEP and wildcards. I feel like we've seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder what's going to come out the other side.
We'll find out.
If you're going up against Dragon in the final, you're probably considering banning Milloween and Brothers, or at least one of those two at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, see, yes, but both Dragon and DeathShoot also have really strong APEPs. And so Master Ban banning APEP, I would say, is the strongest ban that you can have against any of the top players, because they can get the value out of that perk 1 and make it incredible. The only thing that could stand a chance would be like a properly geared Mordar deck, but anyone who makes a good APEP deck, if they know that you can play Mordar, are going to have counters for that in there, like even something as simple as a Shock Rock can get them the momentum they need to hold out for the other win condition cards, like if they have a Demon Warrior or a Future Present or something along those lines.
Absolutely. But then you got, this is where the mind games come in. Fish noted it. DeathShoot said not banning wildcards, like he was a bit surprised by that. So it's like he expected, because he banned wildcards, there'll be the neutral wildcard ban, just to cover it off. And maybe he planned to ban Brothers, having seen some of the previous games. But because he denied that wildcard ban, he stopped that from being a thing.
Mm-hmm. And that's the kind of strategy, because like with not banning wildcards, that allows Dragon to ban 2 cards, but DeathShoot cannot ban 2 cards because they chose to ban wildcards instead. Yeah. And so that's huge if it's done that way, especially when you're going against people who don't typically use wildcards, which Dragon was very confident that any spur of the moment, in quotations, wildcard decks that DeathShoot was going to be able to make would not be able to do much against his decks.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely can see that coming there. So that some good mind games from Dragon in that one.
Very true, very true. Okay, so we're just waiting to see what's going on. Biddy seems to be AFK right now. He's not in the game, away on Discord, so let's see what's going on with him. We'll just get some action for you as soon as possible.
Flo's been suspiciously absent. I mean, how big was Flo's beard?
It wasn't that big, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe he doesn't want to come back without it.
Like Samson, he's lost his power without his beard hair.
That's it. Right, I just realised we haven't done any giveaways in the chat. So distracted by everything else.
There is a lacking amount of top plays entries, so if you do enter, you do stand a very good chance of winning. Just to nudge people that way.
Remember, the fewer the participants, the higher your chance of winning.
Very true, very true. Money on the line. Okay, so just waiting for Biddy. We might have to switch to a different match if he's AFK, taking a bit of a break. I know from speaking to him after the last tournament, he did incredibly well, but I feel like he just got to his limit and he just got exhausted, and it was just too much ultimately. So he might be just taking a bit of a break here.
Yeah, I think he was running and grabbing some food real quick, so he might not be back from that yet.
I mean, that is not a bad idea while you're casting this next match. Might go and get myself a slice of pork pie.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Although I discovered that's not a thing in America. You guys don't make pork pies like that out there. So.
I mean, we make pot pies that have pork in them.
No, it's a different. It's a hot water crust pastry, and
Oh, it's a pastry. Yeah, definitely not.
yeah.
Okay.
I could have sent you a picture of the one I made at home the other day, but I didn't feel like sending a vegan a picture of a pork pie was the greatest move.
Yikes.
Yeah, like it's not like I'm necessarily offended by it. It's just like some things that are just like, you know, it's like not necessarily applicable kind of thing. It's like showing up to, you know, a kid's birthday party with, you know, a new gun that you just bought. Like, while it's not necessarily wrong to have the gun, maybe not the best place for it kind of thing.
That's
Yeah,
right.
exactly. You know.
Context.
Yes.
Okay, so we're just trying to hunt
So
down.
now we get to bet Fish's facial hair. All right, Fish.
No.
What match are you betting your facial hair on?
No, I feel like mine's not
No,
really
we
much
gotta-
of a bet because this will be back in a few days anyway.
I'll
Nobody
bet
wants to
mine
see
versus yours.
that. Listen, we had those. I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you saw the filters that I used on stream once, but there was one that removed my beard, and everyone was terrified.
Oh,
of
I've
it.
seen it.
There was some.
I've seen it. It's hilarious. I
There was
want to
some-
see it again.
There was some messed up filters, but apparently me without a beard was the worst one. So I don't think we want to go there.
I wanna see. Don't just shave the whole thing off. But I think you need to go for a handlebar mustache. And Cosmic has no facial hair. He hasn't hit puberty yet, so he don't.
Savage. Okay. Right, so we are still waiting on Biddy. Maybe just taking a break, which is, you know, it's okay. Makes it a bit awkward for us, but we may have another alternative match. Let's see what's going on in the bracket. Okay, so it looks like we're going to switch our attention to Niprax against Yaya. Looks like they've already started their game, so I'm not sure if I have these guys. Does anyone have Niprax or Yaya? I've got Niprax, but no Yaya.
I have Niprax.
Let's have a look on my friends list here. Okay. Okay, so we can watch Niprax. Can't see Yaya's point of view though. But let's get that set up here. Niprax spectates. Boom. Okay. We're gonna go in. This is game number 1. Cosmic's joining me on this one. Let me just. We're not going to be able to see Yaya's cards because I don't have him as a friend right now. Instructions were not followed. But if you can, Cosmic, bring us up to speed on what you're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second. My game's loading in. Alright, so it looks like Niprax is playing King Puff. Yaya is playing a Valorian with Frost Feathers and looks like a Zhao Long.
Okay, I hear a very
We have
upset
Scott the
Sky.
Sensitive Savage as one of the heavy hitters in Niprax's deck.
Okay, so XP seems about the same. Bit of face damage on the red team, but not too much. Yaya has taken 800 HP, but he's doing some replacement damage here.
Alright, and we see a Ting Ting Tung. So Ting Ting Tung is very tricky, in my opinion, in the kind of decks that you put him in. Because you can also put in a Succubus, which is also a 5 mana range DPS. I feel like the main difference between the two cards would be that, like with the Succubus, I feel like the DPS overall is higher, and it's a lot more flexible on its own. Whereas the advantage of Ting Ting Tung is it can benefit from the grow shrooms as well as help heal damage that people put in the pockets if it can make it to face.
So just checking the bans here. Looks like Niprax banned Mordor and Wild cards, whereas Yaya banned Milloween and Hypnotize and Demon Warrior. So that means that Niprax can play wild cards if required. Now Niprax really does like a King Puff deck. I mean, I feel like he liked King Puff even before King Puff was cool. But there we see the brothers again, but that's a lot of face damage coming out onto Yaya there.
Okay, taking that Curse Bearer out was huge, because if that Curse Bearer hit one of the brothers, then they'd automatically be down to about 40% hit points by the time they made it to face.
Okay. updating my list so we know exactly who's banned what. Okay, so as far as we understand, this is game number 1. We had a bit of a delay on the previous game, so we switched in so you guys got some action. But this is a lot of face damage, and those shields are really being a pain because slow attacking... Oh, that's going to be too much, I think. That's going to be too much. Niprax takes that first game 1-0. So that his King Puff beating the Valorian of Yaya. 1-0. So this is just a reminder that we are in the redemption bracket right now. So best of 3. Let me just update that. I think we got best of 5 on the screen, but that's actually best of 3. So let's update that for you. So that's going to be 1-0 for Niprax. Best of 3. Okay. So let's see if we can just double check that it is 1-0. Right. Okay, so confirmed. 1-0.
Cool.
Right, so remember we are back to best of 3, so not quite so much flexibility available if you fall behind here. You know, everything on the line in the redemption bracket, so if Yaya does fail to take this next set, it's going to be the end of the tournament for him, and Niprax is going to push through. But yes, as Scrappo's saying in the chat, Niprax does love King Puff, and very good with him. Good to see Niprax playing. I know he hasn't been playing too much on the ladder recently, but good to see him back for these events, and still clearly a very top competitor. We give the players a little bit of time to get involved, get their any changes they want in their decks, and then we'll be back into the next game for you. Do you expect Niprax to stick with his King Puff, or maybe switch?
I actually have not seen much of Niprax. I know that they're a very strong player, but I haven't seen too much of the ins and outs of their strategies yet. So, on the one hand, I'm glad that I don't have to fight some of these players in the upper bracket yet, because I get to kind of spectate them and watch. Because I haven't seen, I think Nataraja, dragonN, and DeathShoot I've all seen play, but they all have decks that just completely shred anything that I have.
Yeah, very good players for sure. Okay, so remember, make sure you're clipping, make sure you're tweeting, hashtag GGtoor. You could win your share of $50. So let's just double check where we are in the bracket. So we got Yaya against Niprax that we're watching now. We're in the redemption bracket round of 8. On the other side of the bracket, we've got Biddy Hobgoblin against Lazur. Winner of that plays Nataraja. Winner of this game plays Nerzl. And remember, they're all fighting it out to try to get a place against DeadShot in the redemption bracket final. And then they'll be fighting that out to try to get a place in the grand final against dragonN.
But also what's important is I believe we're going to have some matches to get to 8th place coming up, which 8th place is when you first get money. So getting your foot at least there gets you at least a little bit of money for jumping in the door.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, so let's make sure. Looks like we're loading in now to game number 2. Unfortunately, still don't have Yaya as a friend. So can't see his his cards. But here we go. Sinobii saying this is a top 8 match. But no, we are best of 3. Only the grand final, the winners bracket final, and the redemption bracket final are best of 5. Right, so Niprax sticking with King Puff, and Yaya switching to King Puff. Now, whose King Puff's gonna be better? We're gonna find out. Okay, that's a nice 5-stack Soul Stealer at the bottom. Especially if it doesn't get aggro here as well. Right, that's nicely done.
Okay, good Arcane Bolt.
Soul Stealer getting some good damage out there.
Bounty Sniper can do a lot here, because I don't think Niprax actually has removal in this deck. Or he has Chain Lightning, but if Yaya is able to fall behind on XP just a little bit, then they can use that Bounty Sniper really effectively to clear the mana out on the field.
And there's a lot of targets that Niprax has that the Bounty Sniper will just one-shot. That's really what you want. Getting that 2 XP.
And then once per 2 hits, then it can even get the shield while ahead on XP as well.
Yep, very nice. Okay, so again, Soul Stealer for both sides. Lots of targets for the Soul Stealers to feast upon. 3 stacks so far, which is okay.
Yeah, 3 stack I would say is like necessary. Like when you're playing a Soul Stealer, you need to get at least 3 stacks for it to be worth the 5 mana.
Here we go. 6 stack Soul Stealer's going to take the bridge as well from the looks of it. Oof. Okay. Nice. Okay, that Soul Stealer's going to go to work. Don't think it's going to survive here. Does it? It might just switch target. Oof. So close there. Right.
Really good tanking on Yaya's part.
Yeah, that's Whirly Scrap giving its life for the cause. But this monkey's going to be a problem, but no. Arcane Bolt, shredded. 1 hit on face, that's 2 XP. Every little helps. We've got a bit of an XP lead for Yaya now, which is probably down to that bounty sniper. Right, so both players have bridge switch. We're about to see perk 2 for Yaya, so his... Okay, so in the mirror matchup with King Puff, you really don't want to bridge switch first, because your opponent can just bridge switch it back, and then they get the stun.
XP in Yaya's favor, which in mirror matches, oh, that Chain Lightning is nowhere near as valuable as it needed to be.
Nice grab at the top from the Hugger. King Puff hits slowly but hard, so Whirly Puff goes down. We've seen the Arcane Bolt shred the Battle Monkey. The Battle Monkey here is enraged. You've got to be so careful with dealing with that, because that thing can go off the chain.
Okay, Soul Stealer came out to deal with the Scrat Horde, but because they all had shields, it wasn't able to burn through them fast enough to build up the stacks.
And the Scrats are on face here. That's a problem. King Puffs, we said, he hits hard but slowly. So multiple units with shield, they're going to take a while. And of course the Bounty Sniper just pinging the shields off of them. That one got a hit. That's a lot of face damage though. Niprax put himself in a strong position here.
Yeah, Ting Ting can pull the Bounty Sniper off of face if it gets close enough. Or can hit the Bounty Sniper while it's hitting face if it gets close enough. But we saw the Skeleton Horde come out to block that.
Right, a lot of face damage. Niprax has reduced his opponent down to just over 1000 HP, so he'll be happy with that right now. Especially with raged units, you can shred through that HP very quickly if things
and
line
has
up
caught
for
back
you.
up on XP, that's huge. And so we see the bridge swap, and then it just gets swapped again. Like, that's the issue here, so... Ooh, Soul Stealer on Soul Stealer. But Niprax's Soul Stealer had 3 stacks, or 2 stacks already, so it was already attacking fast enough.
This is a big problem. Those enraged Scrats, they're going to do a lot of work, and it hasn't got any way to burn through them quickly. We've got a well played coming out from Yaya already. Looks like Niprax is going to take this one by 2 games to 0. In that KP matchup, the mirror matchup, it seemed that Niprax was always in charge. And those multi-units, when they get shield, if you haven't got a good way of shredding through them, they can be a real problem. And you know, King Puff attacks slowly, and when it's wailing on things with a shield, that's a bad time. Sniper was there backing up, but again, Sniper slow attacking units. That was frustrating for them. Okay, so Niprax has progressed. Let's see. Check in on Nobby Cam. Is Nobby back? Nobby is back.
Hello.
Welcome back, sir.
That was pretty interesting, that second game. I feel really sorry for Yaya, because there was a point where he took that first massive chunk of damage where the opponent got shields on the Skeleton Horde and the Propeller Scrats, and he had rage. You lose that, right? You lose that fight.
Yeah.
And I feel really, really sorry for him on that front. But did my eyes deceive me, or was one of the cards in that deck that Yaya was running the Tantrum Throwers?
Not 100% sure.
Or something, or Spear Throwers or something? I just wondered that. I don't know.
It might have been Spear Throwers, and then they got Rage from the perk too.
Yeah,
true,
that sounds
true.
like...
I think a distinct lack of AoE clear, obviously, on his side. Something, if you have something like that can protect an Annihilator, or even have a Blast Monster, and give him a bit of protection there, that changes the whole face of that. But it's hard to counter everything you can face.
Well, with AoE clear, that's part of the role that the bounty sniper was supposed to fulfill, as well as the soul steal. Like those two can be really good AoE clears, as well as the incubus. Like all those can do really well, but they just kept going up against like raged or shielded minions at the right/wrong time, depending on from whose perspective you're looking at. And that's a lot of what King Puff matches turn into. I would say is a lot of like the RNG are your units that need rage getting rage, and are the ones that need shields getting shields. Like the bounty sniper getting rage, I would say was useless because Niprax was holding the chain lightning for it, so he wanted that to get shield every time. That soul stealer, it needed rage. And if Niprax's, I would say that the play that turned it all around was when Yaya played the Soul Stealer against the shielded Flying Scrats. If those Flying Scrats would have had Rage instead of Shield, that would have been a totally different game.
Right, looks like we're going to go straight into the next match here. We're going to be switching back to see Biddy Hobgoblin against Lazur.
Okay.
Yeah, they haven't started yet, so this is game number 1. Best of 3. Okay, let's just make sure we are good to go here. Okay, so this is the match that we were going to see. We got slightly delayed, but we're back here. Biddy Hobgoblin against Lazur. Biddy playing Milloween. Lazur playing Milloween, another Milloween mirror. Not sure. I don't know if... are you able to dig through the bans, Nobby, in the background there and see if you can see exactly what was banned here? We kind of jumped into this one.
I'll go and look that down for you now, and then I'll pop back when I figure it out.
Perfect.
Okay, so we see the Flying Scrats. Flying Scrats have an amazing feature. If you play them right in the middle, they will split and take both bridges.
Oof, that's a solid beam. That's a lot of face damage straight away. Biddy does have the XP lead, but he has taken a lot of face damage there. That's...
And Akenlep is strong, and a beam on face is good, but you are down 1 mana when you do that, and Akenlep is still alive. So if Biddy Hobgoblin can stack the value that they gain from that, and kind of use the health as a resource.
So I have ban news for you.
Okay.
They both banned Apep and Wildcards.
Okay.
Additionally, Biddy Hobgoblin banned Stun Lancers and Hypnotize, and Lazur banned Arcane Bolt and Blood Imps.
Okay. Thank you for that, Nobby. Okay, so the statue doing a bit of work on face. Both players about the same HP now. Remember, this is still best of 3 at this stage in the tournament. Bridge grab from Lazur using the stint. Grab the top bridge with the Outlander tech mechanic. And we've got quite a big XP lead right now already for Biddy Hobgoblin stroke Jiggle Wiggle. Not sure what that's about.
Yeah, and whoever gets... I would say the Arcane Missiles aren't going to tip this match too much. And so Lazur really needs to focus on trying to get that XP tied, because whoever gets to perk 3 first is going to have level 5 golems, which is going to be huge compared to the other person's tier 1 golems, because they're both going to be costing them the same amount of mana, but one's obviously going to give significantly more value.
Okay. Mordred getting some value, but not getting to phase. I think we saw the Vortex plus Mordred there, where the Vortex was pulling everything together so Mordred could keep shredding through it. We saw Deadshot play Mordred earlier, but ultimately he got shut down. We'll see if Lazur can get some more luck with this Mordred setup. Lazur also has got the Rock Rivals, so he's burnt through his first Rock Rivals. He's dealt with the statue without too much of a problem. So now he's going to get that blue golem with Taunt.
And that blue golem, while strong, we do have Mordred in Biddy's hands, and that will tear through that golem. Oh, that is a great beam.
That beam's pretty savage right there. The golem's going to go down pretty quickly to Mordred. Shockrock comes in. Mordred's going to trade well. Already taking a lot of HP damage, but Mordred has a lot of HP, so still pushing. The golem re-aggroed, ran back, and now went on the top bridge. Okay, so there's the Pincer of Dread Fear. Okay, so it looks like they're using the Vortex to pull everything together. Remember, Vortex is... the movement part of Vortex doesn't affect mythic units. So Madrid will not be pulled about.
I would say that this game is shifted, so... at this point, I would say Lazur is now the aggressor because that beam gave them the extra mana that they needed, as well as the added value from those rock rivals is huge right now.
Yeah, bridges are red right now. Already an XP lead for Lazur, pushing in. Madrid spawned defensively, so Madrid will ultimately clear this up, but there's going to be a lot of time where these bridges are going to stay in Lazur's favour. Okay, so perk 3 now. That means he's going to get his big mana golem. Very nicely played there. Madrid untouched. Now, what can it do? There we see the Vortex pulling everything close to it. Madrid getting huge value there. The arcane missile's missing. There's been some talk about how the targeting of those work. Sometimes it seems a little strange. But here, he's using the rock golem, the blue golem, with the taunt to try to keep stuff alive.
Oh, if we can get this execution. Oh, that was huge!
That's massive.
Okay, so I would say at this point, Biddy's managed to get themselves enough of a lead where they can keep going. Huge beam here.
Yeah, that beam's very nicely done, but here we got a push coming at the top. We got the Battle Monkey supported by a big golem. Okay.
Oh, missing that shock rock is...
It's frustrating. Both players taking a lot of HP damage though, but Lazur is ahead on XP, has a bit of a push going.
Yeah, the stun shrine not hitting anything, that's unfortunate. That's a chunk of mana that
Oof,
Biddy
Jello
could
going
not
down.
afford to be down. XP now well in Lazur's favor. They can do this, but you know there's a beam.
Oof,
There
that
it
beam's
is.
savage. Both players are going to lose a lot here, but Madrid goes down real quick, dies as it's executing. Lazur will be happy with that trade because the bridges have stayed in his favour. Now he's got a big golem to push with. He's got his counter going for the next arcane golem. Let's see what he can achieve here. Remember, he does have that beam that's going to be coming again soon. Right. The bridge is staying more and more in Biddy's favour. Every time he trades against that Madrid quickly, he's going to be in a hugely strong position. There's another beam. See, I feel like he feels comfortable using the beam like that.
Well, because with that you're using the beam basically as a bridge control, which while it's not necessarily getting him like as much value as he necessarily could get out of it, he's keeping that bridge.
Yeah. And now he's about to tick over to Mana Frenzy, so this is where he can potentially just lock in the game. Bridges are still being contested, but mostly red. And he's got 2 Mana Golems up. Arcane Golems. Here we go. He just needs to deal with the next Madrid and he'll probably be fine. Got a big push at the bottom, mostly uncontested. Battle Monkey's going to go down from the looks of it. Shockrock comes in to help it survive, but it's ultimately cursed and it's going to go down.
Cursed.
Yeah, there we go. Here's the big push at the bottom that's probably going to end this. Madrid will be available, but he doesn't have the time
Jolo's
to wait.
coming in. Can he be a hero?
There's the
No,
beam
he
to
cannot.
face. That's just going to be too much now. Biddy needs a beam of his own. He doesn't have it in his armory. That's going to be game number 1 to Lazur. Wow, one of our previous champions, Lazur, takes game number 1. Very nicely done indeed. Nobby, how did you feel about that one?
That was really interesting. The use of the beam there was so good. Just when it was used, it never seemed to just hit one thing. Because it doesn't kill Madrid, and you often saw it coupled with the missiles as well at the same time.
Right.
It really was such a terrific spell to have in hand. Yeah, like I was just very impressed with that. I was watching it kind of open mouthed, like this is amazing, as opposed to really thinking about what can I say about this after the game. When Fish says, "Hey Rob, what do you think?" And I'm like, "No idea, just watching. Sorry." But it was a close one though. Still, you know, Biddy did seem in the ascension for a while, but that Rock Rivals value started to come through, and I think that was the big payoff there.
Yeah, and the beam was great as well. The beam's a very expensive spell, but if you can get a lot of value out of it, then you're going to be trading beautifully. And with all those units, those big units that were stacking together from Biddy, that beam was licking its lips in anticipation. And as you say, although it didn't kill the Madrid, it did a lot of damage to the Madrid. And especially when you take out the Golem behind the Madrid, Madrid becomes a lot more manageable.
Yeah.
And those trades were great.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. I'm done. This is you now, my friend.
And the push is...
I'm just clipping one of the plays myself from this.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Best of luck to you. Yeah. No, the whole... And the whole push that Lazur is pushing out was essentially get Rock Rival out and then Golem, and that's 8 mana. And then they just need another 7 mana for that beam. And basically anything that'll counter a Rock Rival and a Golem can be taken out, or at least reduced enough so that way the Rock Golem and the Arcane Golem can burst it down, because it's a very strong push.
Yeah, very true. Remember, guys, make sure you're clipping your favorite moments. Use hashtag GGtoor, TOOR, hashtag GGtoor. Put it on Twitter, tweet it. If yours gets chosen, you can share $50 with the player. So we don't have too many of those put through so far. So if you do clip one and provide it, you're in with a good chance of being the chosen winner.
Yeah, and the one I've clipped there was that one where the Madrid and was on the bridge with the blue golem and the arcane golem, and everybody was there, and the Madrid just got taken out on execute, and then the rest of Lazur's group were about to push through. It was such a great use of the beam and supporting spells.
Yep. Okay, looks like we're loading into game number 2 here. So we're still best of 3. We are currently 1-0 to our red player, Lazur. Let's see what we're going to see here. Cosmic, take us away.
Alright, we got... Oh, we see a Setsu coming out from Biddy's side versus Lazur, who is... Looks like they're sticking with the same deck.
Okay, so yeah, Setsu, instead of having to fight your way through Lazur's big army, you could just jump over and go straight for face, but he just goes straight in with a cleaver, which is not normally ideal play, because you know, cleaver can be quite easy to deal with cheap units, but it gets a huge hit off at the end there, so you know, ultimately that worked out okay. So remember, Rock Rivals means that statue, so this Rock Rivals is for Lazur. He gives his opponent a statue, but only the first time. So here comes the beam. That's, you know, he has an idea of dealing with that, but the Arcane Bolt takes out the Golem, the statue 50% HP, push him through. Does have haste as well.
The trick here is going to be using that statue as best as they can.
Artillery comes in. Any value he gets out of this statue is going to be perfect, and there's no high DPS unit to remove it. Setsu comes in. This is going to be some good face damage to start off from Biddy. Okay, so it's going to get shut down, but the statue still hit in face. Setsu's going to reload, maybe get one more shot off. That's a lot of HP for the first push. Remember, that statue was a one-time thing, but I think Biddy will be happy with how that turned out.
Ooh, Jolo against the Curse Bear isn't necessarily something that I would say is a great play, because each of those ticks of Curse will peel off Jolo's invincibility.
Yeah. Not ideal, and here it's a chance to see a little bit of return damage, but that cleaver's just going to say goodbye to that mana golem. And then, is it going to get more value? Or does Lazur have to deal with it? Here we go. Shockrock though, he's trying to get another hit off with the cleaver. Oh, the Arcane Bolt, the cleaver not going for it.
That's not, that bolt is not going to trigger.
See, the frustration thing there was the cleaver was going to hit the blue golem because of the taunt, but then the bolt stunned the blue golem, which shut down the taunt, so the cleaver didn't hit it. So I feel like if he'd timed that slightly differently, maybe just waited for the cleaver to attack if possible, and then stun the blue golem, he could well have shut that blue golem down completely. Small things. But here, both players hitting perk 2 now. Qatari not really hitting the mana golem enough, but ultimately looks like Setsu's going to shut it down. Okay, big hit from the cleaver at the bottom. Doesn't take the whirly out in one hit though, so it does require hit number 2. Setsu not really achieving much at the top, but again here comes the cleaver. Now that stun's nice because that cleaver's just going to get a bit more value. Don't think it's going to clear everything. Bridges are going to be red for a moment, so we've got an XP lead for Lazur now. You can see he spawned that red golem, that blue golem real far forward at the top. Wants to try to just eke out an XP lead here.
The Sightless Dragons are huge, killing the Cleaver, even when Biddy popped out the Cleaver plus the Shock Rock. That was 8 mana that was countered just by the Flightless Dragons.
Okay, the defense goes down, and this is going to be more face damage onto the blue team. Beam. Oh, is that beam on face? Yes, it is. This is a very nice push from Lazur. There we see the beam. It's a very expensive spell, but although it didn't kill 4 mana's worth of units, it did do face damage, it did kill some units, and it did allow his units to get extra face damage. So all in all, a good trade, and of course, if his units are still alive, he's holding those bridges. So that's the kind of mana trades that he wants.
Okay, we're about to see perk 3 come out, which means those golems are now going to be huge.
Yeah, he wants to get some value from the cleaver, but the cleaver, I think the cleaver got a hit off before he died there.
It did.
So the golem low HP, but still pushing forward. It's going to give a bit of a tank, a bit of support to the arcane golem at the top, and the bridges are red still. But of course, if Jiggle Wiggle can get to perk 3, then Setsu becomes very strong. But we've got 2 big golems out already for Lazur. So Jiggle Wiggle's trying to shut down one of them, and the next one's already on the way. Not only is that locking down a bridge, it's also doing more face damage. Jolo doing a good job at the bottom there, but ultimately his dodge expires. Cleaver's going to shut this down. 300 HP a hit. Thank you very much.
And we know Flightless Dragons are getting held for, so I suspect we'll see them come out to answer the Cleaver on the bottom. Okay, that was an interesting play from Biddy on the bottom, but ultimately proved to not be as effective as they would like. XP really closing in on Lazur's side to Mana Frenzy, because at this point,
he just seems to always have a lot of units out.
Perk 3 just to stand a chance.
Yeah, Lazur always seems to have a lot of units out. Artillery coming in, doing a lot of damage, not quite clearing enough. But perk 3 Setsu, will that change things? Let's find out. He needs to get those cleaver hits on what he wants, but he's really struggling to do so. There's one cleaver hit. Another one will be nice. Shock Rock keeping the cleaver alive a little longer. There we go. This could be good.
Okay.
Face damage coming in onto Jiggle Wiggle though. Setsu goes down. Shock Rock was missed from the looks there from Lazur. And here we come with another push from Lazur. Okay, so the Vortex pulls it closer so the Setsu perk 3 can hit everything. Whirly Scrap doing a good job, but look at the XP, Cosmic. Lazur's so far ahead right now, he just needs to close this out, really.
Yeah, I would say that this is Biddy's last chance, basically. If they can't literally kill them in this one push here, then that's it. And there's that beam, completely resetting the board. I don't think that there's a way that Biddy's going to be able to pull this off anymore. Mana
Frenzy now for Lazur. He just needs to grab bridges and go. He's already got them. Top bridge goes blue. Momentarily, it's not going to stay that way. Remember, during Mana Frenzy, all your XP turns into mana, so the mana you get from the bridges, extra XP. Okay, that blue golem's going to have a bad time, but of course, when Setsu's pushes out like this, Setsu's not at home to help defend. And that's some face damage. Even those prop scrats being a pain. Lazur's sensing it here. He knows how much spell damage he has. That's going to be too much. That's going to be 2 games to 0 to Lazur. We are still in a best of 3 scenario, so that means Lazur removes Biddy from the tournament, which is the opposite of what we saw in the previous tournament. So a very nice 2 games to 0 win there by Lazur. Previous tournament winner, so he's a very established player, very good player, very experienced player. Did you get a chance to see any of that action, Nobby?
I did, yes, and I actually noted in that second game a specific time point, and I don't know how big the thing, and it was so quick. I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but that push at the top where the cleaver actually, the cleaver took down the arcane, the blue golem, sorry, and it was like, oh, he finally got in on the right target, but he didn't need to, because I think he thought the cleaver was going to re-aggro onto a different unit, and he dropped down the arcane bolt. And of course, it killed it, but it killed it at the same time the cleaver hit, so the cleaver didn't get another hit on a useful unit.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted, like, that in itself, then, what I feel like was a potentially positive trade actually turned it the other way, and the mana spend was maybe too much for what was achieved.
Yeah, I think that with having both the Arcane Bolt and the Scratillery, while that is a solid Setsu deck, I don't think that deck did well against this one, and Biddy should have adapted the deck to make up for the fact that there wasn't anything really expensive coming in from the back end. Because basically, like, Lazur's whole strategy is essentially keep the bridges, push in with the golem, with both golems really, and then beam anything that comes down. And the issue was that he just wasn't able to put up an answer that didn't get instantly shredded by beam the entire time.
Yeah, but it was a good game, but the play was so good that you could just see the slow grind. Like, they weren't going to win quick because Biddy had some good defensive options, but you never thought they were going to win.
Mm-hmm.
And I am starting to really like how people are using the Rock Rival Golem against Setsu decks to draw that aggro to allow the other things to deal the damage on it. It's something which I've personally I've not experimented with much with Rock Rivals. I don't have a Zenshi deck myself for that kind of buffing, and so it's not a card I've dipped in too much. But I might have to give it some thought.
Yeah, Taunt is can be a very powerful but also a very vulnerable mechanic, because while you can use it to pull things like Setsu off, if your opponent has something like a living statue, and you have like either a Rock Rival or a Dawn Hammer with Taunt that's activated, you can just play that statue against that unit and it will absolutely rip it to shreds. God forbid they have a Troubadour that they can just hold against the Caliph, because then that's just an even mana trade.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. And I've seen that, I mean, I've had that. I've got a deck with that taunt on Caliph myself, and sometimes you can really come unstuck with it.
Right, so it looks like we're going to go to Lazur and Nataraja next. Lazur, previous tournament winner. Nataraja, runner-up in the last tournament. So that's going to be a great game. If you guys can have a look, see if we got any ban information while we're getting set up here, that'll be awesome.
I'll head on over there right now. Lazur came through with Apep and wildcards, and so did Nat. And so Lazur's banned Arcane Bolt and Shock Rock, and Nat's banned Shock Rock and Pincer of Dread, interestingly enough. Shock Rock's getting banned a lot, isn't it? That's probably been up there as the next popular one after the Apep and wildcards.
Yeah, it's a very strong spell.
It's very versatile. You can use it to shut down Mordard. You can use it to win trades that you're not supposed to. You can use it to counter Arcane Bolt, because if someone's trying to Arcane Bolt down your big unit, you can Shock Rock everything that's attacking it to buy yourself a little bit more time. Like, it's a very, very high skill card.
Okay, so let's just remind ourselves where we are in the proceedings. So, if we just check the brackets. Just refresh it. Get the bracket in the chat if you want to check it out for yourself. Okay, so make sure we're looking at the correct tournament. Okay, so we're in the redemption bracket right now, very deep into it. So, looks like the previous match hasn't been reported yet. So it's going to be Lazur against Nataraja. We are in the 9th round of the redemption bracket. On the other side of the bracket, we've got Nerzl against Niprax. Remember, we've got Deadshot awaiting the ultimate winner of these setups here in the redemption bracket final, and then Dragon ultimately in the grand final. So we've still got some action to go. We are still in the best of 3 right now. And we'll just wait for the players to get set up.
What deck do you think, or have bans come in yet?
Yes, so I'll run through them again. Both did APEP and wildcards. Lazur banned Arcane Bulk and Shock Rock, and Nat banned Shock Rock and Pincer of Dread.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say Nataraja is definitely going to play Milloween. They have a very strong Milloween deck. They could also play Valorian, but with seeing Lazur play Milloween, I think that it'll just end up being like another Milloween matchup, essentially.
I mean, we've seen Milloweens be very strong across the tournament today, like as a mini meta sort of coming in as it's progressed.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Of course, APEP almost entirely being banned by everybody, so people looking for the next best thing, which seems to be... It seems to be Milloween right now, but it looks like we're going to be loading into game numero uno. Okay, so Cosmic's joining me here. We've got Nataraja, or Lazur against Nataraja. Take us away.
Alright, Lazur playing Mordar, and Nataraja also playing Mordar, okay?
Interesting. So one, if I'm remembering correctly, I didn't quite get a chance to write them all down, but Shockrock was banned from somebody, so it'd be interesting to see if we have...
Both players banned Shockrock.
Oh, they both banned it, okay. Right, that levels the playing field a little bit. Okay, so then we have the Cage Prowler, so he's trying to get the 3 mana res as a 5 mana unit. Face damage straight away from that Cage Prowler, double damage when it does jump like that. Okay.
Jolo lucking out. See this dragonN getting a lot of work done on the bottom. Ooh, Spirit going to the unit just as it died.
Alright, Tombstone's available.
Here. Yeah, looks like we're gonna get a dragonN. Not necessarily the best res. Okay, Jolo res on the bottom.
So we saw a deck earlier that was basically Mordar trying to res real high value units. These guys are not going down that path. Just trying to get mid-size reses, keep up the tempo. This is a lot of damage already on Lazur's face. These snipers doing work. Bounty Sniper getting some value in. Tombstone has been dispatched. Right. That's a lot of face damage though.
Yeah, Cage Prowler has done a lot of work this game, I would say. Just for getting a very high value unit for only spending 3 mana. That's got Nataraja basically a leg up that's let them stay up on XP and consistently put pressure in on face.
So ideally you want to stop that Cage Prowler from spawning by doing at least 130 damage to it, but as the player using it, you want to use it in a way that makes that very difficult for your opponent to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go again. There's that Prowler spawned. Mordar, of course, not able to do any sort of defense on his own. This is going to be a problem here. Okay, so the curse is going to be good against Jolo. Right. Lazur can breathe
so
for a moment.
But we're behind on XP on Lazur's side. So while they managed to keep all the damage off of face, XP-wise, they're now down by a good 25 XP or so.
Yeah, it's a problem. Spirited Jolo could be nice. Whirly Scrap res. Big XP lead for Nataraja. He's in a strong position right now.
Okay, Jolo going up against the defensive chopper, not necessarily the greatest move since when Jolo's stunned, he automatically fails any of his dodge checks.
Jolo doing a great job, and then he gets the spirit. And then they're going to continue fighting. Right. What do we have here? Spirit's going to drop. Tombstone's going to be under aggro at the top. That's going to be a problem. Not able to save it.
Completely shutting down a res is huge in games like this.
Yeah, in these mirror matchups especially, it's huge. And Jolo taking out the sniper there. Bounty sniper just alive at the bottom. May have been vortexed with a shield, not quite killing it. Didn't see exactly what happened there, but he's going to get some more value here. This is going so well for Nataraja right now. Big XP lead, done a lot of face damage. I don't really see how Lazur can get back in this, to be honest. We need some incredible trades. That Prowler's going to be a problem as well. With this, the extra 200 HP from the Spirit, it's going to start shredding everything. It's going to be on the Tombstone again.
Sniper is going to be huge.
Yeah, Lazur's losing too many reses here. His opponent just isn't. Oh, that Prowler has been the MVP, I think.
Like, that Prowler has got off every single time, and it's just got crazy value, and that's just got stacked slowly this entire game.
Another Tombstone goes down Lazur. This feels like the beginning of the end right now. This is game number 1 in this best of 3, but Nataraja looks like he's going to take it. Solidly ahead on XP. Able to just push at will right now. Oh, it's a big hit on the face again. Okay, that sniper getting aggro at the bottom is nice.
Real fast now. Nataraja so far ahead in XP. Like, we're gonna see perk 3 come out for Lazur, but I don't think they're gonna get any value out of it because their tombstones are at this point just getting shut down because of all the pressure coming in from these prowlers.
170 HP left. Sniper's doing work from the back line. Oof, the Prowler just spawns and it could be the beginning of the end. Jolo's going to be a nice way to tank this, but he also needs to take it out. Looks like Jolo's going to do so. He's doing everything he can to aggro away from face. He can't take any more face damage here. He needs to be careful. As soon as those snipers get in range of face, it's going to be a problem.
Mana Frenzy's come in. Bounty Sniper's going to do a ton of work here, automatically granting mana for each kill. Tombstones are coming out. Like, this Mortar decks already in Mana Frenzy are like crazy deadly, and seeing these fast rotating Mortar decks, especially ones with the Cage Prowler, you just see them stacking buildings on this left side, each of those getting at least 3 mana worth of value.
That's got to be game number 1. Unless Lazur can pull out an incredible defense. No, the Prowler seemed an appropriate way to end that. That Cage Prowler was huge for that whole game. Getting huge hits on face, huge hits on units, even shutting down tombstones. And for a 3 mana unit, which can be rezzed as a full fat 5 mana unit, incredible. Okay, so that's game number 1. Nataraja takes it in the Mordor Mirror. We are still best of 3 in this part of the tournament, so everything on the line down here in the redemption bracket. Did you catch much of that, Nobby?
I did all of it, and
good work.
And I kind of felt personally like I watched that very opening exchange where the Cage Prowler got onto face, and it just wasn't able to be dealt with, and I didn't feel good about it match going any other way from that opening play. Like,
yeah,
it was just, you just kind of got the feeling, and then they never lost the pressure. I can't even think about like, oh, what tweaks could you make to the other deck to improve it, to change it, to manage the fortunes better. I just feel like the deck was completely outmatched, and they didn't manage to get in the game. They didn't have anything backline. Maybe a breath might have helped to shut down some tombstones and Cage Prowlers at the same time, and something like that. But it was just pretty. It was like death by 1,000 cuts. Slowly but surely, they nicked away. They gained more of an advantage. They chipped away at the health until eventually fully overcome it.
Yeah, it just felt like Lazur just could not get a foothold in the game at all. And just the longer it went on, he just felt more and more behind. And as we said in the cast, that Cage Prowler, my goodness, did that do a lot of work over and over again. And as you say, there was no way that Lazur could stop it from spawning. Beautiful. And
Uncle makes a good point. Cage Prowler is a lot stronger now because with a lot of people using or taking Blast Crystal out of their decks and opting for other spells like either a Chain Lightning or Fireball, anyone that didn't choose a Fireball can no longer just take out a Cage Prowler easily. And so Cage Prowler now has to be countered with a very specific set of spells, and so overall it's a very, very strong card now.
Yeah, that's right. The Blast Crystal was just gave you too much usability. Take out Stun Lancers before, as you say, take out the Cage Prowler. It was just too much. So it's nice that it feels like it's in a better spot now, and we're seeing Fireball played a lot more because of that.
Yeah, I feel like and there was no. I suppose the other thing was there wasn't like a nice amount of mass, but even that would have been deadly into the bounty sniper as well.
Yeah, and Lazur's deck was built around reviving the Undying Skeletons, but the Undying Skeletons just melted between the snipers and the Cage Prowler.
Right, here we
So
go.
he wasn't able to stack much value.
Game number 2. Nataraja leading 1-0, sticking with his Mordor. Lazur switching back to his Milloween. See what kind of Millow it is. I don't see the Rock Rivals available yet, but he certainly favoured that so far.
Yeah, and if this is the Rock Rival Milloween, they're gonna have so they have the Crystal Blast to deal with the snipers. That's huge because now they can basically lock off certain sections of the map. Because now, while Blast Crystal only costs 3 that first time, the second time it costs 4 and can do damage in both places, which if Caged Prowler is put on that top side, that Crystal Blast can now kill that Caged Prowler again. It can also damage a Tombstone, so it's going to force Nataraja to kind of play around that sitting Crystal.
Solid XP lead already for Lazur. He still needs to get out that Rock Rivals. He needs to use it at the right time. Now let's see if this is the right time or not. It's going to be supported with the Caged Prowler. Is the statue when it does spawn. So let's see. He does have the stuns available. First goes down pretty quickly, but here we go. First hit interrupted.
Oh, the Tombstone got reset by the Stun Lancer.
Oof,
that's
frustrating.
Unfortunate.
Could have been a very
that could have
important
been a
res.
huge res.
Prowler's still doing work, but that's okay. He's basically cleared the bottom. Prowler doesn't jump. Getting some value from the bounty sniper. Okay, could have been amazing. It was okay. Right, Lazur's still ahead on XP. Bounty sniper's going to get got a spirit, and the shield is intact. But here we go. It's going to get munched down pretty quickly here, but taking some units with it. No res. Doesn't want the tombstone to get shut down. We saw in the last game that once Lazur started losing the tombstones, it was always the beginning of the end at that point. Now, I don't think those arcane missiles are quite enough to shut that dog down, are they?
They are if it hits all of them, which it did.
Ah, okay. That's a good trade.
Now we know that there's a beam, so that's a really good beam target if Lazur has enough mana, but they didn't, so.
Sniper res. Okay, snipers spawned apart, so they can't both be
Oh, we see
spelled by the same
poison.
thing.
I don't believe poison was in Lazur's deck before, was it?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't think so. The poison's a great
So
way
it
of
must have
dealing
been
with
a
this.
change specifically to deal with all the snipers in Nataraja's specific deck. So Lazur must have been counting on fighting this deck specifically, and there obviously was a good choice because this deck is really putting Nataraja on the defensive.
Yeah, so the poison does tick through the shields, which is exactly what you want. The tombstone at the top getting aggro doesn't really want that, because of course that's going to potentially shut down a res, but it looks like something's going to res here. It's going to be a whelp, but it's another free unit.
And it is a strong air unit, so it can't be countered by cheap things like Shock Rocks or Daggerfall.
That sniper's
You
just
have to
going to
use
survive at the top
spells that are a
there.
little bit bigger.
Okay, he's got 3 snipers out right now. 2
And
snipers
this is
out.
the strength of this
1
Mordor deck, is
sniper.
being able to stack these snipers like this.
Okay, so Lazur's got to perk 3. Those big golems are going to come into play now. Okay, the stun doing some work at the bottom. Gets taken out though.
Forcing a sniper res. Okay, and that cage prowler will still res unless it takes a, or will still go off unless it takes a little bit more damage. Okay, and those spears are going to be enough to completely shut it down.
The bounty sniper's bringing him back into the game, isn't it? For Nataraja. It's a long way behind on XP. Now it's 2 extra XP every time that gets a kill.
Curseberry getting rezzed, going against the same big unit is huge.
Yeah, of course that curse is going to hurt and it's going to sit around for a little while, but it looks like the Cage Prowler is going to get shut down here. DPS on it. It's going to just be a tank for the time being.
3-mana wall, not necessarily the greatest use of it, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Big push coming at the bottom as well. This could be problematic. That Defenso is going to do a great job, plus the wall.
Okay.
I don't know about that. I feel like they should have aggroed on the Defenso first and then maybe use the wall a second. Tombstone there. Good res on the Defenso. But the push at the bottom still going. But Mordor, of course, is charged up. Mordor starts attacking AoE slow, but then he does build up for his attack. Which can start shredding units. Tombstone. Is that sniper going to res? No, it's not. Cursebearer reses though. Right, here we go. Can he get the Cage Prowler out this time? Oof, he left that to the literal last millisecond. Needs more at the top though. Does he have a wall available? Yes, he does. Just trying to buy some time. I feel like he could have placed that wall in a better position to tank those arcane. So a couple of mistakes, I think, from Nataraja here.
Even if the missiles would have blocked the, even if Wall could have blocked the missiles, though, that Cage Prowler jumping into the rock
look at this push at the top.
We see a level 10 Golem with a Stun Lancer on top, resetting Mordor's attack. I feel like
this is too much, I think. Mana Frenzy as well for Lazur coming. Looks like he's going to level this up at 1 game all. A lot of face damage. Snipers are not going to be enough to shut this down quickly enough. They get him removed as well. Okay, Nataraja lives to fight another day, but maybe only one. On a frenzy now for Lazur. He's going to have that spike in mana available to him.
And the issues are going to start getting those rock rivals a lot more frequently. Crystal Blast taking out the sniper.
It's the beginning of the end at the bottom here for sure.
Coming out, wall coming out. The issues, there's nothing really for that Tombstone to res. They did get the bounty sniper, but it's too far forward.
That's it. Lazur brings the series back 1-0. You know, whenever he's down on his luck, he always manages to bring something to the table. He struggled with the Mordor matchup, but his Milloween just too good in that setup there. And again, we just saw that he was able to shut down that Cage Prowler so many times, and ultimately that it just didn't give his opponent any value at all. Where do you feel like the third game's going to go on this one, Nobby?
It's interesting. I think the now stick or twist thing on Lazur, it's the mind games and where he sits. He took the gamble that the same deck was going to be played, and he shut down the Cage Prowler superbly. But the question is now, like, does he stick? I feel like he has to go for a different deck because you know it's going to be able to be countered. But what does he play? What strategy do you think is going to come in? And my feeling. Oh, this is really difficult.
Nobody knows.
My feeling is that Nat is going to be able to adapt, having been able to play the same deck twice in a row, and I feel like they're going to be, they're going to actually be able to put something out different that Lazur maybe won't be expecting. We'll have to see.
And that's the advantage. Both of these players, both Nataraja and Lazur, are really good at adapting their decks. Like we saw Lazur playing basically the same deck that they were playing before, but they swapped out Beam for Poison because there wasn't really anything worth beaming in Nataraja's deck. And so with the poison shutting down the sniper and the crystal blast shutting down the snipers and the arcane missiles to shut down the cage prowler, like that just was a very hard counter to anything that Nataraja was able to try and build up.
Very true, very true. Okay, so 1 game all. We're still in the best of 3s part of this. We are in the redemption bracket, so loser will be removed entirely, eliminated. Let's just take a moment to shout out GGtoor, Betadwarf, Team Mono Frenzy for supporting this event, bringing it to you with the prize pool, etc. Thanks to Sinobii, of course, for doing all the great work behind the scenes. Thanks to all the casters helping me out as well. And thanks to you guys for joining us in the chat. And remember, we've got the TOP play, totally overpowered play. So if you see something awesome, make sure you clip it, hashtag GGtour, tweet it, and you could win yourself the share of $50. Not too many people have done that so far, so if you do it, you've got a good chance of being chosen. Get yourself some free money. Okay, looks like we're loading in to the decider in this best of 3. Let's see who goes with what.
Masters, get dueling.
What are we seeing? Cosmic Vortex.
Alright, top of the match, we see Nataraja pulling out a King Puff deck.
Interesting.
Lazur pulling out Milloween.
With Rock Rivals. Seems like that's his go-to at the moment. Now he's gone straight away with the Rock Rivals. Potentially risky. He's not going to have the column. Sorry, go ahead.
No, we do see Hypnotize on Nataraja's side. So that can be really huge right now. Hypnotize not necessarily too terribly useful against his Stun Lancer up top. And so, yeah, so we'll see the Flightless Dragons come in to kind of do some damage. Hypnotize for if they play any other kind of support.
Okay, so this was potentially scary at the start, but Lazur's got through it very well. Of course, spawning it before he gets to perk 1 means he doesn't have his golem to back it up, but he found... these games, the way these games go, especially at the start, can depend a lot on, the cards you start with in your hand. He had the Rock Rivals in there. He wanted to get it out and get it dealt with as soon as possible. And of course, the quicker he deals with it, the quicker he can start reaping the benefit of that cheap blue golem.
Right, and another thing to think about is Nataraja would, Lazur would know that Nataraja is aware of the fact that they have a Rock Rival in their deck, and you don't want to give your opponent time to organize their deck to deal with it. And so, like, if you and your opponent both know that you're running Rock Rivals, sometimes it's more advantageous to kind of take your chances with the first few cards, just hoping that your opponent doesn't have their counters for it in their deck yet.
Very true. Okay, so here we go. Nataraja's got a bit of an XP lead, which, that's what we would expect. Lazur is investing in the future of the game. Here we go. Hypnotize. These units will start attacking each other. Very nice.
Cleaning up the golem, also working as basically that stun, so that Drone Walker's just sitting there wailing on the Rock Rival.
Very strong.
So I think Hypnotize is going to be incredibly powerful here, as it's only 1 more mana than the golem itself. So every time Rock Rivals gets played behind, every time the Rock Rival and the Arcane Golem get played together, they're just automatically going to get hypnotized, and so that's going to be a huge advantage for Nataraja.
Bridge switch being used there to negate the Arcane Bolt, really, keeping the Scotty alive. Nicely done. XP lead for Nataraja right now. Now, perk 2, this is really where King Puff can really shine, but that's a massive clear at the top from the crystal. Remember, that crystal gets dropped and will explode again with the next crystal. Will cost 1 mana more with a mana freeze overall, but you do get that double explosion. Only does 100 damage now, remember.
Which is enough to take out the Dragon Whelp still, which is what we see being used for here.
Nice arcane missiles there. Not only does it shut down the drone buzzers, but it holds that bridge. And that's what he needs right now, because Lazur is behind on XP. Bridge switch, nicely done. Okay, does he have the Hypnotize? He does. It doesn't look like it's going to...
proc in time.
Oh!
I think wait, Hypnotize procced, but it was taunted. It was taunting because Scott was taunting, even though Hypnotize was active. The Golem started attacking its friend, but then the taunt overrode that attack and forced it to attack Scotty instead.
Golly. That's an interesting one. What is What does the
I've
game decide
not
is
seen
more
that
important?
interaction before, but that's good to know that Taunt overpowers Hypnotize.
Okay, so Lazur getting a bit more value here, but he's still got red units on the field. And an XP lead for Nataraja. Yeah, the Hypnotize did get a buff in the recent patch in that it's cheaper now. It doesn't last for so long, but the cheaper cost of it means that it's less of a risk to use. Now, the Enraged Scotty will do massive DPS, but simply stunned. Stuns on the other side as well. Now, perk 3 already for Nataraja. He does have that shield on his face if he can keep that marked bridge. So his bottom bridge is marked. You see the King Puff crown. Remember, that mark does move around with the bridge switch as well. But that's a bit of a problem at the bottom there. Those stun lancers locking that down. DPS coming round from the back. Hypnotize is going to just be huge. Everything getting shredded here, really. Whirly Scratch, still Hypnotized, but nothing left of a friend to attack. But that was a massive trade with that Hypnotize.
Yeah, I think we're seeing basically the opposite of what happened last time. So we saw Nataraja come out with a strong deck that just beat Lazur. Lazur crafted a finely tuned deck that just absolutely shredded it. And I think we're seeing Nataraja has now crafted their own counter to Lazur's deck with this Rock Rival. So.
Well, that stun at the top, I'm not too sure about that, but it's going to get shut down pretty quickly. Okay, let's just take stock for a second. Nataraja XP ahead right now, but Lazur's going to start getting the big golems, which can be a help. Those scrats, the prop horde with shield, always a little bit annoying. Milloween can shut them down pretty well. He does need to be so careful with that Hypnotize, though.
Yeah. There it is. That's so like Lazur's whole win condition is built around that Rock Rival behind the Golem, and that they can't get their big push in. But because King Puff just has such aggressive cards with the Skeleton Horde, the Scotty, and like all these others, they're having to use multiple units in close proximity, which just gets shut down. So I would say Hypnotize is a really strong King Puff spell after watching this match.
Yeah, and of course Black Hole's not available in this tournament, so Black Hole is a way to negate the Hypnotize. If you Black Hole your units before the Hypnotize procs, then the Hypnotize doesn't happen. But Black Hole,
or even after the Hypnotize, you can still Black Hole them for some of the duration, so it's not quite as bad. So even if you're a little bit slow, you can still negate some of the damage.
Okay, big XP lead. What can Lazur do? He's fighting for his life. This is his last chance. It's one game all, best of 3. We are in the redemption bracket. 10 XP to go for Nataraja. Mana Frenzy will probably seal the deal here. And I feel like Hypnotize has been the MVP in this game. Hypnotize just absolutely shreds. See, what he's done there, Lazur has been forced to spawn his units separately. Because he can't afford the Hypnotize.
Yeah, but the flying scrats, like the Golem is so vulnerable to anti-air that it has to be so vulnerable to air. Like that flying scrat horde will just completely kill the Rock Rival unless it's played with support. But if it's played with support, then it gets Hypnotized. So
oh, those shields are so annoying. And as you say, there's the stint supporting there, but it's not really that much. Okay. Lazur needs to hold on, but he's 30 XP away. That's a long time to hold on against Mana Frenzy.
Especially since they have not been able to build up a single strong push that doesn't just get immediately vaporized by Hypnotize.
Yeah,
so here we go. We see the Golems coming out again. Hypnotize coming out.
Well, the Golem's stunned though, so that's kind of good for Lazur. The stunned Golem didn't destroy its friends, but ultimately I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, at this point, King Puff and Mana Frenzy is deadly just because everything's coming in, just buffed with shield to rage.
Yeah, he can just flood the board now, and Lazur still 19 XP away, and he's not going to get there quickly because he's not really seeing any bridges. This is going to be too much. Nataraja's going to knock out Lazur. 2 games to 1. Nataraja, our finalist, our runner-up from our previous tournament, has knocked out Lazur, a previous champion. So that's a A very great matchup, and ultimately Nataraja just too much for Lazur. How are we feeling about that, guys?
I hate to say I told you so, but I did say he needs to switch deck, otherwise Nat would actually build a counter to it.
Yeah, no, you called it, Nobby. Like that, playing the same deck gave way too much flexibility to Nataraja.
Exactly, but it took a lot of skill to pull off that strat. Like that was so well done. But I felt like it was just too big a risk to stick with the same one.
Well,
and in particular, I did like the use of hypnotize. But people chatting about it, and I did just type it in your chat because I've seen some of the conversation here. I believe that it's probably a priority order of aggro. So the sensitive savage was already aggroed. So even though they got double taunt on, the original taunt overrides any aggro onto anyone else.
We did see at the very end of the match, I couldn't tell if it was because the Scotty died or not, but there was a golem that was hypnotized to attack the other golem, and a Scotty was down, and it attacked the Scotty once, and then turned and attacked the other golem. But it happened a little bit too quickly for me to see if that's because, like, the way the new targeting works, if that was because the unit was, in quotations, already dead, or if it's because the weird way that taunt and hypnotize interact.
Here's a question for you, Cosmic. Is there any cards or strats that you haven't seen yet that you're surprised we haven't seen?
just throw that on him.
Yeah. I'm surprised. Well, not so much at this point in the tournament, but I'm surprised we didn't see more rush decks at the start of the tournament, kind of thing. Because even with most players banning wild cards, like, you can still, because turncoat's no longer a thing, you can essentially wild card rammers without even having a rammer. And so you could make, like, a Scrat Launcher, Gax, double rammered, Bazooka Scrat like combo, and then with spells, and just kind of rush forward damage at the opponent's face. And I'm surprised that we didn't see any of that. It is a little bit cheesy, and it's very much so you can play it once and that's it. But I'm genuinely surprised that we didn't see anyone try and do that against some of the bigger players. Because, like, if I'm going against someone like Biddy or Dragon or, you know, Nicole or DeathShoot, like, basically I'm thinking, all right, I can either try and surprise this person, or I can, you know, pray to RNGesus that I get, like, an 8-mana Brothers from Future Present or something like that, and that's about how I can beat them. And so I'm surprised that we haven't seen more of, like, those tricky strategies to try and get a leg up on people who are over your skill level.
Okay, so looks like we're going to go and see when they're ready. It's going to be Niprax against Nataraja. Now, this is the final game in this bracket. The winner of this will face Deadshot in the Redemption bracket final. So we're still best of 3, but we are getting close to the pointy end of the tournament.
Now, I don't have Niprax, so if you've got them, I'll just spectate Nat.
Okay, I'm trying to set up Niprax. I think he's offline at the moment. He may have just come back online. Let's have a look.
Oh, there they are. I see them now. I can do either.
Okay, I've got Niprax as the main spectate. Okay, so Niprax spectated. Nataraja there. Okay, so we're just waiting on their ban. So if you guys could just keep an eye on the ban channel, see what we see. I assume at this part of the tournament, this deep into the tournament, the players are probably going to be doing blind bans, so they can't. Whoever goes first doesn't have a negative setup. Yes, so remember, any top plays you see, make sure you clip them, tweet them, hashtag GGtoor, GGTOOR, and potentially win yourself some money. Hopefully it'll be interesting to see those. Yeah, that hypnotize with Scotty was interesting. That might be have a look at the replay. Maybe we'll look at that if we get a second, if we're waiting on anything. But yeah,
typically with those things, it's like a status of priority, and he already had the aggro, and he was already done. So they were already locked on him with Taunt. It's Maybe that was what it was. Like if the golem was not already attacking the taunted Scott, it would have turned towards the blue golem rock rival instead.
Interesting. Okay. So, looks like we've got Niprax online, we've got Nataraja online, so yeah, we're just waiting for these guys to get their bans in. Of course, they're going to be reacting to what they know about the players. You know, these players know each other very well, and they're also going to probably have been watching some of the matches that we've seen on stream as well, so reacting to that as well.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And I think you can see that in some of the strats we've seen come out. Oh, here we go, the bans are in. Niprax banned Mordar on wildcards. Nat banned King Puff on wildcards. So then in addition, Niprax banned Once Bitten and Crossbow Guild. And Nat banned Arcane Bolt and Stun Lancers.
Oh, looks like we're going straight in here to get this set up. Now we're still best of 3. This is our final best of 3 game, I believe. Nobby's joining me on the cast for this one. Take us away, Nobby.
All right, so we got the Milloween mirror matchup. We see it. So yeah, we've seen so many of these now, and it's going to be a case of who can best support the golem and get that early control for XP.
A little mistake with that shock rock.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not surprised to see Bridge Buddies coming out from Annis. I feel like that getting the XP is really important, and even more so in this mirror matchup. So, so the walking blind date. I'm less of a fan of that card than I am the standard blind date, particularly on the middle wing, because obviously the standard blind date is a spell. The walking blind date has a taunt that can be useful to pull aggro off of face. But I feel like you can get a lot more value out if you want a bit of randomness in your life with the 4-mana blind date for the 5-mana card.
The problem with the walking blind date is it normally walks just into its ultimate demise, you know.
Right.
Bounty sniper pops out at the feet of a cleaver or something and it's bad times. At least, you know, with the regular blind date, at least you can spawn it defensively and then you can support it. But as you can see there, he used it to grab the bridge. That's a nice way of just grabbing the bridge, getting a unit out of it, and then trying to push on.
Alright. So, Defensor Chopper's been a huge unit as well into the latter stage of this tournament. And it's pretty even right now. This feels like they're just feeling each other out, like boxers in the early round of a fight, just trading blows here and there.
Yeah, they want to understand what their opponent has and then try to play around the counters they have if possible. There's some good face damage coming out there from the Ravenous Swarmers.
Alright. Niprax just starting to get a slight edge on XP. That's a great defense that Chopper played. Both running that. Oh, and both running Arcane Bolt.
Yeah, we've seen Arcane Bolt a lot. It's very strong.
Or is that me making a mistake there? Sorry.
We'll check.
No, so through. Yeah, Nat banned it. So Niprax doesn't know about Arcane Bolt. That was my bad.
No problem. Okay, so we've got an XP lead for Niprax now.
Yeah, it's not a huge XP lead, but if it keeps going like this to perk 3, that's maybe enough to get the shove in your favour.
That's a good trade at the bottom though. Now he's going to be able to just continue keeping that XP lead and increasing it. Stun Lancer on face is kind of annoying, but you don't want to freak out. It's not doing too much damage.
Yeah, it's not really doing much harm at this point. You definitely get the better of that trade overall. Cannon Roller, I hate the Cannon Roller.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, lovely block coming in there.
Oh, lovely.
The Cannon Roller is one of those cards that can just trade incredibly well because people just make mistakes against it.
I'm of the opinion I let it push in and then put the unit the far side of it so it has to retreat towards my tower. That's my standard way of dealing with it.
Yeah, you try to minimize what can go wrong.
Well, even if you throw a fireball at it, you see so many people get that wrong because it rolls backwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've got to get it right. The XP lead's sitting at about 20 right now. It's stabilized partially, but it's only been growing slowly though. It's like it's a slow grind out.
Like 3 about to pop now. Niprax is going to be in a very strong position for a good while now. He's going to be able to get those big golems out.
He's now, it's like he's saving some mana right now because he knows he's got that time, and here we go.
Yeah, he was waiting. I think he was waiting. He was waiting for his golem to pop as the next card, so he didn't have to cycle too far for it.
Yeah, and also have the mana to support. That's a really good supportive push down bottom. Those the skeletons, but
This
you
is
know,
a big
the Walking
push.
Blind Date, Curse Bearer. You know, once you got Stun Lancers from that Walking Blind Date, that is massive.
Oof, Stun Lancers on face. That's frustrating. He can get his golem unlocked from the Stun Lancers. He can be in a strong position here. That's got a lot of HP, and every spell he uses does buff it up more. So there's going to be a lot of face damage coming on the red team right now. Nataraja struggling a little bit, and there's another big golem coming already, and it's rank 6.
Yeah, and it's got it's got this, and he's not even close yet. He's still 8 XP away. Meanwhile, you know, Niprax is fast closing in on Mana Frenzy, currently sitting at 158 XP. So
Yeah. That golem at the bottom is just shredding everything, really. I feel like that was a bit of a mistake. I think he wanted to hit the Stun Lancers with that. That's frustrating.
yeah, that would have been my assumption as well.
However, kept that bridge blue, but now the poke 3 now for Nataraja, but he's so far behind.
Yeah, they need to push big enough to kind of get back in this game. That Bounty Sniper was a bit of a rough pull from the box, but you've got to take those.
Yeah, that's the RNG. Sometimes you love it, sometimes you hate it. Now Nataraja defending better now he's got the big golem, but he's very low HP and a long way behind on XP.
Right, and Curse Bearer is such a good card into the Arcane Golem. You know, you saw how quickly it was melting down there with that health it gets from it. So that's going to counter it hard as it comes in.
Massive explosion there.
Huge.
Nataraja's getting to the point where his HP's so low he can't really tank anything on face because he knows as soon as he gets a little bit lower, then Milloween's going to just start going straight for face. And here we go, Ravenous Swarmers on face. They do massive DPS. They get closed down, but 225 HP left. Still in it, but not much. Mana Frenzy about to pop now. Niprax. He's surely going to be able to close this out now.
You'd expect so. There's going to be some, even if it's chip face damage.
That's it. He's going to have spells to face. Here we go. Spell to face. That's going to be it. Niprax takes game number 1. Niprax's Milloween just too strong for Nataraja's Milloween. And we saw there the lead in XP was huge. And as soon as you get to perk 3, a decent time ahead of your opponent in that mirror matchup, you can just solidify your position. So Niprax taking that 1-0. Who do you think is going to take this series, Cosmic? Just put you on the spot there.
I think not having access to Arcane Bolt definitely makes a Milloween versus Milloween matchup kind of stacked against you. Because with Niprax not having access to the Arcane Bolt... Sorry, hang on. Let me rephrase that. Arcane Bolt can be a good and a bad thing, okay? With this particular matchup, I would say the only answer that Nataraja had to the defensive chopper was the Arcane Bolt. But the issue is every time that they bolted it, that was basically a 1-mana defensive chopper. And so Niprax is able to always get at least 1 mana in value out of that defensive chopper as essentially, if nothing else, just a cheap wall. And so a lot of the times, like, that Arcane Bolt would actually set him back, and they needed a stronger defensive chopper counter. And so I'm assuming that with this next deck that they're going to have something that's a little bit stronger against the defensive chopper specifically, because that was kind of really messing up their deck a good chunk.
Yeah, it was a slow push out, and I think their decks and styles and stuff in that were fairly similar. So with that slow XP lead that was being ground out, once it reached about 20, you're like, this is probably it. Like, they're going to get behind with the perk 3 and not be able to push back.
Okay, looks like we are loading in. Game number 2.
Welcome to another exciting round of Minion Master.
I mean, oh, okay. Ratbo versus King Puff.
Interesting.
All right. I'm really excited to see this and see how they do. So it's only the second time we've seen a Ratbo on the stream.
Yep.
We've seen a few King Puffs, and it's just so good. I think the problem here, and I'm going to study this maybe a bit too early for Niprax's. I feel like Ratbo does best when he's got huge, big lumps to take down, right?
Yeah, that dagger is huge.
Yeah. And I don't think you're going to get that against the King Puff deck. So what he does with it and stuff and how he uses it is going to really dictate things. But with that auto attack lowered, that it doesn't even outright kill
Yeah,
her.
his
And a
auto
scrap
attack
that
is
easily.
pathetic now. That Scritillery's not great. Excuse me.
Didn't even get the bridge.
Looks like his Daka target of choice is going to be the Scotty, if he can. Of course,
Yeah.
Nataraja is going to try to prevent that. Now, Defenso is going to just grab that, but get taken out. That holds the bridge as well, forces extra mana, so nice trade.
Yep. That Arcane Bolt was pretty good. Do you feel like the Defenso Chopper's just going to be tagged with that every time?
Yeah, he's just going to hold that, and then as soon as it comes, boom.
Yeah. And of course, some of this could then end up becoming what happens, with the various perks. There's not much I'm seeing. Like the Defenso Chopper is obviously an issue, but there's a good answer to that he's got. Outside of that, I don't think it's as vital to get shields or rage. I feel like they're open to either with the deck that Nip's got.
Yeah, if you can play cards that benefit from either of them, then it's great. Here we go. Nice bridge switch.
Great bridge swap, yeah. Avoid that Hugger, and Hugger gets taken down. Really well played.
Yeah, we know
And
that
there goes
Defenso
that
is going to
bolt
get
open.
shredded, but here we go. Boom Buggy. So Boom Buggy could be it could switch the Arcane Bolt target of choice to the Boom Buggy instead of the Defenso, or maybe mix that up. But we'll see, because that Boom Buggy can be massively beneficial. Doesn't have the extra buff, but there we go. Remember, he just wants to kill something with that.
Now,
Maybe
my
gets a-
question there with the Boom Buggy is, was that a actual Boom Buggy or was it a random card situation? Because I didn't see it summoned.
I think it was a Boom Buggy. Let's find out. It is a Boom Buggy, yeah. It's a 5 mana card, so we can't get it out of...
I was wondering whether there was a blind 8 thrown down or something like that I'd missed. I still think... I think it might be now, like you say, we'll hold it, but it depends. If he's got stuff rushing towards the Defenso Chopper, he'll play it. Otherwise, he might hold it for the Boom
There's the
Buggy.
Daka he wants.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a nice push. Scritillery coming in. Those Scrats, a lot of them hasted. They can do some damage. King Puff doesn't attack very quickly. That can be some good
No, he
face
doesn't.
damage.
And the XP's pretty close, though.
That's a lot of damage, though. Look at that.
Let's see, now there we go. They got all those shields.
Look at
The
Ratman just...
Grenadier is going to deal with it pretty well, but no, you got him.
It's the Arcane. As soon as that Arcane Bolt's used, he knows he can put the Boom Buggy down and it's not going to get insta-countered.
Right. I think that the challenge for the Boom Buggy is, like, so at the moment, he's holding Propeller Horde with shields. I'd almost say, oh, he's played them now. I was going to say, you could save those for the Boom Buggy, and they should be able to take it down with losing a minimum amount. Here they're chasing a scrap. Oh, they're chasing a scrap.
That's frustrating. It does get taken out, but yeah, that's frustrating. If they come back and take the bridge, that can be a real pain. Now, I haven't seen him use... Remember, the Boom Buggy does have a benefit, a bonus, where if you've got at least, I think, 3 Scrats in the enemy field, it does spawn with marksmanship, which can really help. It does get shredded, though, and that Daka was terrible. Remember, the Daka is powered up by the number of units you've got. If you've got no units, you've got basically no Daka. Okay.
Wait, it's not going to get destroyed.
There
Oh
we
my
just...
goodness me.
So it just has
That
enough
was
HP in its standard guise to survive, but once it gets tickled with something, it pops, and that was
Yeah.
Just enough.
I can see Nat now struggling because they don't have good anti-mass. There is no defensive chopper. There is no whirly scrap. There's no annihilator. There's no blast monster. They're struggling to clear out some of the hordes.
Yep.
And that stuff's going to be coming thick and fast now.
Okay, there's a Daka. Oh, it's not good enough though. He tried to spawn the Daka and then quickly throw the horde down to power the Daka up. If you do it quickly enough, they count. But it wasn't quick enough, they didn't count. Perk 3 for both players now. XP lead for Niprax.
Pretty decent swap there.
Okay,
What's going to happen with the boom buggy though? Are they going to aggro it? They are.
Needs a little bit of support. Okay, it does survive though. Cannon roller frustrated and goes down at the top. So
he's got skeleton with shields again. He keeps getting the shields on those.
one thing Niprax needs to be careful of is if he goes for that Scricillary on the bridge, he needs to try to make sure that Nataraja doesn't have any kind of bridge switch available, because that will just negate it. Oh, it's just one of these days that Defenso might survive, and that'll be huge. But so far it hasn't.
I mean, that was really close. It was one shot from the drone buzzer that actually got it. Like, this is a game of tight margins right now.
For sure. Okay, here's the big Daka.
Oh,
that's huge. That's a big problem now for Nataraja. Losing that without any sort of trade, huge problem.
Yeah. And while you felt like Nat had an advantage early on, they didn't get far enough ahead. And now we're seeing the Ratbo thing, just this unstoppable wave pouring in at you.
Yep. Okay, so he does have the Daka. He can throw this off here. Doesn't have the mana to power it up. Not quite enough to kill it, but the Boom Buggy did die, but the missiles that were in the air were enough to finish it.
It's true, but I suppose he's thinking that I've got plenty of support units here. I only need to get it to half health, and it's going to sit down, and I can kick its ass, and that's exactly what happened. And there it is. It's over.
It's 2-0. Niprax takes that one reasonably straightforwardly. Niprax playing incredibly well there. Ultimately, just having more control. Those Scrats, once they get on face, especially against King Puff, where he just can't attack quickly enough to shut them down, those Scrats can really, really pull that in. And Niprax taking the victory there against Nataraja. How did you see that one, Cosmic?
That one, again, I saw just there wasn't a clear answer for Mass or the defensive chopper. Again, like the Arcane Bolt was able to kill the defensive chopper, but it was almost as if they were doing it as an afterthought kind of thing, and they were down mana every time that the defensive chopper was played, just because we saw the defensive chopper getting used as a tank to essentially stop them from moving, so that way things like the Grenadier or Plasma Marines or other DPS could attack it, and so even though it would get instantly bolted down, and technically that trade was worth it, it still stopped the units and fulfilled its job of being a wall. And that trade just over and over repeated, I think, just gave Niprax way too much momentum.
I think that trade is okay if there's the anti-mass. If you're clearing it out the way for a Whirly Scrout or Annihilator or Blast Monster behind it to then clear up the Ratbo mass, I think you're okay. But they were having to make that trade, like you said, losing out on the mana, and then not being able to deal with the wave of the smaller stuff coming through behind it.
And another thing was that Grenadier was huge. I don't know if you saw, but every time that Grenadier was played, it completely cleared out a skeleton horde every time. And the defensive chopper was played in front of it if it needed to be, so that we could also trade for an Arcane Bolt. But that Grenadier was a 2-mana counter to a 4-mana unit every single time.
Yeah, that really adds up. Certainly adds up. Okay, so Niprax has taken that by 2-0. So we're just waiting for the bracket to update, but from what I can understand, it's going to be Niprax against Deadshot in the Redemption Bracket final. The winner of which will face dragonN in the Grand Final. Now we are moving into best of 5 territory now. So these finals will be best of 5. Now, remember, we do have the dual elimination, so everybody's used their second life so far except for dragonN, which means if we do get to the grand final and dragonN does lose that first best of 5, he will have his second life and will potentially have a second best of 5. So that action all to come a little bit later. But first we've got to find out who's going to play dragonN in the final, and that's going to be between DeathShoot and Niprax. We just need to find out exactly what these guys are doing.
So, I really feel that DeathShoot is going for the this really is a redemption match for him, because there's make no qualms about it. dragonN stuffed him, and he definitely wants to take a shot back.
Yep, that's the beauty of the dual elimination. You get these matchups reoccurring. Who knows where it's going to go? I don't know. We've got choices here. We can either watch this awesome the awesome end of this tournament, or I can just go off and do my conquest. Just realised I need to do that. So.
Oh yeah, I can carry you if you need me to.
Decisions. I guess we'll stick with the tournament. You know, we've come this far. We'll stick with it.
I mean, I guess if we must.
Right. So we just need to. See what these players are going to do, see if they're ready, see what their bans are. So if you guys can keep an eye on the bans, that'll be amazing.
I'll have a look in now.
Get this.
I'm assuming that they're going for private bans again.
Yeah, I would have thought so, but let's find out. Right, let's see if we've got these players on both games. Okay, so Niprax is here. Boom. DeathShoot is here. Okay. Just again, a big shout out to GGtoor for supporting the event. Betadwarf, Team Mana Frenzy, Sinobii helping behind the scenes. Thanks to my co-casters NobbyTime, Cosmic Vortex, Dfogox, who was here earlier, could be here later, who knows. But thanks everyone that's taken part. Thanks to you guys in the chat for being here. We still got a lot of games to come to find out who's going to be the victor in this, who's going to be the champion. Could go down to the wire. We've seen some great matches so far, and hopefully we've got some more to come. Remember, you can win some money in the chat by clipping and tweeting your totally overpowered play of the day. Details in the chat now. Remember, just make sure to use hashtag GGtoor, GGTOOR, in the clip and the tweet. Get it out there. If you're selected, you can win some money. There's $50 to be split between the player in the clip and the person that clipped and tweeted it. If that's the same person, you split it with yourself. Right.
So, I think it's going to be hard to look past dragonN for the win from this point because of what he did in his winners bracket final.
And that's huge. Shutting someone down that hard, and of course now he's going to get to see his opponents battle it out, and they're going for second place. Like, this is a huge prize difference between second and third place here. So they're going to be going all out, and he's going to get to see all the ins and outs of their decks. And he's also going to have the option for a reset too, so he could potentially, lose, even 5 times after watching his opponent, play 10 matches or 5 matches kind of thing.
Okay. Seconds. Okay, let's draw a giveaway winner whilst we're waiting. Get somebody a big dwarf pack. Let's find out. The winner is... It's Titanic. Okay, congratulations, Titanic. We will send that to you. Enjoy your 300 rubies, 15 power tokens. Of course, these codes, as always, provided by Betadwarf. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for providing this awesome game and for supporting the community and streamers.
You've been playing Minion Master so long, you had a bit of memory leak yourself there for a second and forgot who the developers were.
Aha!
I forget who I am half the time, so... Just glad we got through it. Right, okay, let's find Titanic on Discord. Right, any movement from the ban situation there?
None yet.
Nope. Well, DeathShoot has banned APEP and Wildcards. So there we go.
Yikes, what a surprise.
Yeah. And Niprax also banned APEP.
See, I wonder-
Is APEP running 100% pick ban in this tournament? We should track
Well,
that stuff actually.
We've seen when it gets to the final, tournament, we've seen that APEP's win ratio in like the top 8 places of a tournament is just ridiculous compared to other masters.
So there was a correction on that though. Niprax actually banned Mordar and Wildcards.
But real talk, I feel like we kind of laugh at APEP getting banned all the time, but I think that it just shows that there is a balance issue there with APEP, and I feel like the developers need to see that and take that on board. I know they look at the stats of how the game is on the ladder, and nobody seems to have a higher win ratio than the other masters. But here we can see there's a reason that everybody's banning APEP, and that's because they're terrified of APEP.
Right, and part of that's down to like the flexibility of it in a tournament when you don't know what you're coming out against and stuff. You need something that can provide flexibility, and APEP does provide a decent amount of different options.
Yeah, we've had discussions about how we could balance it. Maybe have the totem have a limit to how much damage it can tank, because you can throw that totem down and that thing can tank endless damage. You get some high DPS units on your face, and it just soaks so much damage.
So sort of like the golem that absorbs damage, that as you hit the face, it reduces its health bar.
Yeah, something like that. Because it allows you to play decks that really are powered up in the long run, but in the short run where you're weak, you can just cover your weaknesses with just that totem. And we see that a lot with the decks, with the Demon Warrior decks. Anything cheap cycle, Demon Warrior, Futures, even Toll of the Dead, anything that's going to be long-term cycle based, really APEP excels with. So it'd be interesting to see if it gets balanced at any point. But I feel like APEP's always been the ban of choice for a long time in these tournaments.
Yeah, and I think another thing too would be potentially tweaking the way that their free cards work. I know a lot of it's been talked about where having it where perk 1, instead of being a free 2 mana cost card, having it be a 3 mana cost card that's reduced by 2. And then, because that would open up a little bit more options with it, but also it would get rid of like the free card in quotations aspect of it, because we've seen them pull away from free cards in general with just like with Diona's traps, for instance, because they were like, oh, especially with the way that the bridge groups have changed, because it makes things like free cards so much more valuable. In my opinion.
Okay, so Niprax bans Mordor and wild cards.
Okay, so DeathShoot's bans, additional bans are Demon Warrior and Blast Crystal, and DeathShoot's banning Demon Warrior and Blast Crystal, and Niprax is banning Demon Warrior and Curse Bearer. So that makes me believe that Rock Rivals or some other big units coming out here for that one.
Yes, so to confirm, as Nobby has said, I'm not ready to confirm. Okay, hold on. Deadshot bans APEP and wildcards, and Niprax bans Mordor and wildcards. Okay. So as we spoke about earlier, APEP and Mordor seem to be the strongest or the most banned masters. As we said, they do get the benefit of the free perks, which is insane. And that's probably why they excel in that situation. Okay. Right, we are ready to go when they are. Right, so Nobby, you're joining me on this one, correct?
Yeah, Cosmic he greedily wants the final, so
Yes.
You guys can fight that out between you.
I'll arm wrestle you for it, Cosmic.
All right.
I will definitely cast that event.
It won't take.
All right, here we go. I got it right now. You ready for this? You ready for this? All right, I got an arm. It touched the table. I win.
Boom. GG.
You can't see it. Watch the screen. In 2 minutes, you're gonna see me pull up my little plushy Deadpool, grab his arm, and just slap it on the table.
I mean, I would suggest that you're right, but it's actually going to be in 3 minutes, so technically that means I win, right?
Disqualified. Didn't read the rules.
I'll take the. It's my debut with the official. I'll take the losers bracket final and get to enjoy the final game just as a spectator.
Very nice. Okay, well, I appreciate you guys being here with me as always, and let's get into this. Deadshot, the reigning champion in the blue team, the blue trunks, blue corner, and Niprax, the challenger, in the red corner. Let's see what these guys bring to the table. Okay, Deadshot, we saw him play King Puff when he won the tournament last time. What's he going to do with it this time? So we got King Puff against Setsu.
Now, this has been interesting before where obviously Setsu's able to get that face jump early. So my thought is here, will DeathShoot be in a strong enough position when he starts to get his invulnerability at perk 3 to survive? Like, that's kind of going to be a key moment to me.
Yeah. He does have the stint, so he can use that stint to grab that bridge in potentially dire situations. That could be useful if he does have the tech available. Well, let's see how we do here.
So opening up, interesting cards coming out. Are we expecting the Howling Moon to come out for the Setsu drops again? You know, King Puff just attacks so slowly. It's almost painful to watch, really.
Yep.
That was a really good bridge shot to split those Flightless Dragons up to clear both those units, though.
Okay, so bats. They can be annoying to deal with. Again, as we spoke, as you mentioned, King Puff attacks slowly, so it takes a while to deal with it. He's trying to keep that aimbot alive, and he does. Not sure if it's an aimbot or a drone walker. Probably a drone walker.
I see that bats now, and I'm immediately concerned with the amount of anti-air I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And the lack of AOE. There is a shot rock in there, but try and shot rock a group of bats. It's just no.
That's a lot of face damage that Deadshot took, though. That's a potential problem. Because, of course, Setsu, very aggro when it gets to perk 3. Need to have that HP to try to soak some of that, and a lot of it's already gone. Good start, I'd say, for Niprax here.
Yeah, I feel like in the game of Rock, Paper, Scissors, Setsu definitely comes out on top versus King Puff. You have to just survive until perk 3.
Okay, here come the bats. Shock Rock kills them all!
That's a great Shock Rock!
Okay, there's a few more that spawned just after that, but that Shock Rock was huge. Remember, bats don't always spawn in the same position now. They spawn towards where you spawn or use your mana. Okay, that's massive DPS from the Enraged Scotty. But this is more face damage. Huge aggro from Niprax right now. Deadshot ahead on XP, but just taking too much face damage. Down to 1000 HP. The Shock Rock was awesome on the bats, but
I know, right?
Taking
Like,
damage.
such an incredible play. I don't feel like it's going to help Vata. I don't think like he can win from here. But I'm so impressed with how he landed that.
Yeah. With the old bats, you just had to time it right and you would shred them all. Now, not only do you have to time it right, you've got to get it in the right spot. So you've got to wait for them to spawn and then you've got to try to get them all. And of course, if you leave it just too long, they will nether step somewhere else and it'll be awkward. Here,
I feel like he's saving up for a bats play again. There we
go. Shock Rock again, shredding them all.
Such good play.
So I think what Niprax is trying to do is hold, not spawn all the bats immediately. Try to spawn them and then hold his mana as long as he can so that he doesn't lose all of them to the Shock Rock.
I'm hoping that next time he does that, though, he plays the small number of bats. So he tries to bait out that Shock Rock and then play the bigger mana side of it.
But this is still a scary looking push. Deadshot taking a massive amount of damage already. Niprax taking damage in return. So Deadshot getting himself back into this a little bit. He is ahead on XP, but can he last?
I mean, less than 1,000 health now on Niprax. Like, you know, there is potential that this could go his way now. I didn't think he was going to get back in it, but those Shock Rocks have been so good.
Yeah. Hey.
Here comes Scott.
The raged units that he have can be savage. Here come the bats. Shockrock's gonna... I didn't really get enough of them, I don't think. He got half of them, maybe. It's very difficult to try to hit them. Okay, no perk. Okay, Arcane Bolt shuts it down.
Arcane Bolt.
Okay, he got those just in time, so the bats didn't aggro on face. That's useful. Every bit of HP that he saves here is incredible. He's perk 3 now, Deadshot. 490 HP, plays 880 HP, but once Setsu gets to perk 3, it could change it. Setsu's going to be all over Deadshot's face.
This is where that bridge, the bridge invulnerability is huge here. And Deadshot is so good. Like, oh, he's done it again!
That's a good one, but again he saved some of the mana to get a second wave of bats. Here we come, Niprax. Bridge switch. Oh, the bats are on the face at the top, but the Arcane Bolt shuts that down, but he still takes damage. That's the problem. There we go. Bridge grab with the stint. We talked about it earlier.
You called it at the start.
Here's another push. I feel like Deadshot's just too low in HP. He's ahead on XP, but
he's holding on so much here. Oh, this is unbelievable.
Here we go, the bats. Shockrock again, the great Shockrock, but it's even with those incredible Shockrocks, it's just not really being enough. He just can't claim that bridge. The bridge has got to be totally his. Yeah. Niprax takes the first of this best of 5. 1-0.
You can't underestimate the skill it just took for DeathShoot to even stay in that game.
Yeah, that was impressive by far. And I think that's the first time we've seen bats come out in the finals.
Yeah, not a card you see too often. And those bats can be annoying. They're not as strong as they used to be, but the fact you can spawn them in a direction now means they're not so easy to shut down.
Yes. And they're only 4 mana now as opposed to 5, which allows you to combo them with a lot more.
And they can just be really frustrating dropping about, especially when Deadshot's trying to get that bridge for the invulnerability and the bats just flicking around, just being a real pain. Deadshot, I feel like he just took too much damage early on in that game and he wasn't able to... Because, you know... You've
just had to play too defensively.
Perk 3 Setsu, you're going to be taking damage every jump. Even if you're shutting it down with the Arcane Bolt, you're at least taking the landing damage from Setsu. And if you just don't have enough HP to get through those cycles, eventually that happens. So, best of 5. First game goes to Niprax's Setsu against Deadshot's KP. Deadshot, the reigning champion, behind here. Let's see what he can do. And he pull himself back into contention. Remember, the winner of this goes into the grand final.
Now, I wonder on this because again, there's been a lack of really good quality anti-air or so much anti-air, but also anti-mass across multiple games right now. I feel like I've been repeating it, and there's been a lot of King Puffs. There's been like odd Ratbow that's come up, and things like that. Bats, like, why is that something which is continuously missing from people's decks at the moment?
I just feel like they can handle it in another way.
Because you can kind of deal with mass and air with spells a lot easier than you can tank with spells. And that's what you'll see taking the places of what those units could be. Is you'll see like decks will have more tanks and more spells as opposed to more of like those wave clears or those the anti-air units, just because mana wise it's a lot easier to have heavier tanks and then cheaper support, but the cheaper support can just get spelled down by the enemy.
Right, here we go, loading into game number 2. Niprax leading 1-0 in this best of 5. Winner eliminated. Sorry, that's not true at all. Winner progresses to the grand final. Loser eliminated. Not some kind of messed up backward rules here.
But DeathShoot's showing the APEP. This was
APEP.
Allowed through.
Yeah, we see APEP bans so often. Now we get to see, is APEP strong? Let's find out.
Alright, against Niprax's King Puff. So it is great watching good King Puff plays because, like, I just can't at all with it. I'm so bad.
Well,
And I
hopefully
keep
watching
hoping that
helps you
eventually
learn.
I'll learn,
Yeah.
but it's not happened yet.
You've got to learn from practicing, you've got to learn from seeing what others do, and hopefully
That's
with the combination of those, you can
But
progress.
we have what looks like a full Zenshi flow deck here.
Okay,
So what have we got? A free... Oh, that's not a great... Well, a boomer.
it's a free
what's the
card, it's
call?
another bridge grab, it could be useful. Let's see.
I mean,
Of course, Niprax is going to have probably some moldy units. Maybe it can... That's a lot of face damage, though. Let's make
Yeah,
sure we
wow.
notice that. That Battle Monkey, Ting, we had the extra flingers as well. Okay, here you see... Boom. There we
there's
go.
that boomer.
There's the
He
value of
used it really well.
Niprax tried to pop
Okay.
it before the monkey got close enough, but wasn't able to.
Insert OK boomer meme hit. I mean,
Right, let's have a look how we're doing. Deadshot did a lot of damage early on. He'll be happy with that start for sure.
oh, now Soul Steel. He's only got 2 stacks. He's going to miss the bridge, I think. Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Nick.
Here come the Skellies. Okay, so he's using the Curse, the Haunting Hugger, to try to grab that bridge at the bottom. Didn't quite time it right to get the bridge.
But it thins out that skeleton horde lovely.
Yeah.
And the mushroom on Ting Tang Tongue, which is great. And again, more XP. It's pretty even at the moment on XP.
Right, let's see what we've got here. Can that Hugger get a hug off? Oh, the shock is... Oh, the Zenshi Flow shock from the Zap Shrine shocks everything. Supported by the stun from the Shock Rock.
That's huge.
That
That is huge.
That's a long stun.
He planted the boomer up there, like you said, to grab the bridge.
And again, the stun keeps the boomer alive. Okay, that's...
And the boomer's going to hit face. That's really good. He's got great value out of the boomer.
Wow.
I'm sorry I even questioned it. DeathShoot, you are far superior to me.
That's the key to playing APEP, is being able to get the best out of whatever you're given.
Right, absolutely. So he's got burn. Didn't quite burn out. He's just dropping down the hugger to let things cycle.
That's
Here comes
so
Ting Tang
much
Tongue.
HP though, and it's still going. Look, that 1 HP
I know.
flightless
Go
dragon
on, you
is
little-
just shredding. And Deadshot identified that, and instead of going with keeping his deck in the same order that he previously was, he identified there that he could stun and do a lot more face damage. But here's the return coming. The shield's already gone down. He's going to have a lot of DPS though to shred Scotty, but that's some decent return damage. Niprax fighting back.
Right, and that, you know, that's where you got to question, was it worth the damage I did?
Yeah.
But he's so close and so low. I
He's got
think he's looking
double-
like he's going to be able to
Double crystal
him
blast
down,
on
maybe.
face. Just needs to be careful though, because he saw from that push, if he gets a bit greedy, he could be punished. But he has his shield available here. There we see he's tanking with his shield as well as tanking with his shield, if you know what I mean. It made sense to
Oh,
me.
here
He
comes-
was-
Look at that stun.
Yeah, the stun plus the shock rock. It's a long stun.
He's going to use the crystal now. Bang,
Okay.
double hit because of the sensitive savage there. I wouldn't be surprised to see him play the boomer up into Scott as well.
Yep, Scotty is
He's
low
going to get it down
HP.
soon if he's going to use it. Oh no, he's going to use his propeller scratch. Okay.
Right, Battle Monkey's going to take a big hit here though.
Oh!
Okay,
wow.
again, he's tanking with his shield. See, he put his shield down, protects his face, and protects his units as well. It's a very smart play.
He's
One-
holding.
96 HP. Now, Deadshot has two
Yeah,
ways
he-
of doing direct damage to face. He's got the Shock Rock, and he has the
Crystal.
crystal.
Which
This is
do
going to be a
75, I believe.
It's not
They
enough.
do 75 damage. And he's
It
got
used to be
76
75. It's
left, and
50 now because
vulnerability.
remember the crystal got nerfed to do 100 damage, so
Oh,
it does
yes.
50 to 50 to face. So it's
Okay.
very close, but it is crystal plus Shock Rock. So Deadshot has his opponent on a timer, but there is a shield available. This is return damage, so Deadshot was in a very strong position, but Niprax is not taking this lying down. Niprax ahead on XP. Shockrock comes in, 36 HP. We got the Jade Flingers are going to be on face here. They're going to finish the game. Deadshot takes it makes it 1 game all.
He was so close to throwing that by that slightly greedy play while the
Yep.
Flightless Dragons were on face. You know, my eyes were just on the Soul Stealer
Oh, yeah.
and the Scott in that one, and he, in hindsight for him, he should have shut that down. Instead, he got a bit greedy and he almost paid for it.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah,
That
he
was
should
scary.
have stuck it out, because perk 3 APEP will win in the long run against the King Puff, because that extra free 4-mana card did it, but he almost lost it because of that greediness there, as he said.
Sure, his heart was beating just a little bit faster than normal. He's a cool guy for sure. But yeah, he did a lot of extra face damage with that 1 HP well. But as you saw, he had to defend for his life because of that decision that he made. But yeah, he does always seem to spot these opportunities to try to do damage, to try to shut the game down, and ultimately it worked. So who are we to say whether that was the right thing or the wrong thing? But as you say, that did look a bit dicey for a moment there. Because you've got to be careful with those rage units. They do start to shred you very quickly. But Deadshot bringing us back to 1 game all, best of 5. This is the redemption bracket final. Winner goes through to play Dragon in the grand final.
Yeah,
Whew,
I feel like the motivation for DeathShoot here is huge. He won't like what happened in the winners bracket, and Niprax is playing amazing, but there's also part of me that would love to see that rematch, just because of what happened.
Yeah, we did see those guys play each other very early on in the season. In the tournament. Dragon took that 3 games to 0, a clean sweep against Deadshot. That was the best of 5. That was in the winners bracket final. So Deadshot fighting back. Can he force the rematch? We will certainly find out soon. It's giving the players a little bit of time just to get ready for the next match, deciding where they're going to go, what they're going to do. Let's just make sure nobody's restarted their game and broken our spectate. No, we look like we're good to go.
Obviously, if you get that rematch, you're going to need to find some dramatic kind of vengeance music or something. In the background.
Right, here we go. 1 game all. Loser bracket, redemption bracket final. Loser goes home.
We've got new masters. We've got a Morelia that I haven't seen huge amounts of versus Niprax's Valorian. So pretty interesting. I'm not seeing much in the way of curse cards, so this isn't an Accursed Ascension deck at all from DeathShoot.
Lovely. Okay, let's see what we get here. It looks like we've got a Caliph from Niprax. That's a strong unit for sure with... Let's see if he has the... Caliph, of course, has the Taunt. If you have not the Accursed Army, the Empyrean buff with the 5 unique Empyrean cards in your hand.
Which also buffs the shield puff that he's sending up there.
Yeah.
Which... those shield puffs can be super annoying, especially with the buff.
Yeah.
If you can get them up there supported, but you do kind of need to have a push on.
That shock rock was
Great
nice at the
shot.
bottom. You might think, oh, I only killed 2 crossbow dudes, but guess what he did? He held the bridge, and that's where the value comes from.
Absolutely.
He's got a bounty
so
sniper
bounty
as well.
Sniper with spirit. That's a great play. However, those shielded crossbow dudes are gonna, negate this a little bit for him.
Yeah, they're frustrating, but
Yeah,
for those.
twice he
Oh,
takes his
Ramo
speed.
comes. Needs to be dealt with. Goes down pretty quickly.
All right.
Right, here we go.
Here's the Caliph.
This is going to be the power in Niprax's deck, the Caliph, but there we see. Okay, Deadshot does have the Shock Rock. The Shock Rock is a must, really. Or any kind of stun. The Defenso was huge there. The stun stops or resets Caliph's shield countdown. So that can be huge, because Caliph, when you allow him just to keep reshielding, he could be a real pain to deal with. It looks like
I
Deadshot
think
has
more
some
than
ways
that,
of doing
then,
it.
that was a great pull using the Vortex to drag him away, re-aggro him onto the bin buggy, keep your snipers alive there. I think that was a really good combination
Big
of
XP
plays.
lead now for Deadshot. I think he'll be happy with how this goes now. Okay, bit of face damage, and the sniper goes down to the Sunburn.
Yeah, the XP lead is a big thing because, there is obviously that big perk 3 with the Korean Dragon, but you kind of feel like this is at the moment. This is only going one way with the XP. What's Niprax's win condition? And
Yeah,
that
and
spirit on the
that defenso against Caleb is huge. That Caleb's never going to see a shield.
like, and that's it's not too bad. But getting spirit on it as well means not only it survives an extra couple of hits.
Yep.
You know, it's not like Caleb's even getting through with half health for maybe activating the shield and doing a bit of work. You're just dying. That's it.
Okay, Deadshot is 30 plus HP ahead. He's in a strong position right now. He's going to look to get to that perk 3, get that dragon down and push with it.
And it's of course for people who play earlier and stuff who maybe not as experienced as DeathShoot. There's a good chance you'll see he'll hold it in his hand for a while when he gets there, and he's not playing it straight away. You can hold on to it and look for a moment of maximum impact, as opposed to just like, right, I need to get this dragon down.
Yeah, well the problem is normally you spawn it and you spawn it defensively, which means you're going to lose control of the field for a little bit. So if he's in a strong position already, he might almost not need to use it. And of course that perk 3 dragon comes with the breath, so he wants to get the most he can out of the breath. It's going to be a weakened breath. It's not going to be a cursed ascension breath.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wants to be able to hit as much, soften up as much as he can with it. And that perk 3 is coming up very quickly. Bridges have been in Deadshot's control for a majority of this game.
Yeah, there he is. He's about 30, so he's 30 mana ahead now. And he's in a good place. And normally, Fine Meridians you're often a bit behind. Not by much, if you can play it well. And you use that dragon to do a big push and gain that mana lead or bring yourself back even, something like that. But he's in the lead and he's now hoping to get a big push on, and he's going to extend it far enough that he'll hit Mana Frenzy before the power of their opponent matters.
Yep. I didn't like the way Deathshot spawned the Defensor at the bottom there, but because it allowed Niprax to spawn the Caliph opposite it, but then Deadshot has the dragon, which actually completely shut it down, so I'm sure Deadshot had that all in his mind.
Yeah, and there's there's spirit on that bounty sniper, which is going to be huge now. It's hitting face, and spirit on the dragon, so it won't die as quickly.
That's a lot of face damage.
There's going to be a lot of face damage.
Caleb spawns, taunts everything off. That dragon's going to go down, but Deadshot's got such an XP lead right now.
Right, that play took it from 30 to
oh,
over
that bounty
50.
sniper's surviving. That's insane. Oh, it's going to go down eventually, but it got some huge value. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, Deadshot in the real strong position right now.
Yeah, you see, only just about now is Niprax hitting perk 3, and Deathshoot's 20 XP away from hitting Mana Frenzy. And that's probably that at that point.
Okay.
So where are we going now? But he's playing it patient. He knows he doesn't need to rush this.
No, there's no need. He's in control right now.
So yeah,
Shock Rock resetting Caliph. He does have the Defensor if he needs to. It looks like Caliph's going to get round to another shield. I'm not sure. I don't know why he's playing the Defensor away from Caliph.
I think he's maybe trying to use it as something to push him behind for a win. I don't know if that's right. Like you were saying, there's a ghost coming out of him.
He does have a lot of HP, so he can tank on face. You know, we've spoken about that before. You know, you don't need to win with full HP. There's no benefit of that. So
Yeah.
that might have been what he was doing there.
It's just confusing how, like, he's a better player than me, but I didn't see the benefit in doing that then. But here we go. We've got the
See, there we see.
got the defensive chopper.
The Defensor Chopper just fully shuts down Caliph. Mana
Such
Frenzy.
a good combo with the ghost turret as well.
Yeah.
Spirit on the bounty sniper, which could end up smacking out a load of extra mana already in Mana Frenzy, and Niprax is so far behind.
Yeah, I'm sure as soon as Niprax saw that Defensor Chopper for the first time, he realised he was going to be up against it. Because that really shuts down his whole
absolutely.
plan.
Right, but he's holding on pretty well at the moment. But this is not a this deck by DeathShoot is not one that's going to overwhelm you quickly.
No.
So, it's just a case of being patient, and getting that in. See, now that he's got a second defense,
This is going to be it here. Shockrock's going to lock this down.
He's just putting stuff out to defend, and there it is.
I feel like DeathShoot always had that under control. He was managing the game exactly as he wanted to. He was able to shut down that Caliph at will with the Defenso and the Shockrock. We saw at one point he decided to tank on face, which why not? You've got HP to spare. That's saving your units from taking that damage. So DeathShoot coming back from a game down. He's 2 games to 1 up in this best of 5. So he does have match point now, trying to push on to the final.
I would say I'm really impressed actually, and Cosmic's, maybe better to shed an eye on his more tournament experience, that after the matches against Dragon, he's not tilted.
Yeah, and what you'll see, especially at this point, is like people are going to be playing like a lot of safe decks. No one's going to be trying anything too super crazy aggressive. Like the majority of the games at this point are going to go to Mana Frenzy or at least post perk 3. Just because it's a lot safer to go with a long deck, and here they go.
Yeah, that was quickly back in. I thought there was going to be more prep time in between those games, but we have, Setsu from DeathShoot and a Ravager from Niprax. Interesting. And a very nice sportsman like good luck, have fun from Niprax with Slash there. So, DeathShoot going for some early bridge grab. He's got the Lone Scout there, so anybody saw the symbol there, gets an extra mana because there was no other units under their control. It's pretty useful, especially early when the mana comes in slow. Alright. Oh, we have a rammer of sorts. Oh, that's a pretty good use of the vortex there.
Wow,
Hold the rammer
okay.
backwards in.
I am back. Sorry about that, guys. Okay.
And there's the Glenn's Brew coming in. That's so much base damage. There's a real issue here that with the Ravager is that he's going to be on such defensive footing when he gets his perk 1 that you're not going to get the value out of it.
Okay. Right. Good start for DeathShoot, looks like.
It was a really good start for DeathShoot. Now, this is interesting. Niprax has taken a lot of damage, but he's played that Troubadour out at the same time for the Brutus to be out there. I think that's very clever, and it's obviously doing it to try and provide cover to allow the Brutus to get to face.
It looked like we had, from DeathShoot, we've got a Fergus, which will do huge damage to everything here, but that's, okay.
Oh boy, he's going for, okay, we see what he's doing here.
Right, never step on face, Vortex pulls it off face, Heal comes in, Vortex doesn't pull the Ravager, the Brutus, sorry, because it's mythic, but Rammer coming in as well. That's a lot of face damage as well, interesting. And the attack's still not over. This is a very big attack from Niprax, and I'm glad I came back just in time, because I almost missed the entire game.
Well, the first rammer that he tried to play was when Fergus was right down near face, and he carefully used the Vortex to pull it back and get killed. So I think the problem now is that having happened, it's like without the perk 1 push,
This is,
DeathShoot knows what's coming.
Yep.
Can he prepare for it?
oh, he's used the Glenn's Brew there.
Glenn's brewed the
That's going to be too much.
That could be the play. Oh my god.
That's all he needed. DeathShoot closes the series out 3 games to 1. And
I love how I say, we're gonna see longer games, and then both DeathShoot and Niprax pull out games that are decks that are gonna end the game in 5 minutes.
Wow.
Like, credit to Niprax going, do you know what, I'm gonna try this. Let's see if I can just blast him out of the way. And taking a bold strategy. You felt like if that push that they were doing wins or he loses, and ultimately DeathShoot was able to see through it.
Yeah, no, I would say that rammer play at the start, by vortexing it into the Fergus Flagon was incredible. Like the reaction time on that was huge.
Yeah, right. That was amazing play, and that amount of damage that it could have got is
That could have tipped the match.
absolutely.
Yeah, that Troubadour does massive damage. So every time you can avoid one hit from that.
Well, you missed what we're talking about, Fish. So right at the start, basically, Niprax played a rammer to kind of peel Fergus Flagon off of face and start its spin early, but then DeathShoot vortexed it back into Fergus Flagon.
Oh wow!
Which then put Fergus Flagon back on face and killed the rammer before the rammer could even get to DeathShoot's side of the bridge, which, you know, a full rammer's worth of damage would have killed DeathShoot, I would say, at the end of that.
You know what's really upsetting for me is I was going to go back and clip that, but I've just seen that you were away and we didn't get to see it on stream.
Oh no!
Listen, chat's bullying me enough about this. I don't need you guys bullying me too.
I was just saying.
We can watch the replay if you guys want. Do you want to watch the replay?
We'll watch the first minute of the replay.
Let's do it.
It's
Okay.
Because you owe somebody $25 if you don't.
Oh god. Let's do it while we're waiting for the next game to get set up. Okay, so let's just make sure we're not messing around too much here. So, Deadshot's taken that series 3-1. He's now in the final against Dragon. Let's quickly show you guys a replay at the start of the last game, in case you missed it, for whatever reason that was nothing to do with me.
It was great to see your chat then, like check back on your chat as I'm commentating on a game of my own, which they didn't see.
God damn it.
Let's fight.
I thought I had time. Jeez, man's got to pee. Okay, here we go. Here's the replay. No dual decks for this. Just classic
G-Town's
replay.
there, kind of. G-Town's there chatting. You would probably say, "Not like fish."
I was away doing big things. Okay. If you want to clip it, you can clip it from this, and we'll just all pretend that it happened in real time, okay? Nobody needs to know. Just don't tell Sinobii. Right, here we go! Fergus at the bottom here. That guy can do a lot of damage. Okay, Rammer gets away, but Rammer gets pulled back by the Vortex. Fergus shuts it down. Niprax reacts. Yeah. Not
that is the play. That's the exact play we were talking about. Like the quick fingers in the response to prevent that rammer from getting anywhere is incredible.
And the Glenn's brew. I think this is where I entered the room and I saw this guy spinning and I was like, oh shit.
Nice cup of tea and biscuits though, Yaya.
Yes, son. It's important, okay? Man's got to eat.
Sorry, while Cosmic was casting, I had to manage to eat some fish and chips on my downtime.
Oh my god.
I'm my wife, so you know.
You're all right then. I'm surviving
I'm very lucky.
I'm surviving on Kit Kats here. Okay. Well, we can just leave this to play out while we're waiting to see what happens with getting the next game set up.
Two fingers, 4, or are you a chunky man?
I do like a chunky, but this was 4 fingers of glory.
So, final coming up, and we're going to see the rematch.
That's correct.
So, talk me through it. What happens, obviously, because it's double elimination, should DeathShoot win a best of 5?
So we have a best of 5, Dragon against Deadshot. Deadshot, of course, has come through the redemption bracket after losing to Dragon in the winners bracket final. So that means Deadshot has already used his second life. So if we have the best of 5 and Dragon loses, that means Dragon gets to use his second life at that point. So we reset, we have rebands, we do a second best of 5. So if Dragon wins the first best of 5, that's it, because Deadshot's already used his second life.
So I will, obviously I'll still be around, but how about this, Cosmic? If it ends up going to a second final, we switch back? How does that sound?
Sounds like a fair deal for me.
Okay, right. Okay.
Oh, so we got bans in, guys. Dragon has banned APEP, Plasma Marines, and Shockrock. DeathShoot has banned APEP and Wildcards.
So once again, we see Dragon giving DSOO the option of wildcards, which, as we saw, I don't think that DeathShoot should try and play wildcards because they're not accustomed to it. They typically don't play wildcard decks. And
I'm
I don't think
surprised
that
that
it's gonna help them.
Brothers ban hasn't come out here. I'm really surprised you didn't ban APEP and Brothers.
Because Brothers can be easily substituted for other cards, such as either a Rock Rival, even a Brother of the Burning Fist. Like, a lot of the Empyrean units can be substituted for each other.
Maybe, but that split you get with them, and the fact that you've got to take down 2 decently big units out there. I feel like it's the way he's played it has been such an integral part of the Millowing deck he had that I'm surprised. Like you said, Dragon doesn't even particularly normally use wildcards, so maybe
he could pull out a wild card of Brothers is really strong depending on what your opponent has and if you have the right spells to support it.
Okay, we're just getting set up.
It's gonna be a good final though.
Okay, so Cosmic is joining me for this one. Guys, if you are in the chat, we're about to watch the final, the grand final. So if you haven't, make sure you go get all your friends, all your family, everyone that you know, bring them here. Let's enjoy this together. This is going to be a rematch.
Shove a screen in their face.
That's it. And if they've got Twitch Prime, you know what to do. Right. That was a joke. Nobody laughed.
Subscribe to NobbyTime. That's
brilliant.
Was that insinuating that like they should off them and then?
No.
Use
No. How would you get that from that?
Like telling someone that they know what to do, especially with
No,
your chat, I feel like
that's a
is
dark and
just...
twisted mind. Right, I'm just going to do a Discord announcement, get to see if we can get some more people in here, make sure everyone gets to enjoy this. Did we get the bans in? Have we gone through the bans?
Yeah, so I can repeat those again. Dragon banned out APEP, Plasma Marines, and Shockrock. And DeathShoot banned APEP and Wildcard. So as Cosmic was saying, he's left open the wildcard option again for DeathShoot.
Okay.
And they are ready and waiting, apparently.
Right, let me just do this Discord and then we'll go. Okay, tournament grand final time. Get in here. Okay, there we go.
And this is going to be another bridge baddie off.
Yeah. Okay, let's make sure we're ready to go. So, we've got Cosmic joining us on the cast for this one. Nobby, as always, in the background here. Not as always, but you know what I mean. Let's move on from that. Okay, so we've got Deadshot and Dragon. I'm main spectating Deadshot. I'm ready to go. So let's see if the players are ready to go. Oh yes.
Best of luck to both of them.
We could set up some predictions in the chat. That's a good idea. How do we do predictions? Start a prediction.
Uncle Block has predicted a DeathShoot 6 win streak.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's
completely
bold.
reversed.
Okay, who will win the final? We've got DeathShoot and we've got Dragon. Okay, looks like we're loaded into game number 1. Let's set up this prediction. DeathShoot, Dragon. Boom. Got it. Okay, prediction should be open. Unless I click the wrong button, which is definitely possible. Right, here we go. Looks like Nobby's had enough.
And we're off.
Alright, so we got Dragon playing Diona and DeathShoot pulling out their King Puff. Diona, of course, got a massive buff, I would say, for 1v1 with the fact that Ruffles now spawns on your side. And so you get, overall, in 1v1s, a lot more Ruffles potions.
That's right. And the percentage of ones you're able to grab hugely increased. Okay, so this is The grand final, guys. Best of 5. There is the potential of a second best of 5 if Deadshot takes this first best of 5. But let's see if he can. Right, let's make sure we got the stream set up correctly. Go. Okay. So Dragon playing a Demon Warrior deck. His Demon Warrior seems to be quite buried in his hand or in his deck, which is frustrating. You want to get that first Demon Warrior out as quickly as possible. First one's out at a minute, so that's a little frustrating for him.
Grenadier coming out. Grenadier, of course, being a very strong 2-mana clear for that Skeleton Horde.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, that it kept trading so well. Bridge switch. Well, interesting, he switched that with the Marine off the bridge, so both bridges for Deadshot now. Very nicely done.
And Diona's trap was on the top bridge. DeathShoot may have seen that and switched it so that way Scotty wouldn't hit the trap.
Okay, there we see the stint with the bridge grab from the Arcane, the Outlander tech. Demon Warrior stack 2. Here it comes. Now he's using the Hypnotize here. Only on some cheap units, but saves his units.
Save the buzzers
holds.
to keep the bridge.
That's an expensive. I don't know about that. That's expensive though, but ultimately holding the bridge really helped in that situation. How are we looking with the predictions? Okay, so it looks like 50-50 right now. 50-50 with the predictions between Deathshot and Dragon. Although most people did vote for Deadshot, but most people used channel points for Dragon. If that makes any sense at all. Okay. Some face damage coming in here. Slight XP lead for Deadshot. Grabs the bridge with the stint again. Ruffles going for a hill. Unlikely to grab this one though. Oh, just gets it. The Demon Warrior not taunting, but aggro and everything. Gets a hill. Maybe not the most valuable thing right now since Dragon is behind on XP.
We are pretty close to that Demon Warrior though. We got mana coming in. Mana is huge when you're running a Demon Warrior deck, because each mana potion means that that's that much faster that you're going to get off that Demon Warrior.
Yeah, grab that 2 mana. Those mana potions, you've got to be careful you're not topped off with your mana or you're just going to waste it. So you've got to pay attention to when that's going to be grabbed and make sure you haven't got too much mana saved up. Here we go. XP well in Deadshot's favour, but of course that Demon Warrior is going to change everything. Stack 4 Demon Warrior coming soon. But Deadshot's DPS plus the bridge switch could be a great way of dealing with it. He does have the Hypnotize as well to potentially try and help out. Okay, the stint taking both bridges there. That's the power of the stint. The latest changes. And again, the stint takes both bridges in return. Ruffles going for a heal again, and I feel like Dragon doesn't want the heals in this situation right now. The heal's not really what he needs. He's got a lot of HP. XP or mana would be more beneficial, but that's the random nature of Ruffles. You don't get to choose what you get.
I don't think the Demon Warrior is going to be as valuable as it could be in this matchup, because like the Skeleton Horde deals with it very well. And that's basically the only heavy hitting card in Dragon's deck.
It's a lot of bones.
Great. That's a great Crystal Blast.
Okay. He does have the Arcane Bolt. It's going to stun it though, but he needs to get some DPS on it. The Taunt Totem's a little bit too far away, but the stun on the Scotty... Oh, it doesn't quite kill it in time. Okay, this could be a little bit of face damage coming here. I say a little bit. That's a big hit. Okay. Small margins. Deadshot ahead on XP, but took a big hit on his face there. Bridge switch before the Demon Warrior. Not sure that was exactly as he wanted. Okay, remember this is the grand final. Best of 5. But, oh, that Demon Warrior. Deadshot wants that bridge to get the shield. There's the Arcane Crystal to clear everything there. Arcane Bolt shuts it down, but you can see the dynamic of the game has changed immediately with that big Demon Warrior. Deadshot really on the back foot now. Struggling to have a bridge, struggling to save face. Well, here he goes with the Hypnotize. Oh, the Hypnotize just misses the Demon Warrior though. Those Marines are going to be on it, but the Demon Warrior's not going to return fire. Oh, what's that? Surely that's a mistake at the top. feel like I'm not sure what happened there. Did DeathShoot just throw?
That was two misplays so close together. That is so unfortunate.
Wow.
I don't know what to say.
You and me both.
He was doing so well. Yeah, just to cut like so close with the arcane crystal, to getting out on face, and he never really recovered from that. And I wonder whether those misplays were frustration induced, like, oh, I've lost already, that kind of thing, and like maybe in their mind they were already GG next, moving on.
Wow. I don't know what to say.
No, that's like, yeah.
That bounty sniper at the top was insane. He just. I've never seen DeathShoot do anything like that before. He just spawned it. Just get off, dead. You're dead. Forget it.
Yeah. And you know, he's just come off games where we saw him play Sublime Minion Masters, right? Mm-hmm. So it's just we're just sat here in shock because.
Well, also, yeah, like at this point, DeathShoot's been playing the tournament for a while. Like fatigue is definitely a factor at this point, and Dragon's just been sitting around waiting for DeathShoot to work his way back up the loser bracket.
Well, exactly. Yeah, he's had that rest. He's been able to watch and plan and prepare.
So we saw him. He arcane bolted the Demon Warrior, but didn't quite manage to kill it in time. So that was frustrating. Then we saw the Hypnotize, which was slightly misplaced, missed the Demon Warrior. It wasn't like a massive deal because the Demon Warrior would have just killed a couple of Marines and that was it. But then the Bounty Sniper after that was I don't know what to say. Either he just gave up, or it was just a misplay, or it was just tilt. But anyway, DeathShoot needs to put that out of his mind, recover, reposition himself, and that's what the best players can do. So let's see what he can bring to the table now as we move into game number 2 in this best of 5. Dragon, 1 game up. What can DeathShoot do with his Mordor?
Alright. So Mordor versus Valoran, this is going to be an interesting matchup, depending on what Dragon has as their heavy card. Right, and that's just a regular blue golem, right?
That is correct. No taunt, no reduction, but no statue to deal with. Okay, that's a nice Pincer of Dread. Remember, Pincer does go through shields now. Could be useful. Right. Let's have a look. Okay, there's too much at the top for the Flinger to deal with. Now, we do have a buffed Golem pushing at the bottom, but it is unsupported. Let's see what Dragon uses to deal with it. He does have the brothers, so here we go. They will knock it back. Okay.
Lash coming out.
Lash of Our Moon. It's a 5-mana spell, so it is expensive, but got some value out of it there. And oftentimes, you saw it there with the brothers. It's frustrating because you do a big hit on the first brother, and then it knocks you back, and you aggro on the second brother. So you can't just, if you've done 50% damage, you can't just kill one of them in 2 hits. You end up hitting both of them once, and it's a little bit frustrating. But here we go. DeathShoot taking some face damage, but Colossus out on the field. The reses are going to be huge. If we look at Dragon's hand, though, Shock Rock. Now, can DeathShoot get the reses he wants? Fireball comes in. That tombstone was put so far forward, it just asked for that. And the tombstone's going to take so much damage from that fireball, there's no way there's going to be a res from that tombstone.
Okay, we do have 2 very strong pushes coming in on both sides, though. Oh, with an ATG drone to support. This is huge, because brothers are not going to be able to do much against either of those sides. We have a wall that's kind of delaying the inevitable a little bit up top, trying to get off a little bit of damage on that Colossus. Pincer coming out, making sure that that next Colossus hit hits face.
Oof, does hit face, that's nice. Okay. I feel like that tombstone, although it got shut down, I feel like it wouldn't really have rezzed anything anyway, because nothing died for ages. That's the thing, you know, you don't necessarily want to just spawn your tombstones straight away, because they do degrade. Things like the Colossus, slow moving, they take ages to potentially die sometimes, and by that time your tombstone has disappeared.
Yeah, so we see DeathShoot cleaning out the smaller units out of his hands. Definitely gonna see that Tombstone. I feel like was placed a little bit too early because they can force a Jade Flinger res here.
Oh, that's bad. That's frustrating. Little mistake, but it's a big deal because he could have had a Harbinger res there.
DeathShoot threw out a GG. Is that for which side?
So yeah, who knows? Little mistake from Deadshot. We don't see them very often, but here comes Lash of Armoon. 200 damage every time. 2 hits. That's some good work. But the Tombstone is charging up, but the Colossus goes down, and Deadshot really not able to get the reses that he wants right now. Just like missing that Harbinger res. It's huge. Okay. Right. There we go. He got a res. ATG drone. It's going to support the blue golem. That's going to be a nice push. Fireball comes in. Frustrating thing here is the ATG drone's just a little bit too fast, so it's going to get aggroed and taken out. Stin grabs a bridge. XP's nicely in Deadshot's favour, which is not what you would necessarily expect from Mordor at this stage of the game. So, I mean, I feel like Deadshot's going to be okay with how this is. He needs to not mess any more reses up, though. Because that he just loses all his momentum at that point.
Okay, we see Brothers coming out against the Colossus. Tombstone comes out. Harbinger comes out.
I think this game's hugely important to the outcome overall. Deadshot needs to get his name on the board. Especially with how that last game went. Here we go. This is the res that he wants. Oh. Okay. Okay. Not quite a res yet, but here it comes. That's what he wants. Okay, now he's got...
And that's hasted. Hasted Colossus are huge because that attack is so much faster, and they walk to the other side of the field, giving you time to build up your hand the way that you need for that next big res.
Double Colossus out. This is very strong right now. Needs to be a little careful with the reses here because we do have some small units, but just doesn't want to lose the momentum he has. But
and the issue is they could try and force the crossbow res, but to do that they would have messed up the way that they were defending and lost even more units. Yep. This is huge. 2 Colossus out. Harbinger's already hitting face. Blue Golem's out. Sending out units to maybe try and take the Tombstone, but stopped with the next Golem. This is it, I think.
Tombstone goes down, but Colossus is close. Next Golem's close. We've got another Golem up, and looks like the hasted Harbinger as well at the top from the Tombstone. There's no way Dragon can hold on here. He's too far behind on XP. And has no HP left. Deadshot's got this one in the bag, dare I say it. Harbinger is on face now. Here we go. 25 HP left. Oh, and he knows even though the lash does very little face damage, it's enough. It does 10% damage of its 200 to face, but it was enough. Wow. Deadshot drags himself back into this. The first game was unexpected, but now that's the kind of Deadshot we see. You know, there were a couple of mistakes in there, a couple of bad reses, but overall, just too much.
I'm relieved for the kind of hoping the grand final goes long, because I feel like there was parts in the first game and in this one where I feel like you could see DeathShoot wasn't himself. You could see maybe some self-doubt or some tilt, whatever it is, because of the 3-0 in their first match. And I'm really glad he powered through that one, and hopefully that will give his confidence back, because I want to see this. Like, I want to see some more games. Like, I really do.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was some plays in there that was just like, oof, okay, you know.
Yeah, and Dragon versus DeathShoot is a match that I've been wanting to watch for a while, just because they're 2 very, very high-skilled players, and watching them just go at it with. Regardless of what decks they choose, just seeing how they react to it. Like, Dragon had a pretty strong deck, but they were just constantly getting backed into the corner by DeathShoot, and it was just interesting to see the way that they handled that, essentially.
Yeah, I was surprised that the XP that Deadshot was able to get there, because normally you lose your bridge control when you're playing the heavy Mordor decks, but Deadshot was always ahead on XP there. It's like he was able to start a heavy push and just control the game from there. You know, Dragon was constantly defending for the whole game, but just the weight of those heavy unit reses, the Colossus reses, the Harbinger reses. It's just too much, especially when they come back after perk 3, when they're hasted, they come back swinging. And ultimately, DeathShoot brings himself back into this best of 5. 1 game all.
Really excited to see how they do with their decks now.
Yeah, we see Dragon's deck building right now. Like he's thinking about it. He's like, okay, so if I go up against that deck again, because he had a Shock Rock and a Fireball, and we saw the Fireball get used to deny tombstones. We saw the Shock Rock get used to deny tombstones. But even so, like even one Mordor res of a 7-mana unit just gives you so much momentum. And once we started getting that first res, then they just started coming in, and Mordor's power just ramped up like crazy.
Yeah,
That's right.
and DeathShoot is also in deck building, so we could be seeing some new stuff.
Let's see what they go. Or they might just be trying to bait out their opponent by pretending to be deck building. Who knows? So many things could be going on.
Yeah, this is really exciting and genuinely very tense. Like I'm surprised how tense I'm feeling watching this.
Yeah, after what happened in the first game and now DeathShoot bringing this back to 1 game all, tense is the word for sure. Let's see what happens in game number 3. We're loading into it now. Thanks again for everybody joining. Thanks for GGtoor, Betadwarf, Team Honor Frenzy for providing this event for us. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Remember, vote for your totally awesome, not awesome. Awesome doesn't start with an O. Totally overpowered play of the day.
You'll get there, Fish. I believe in you.
I need one of Sinobie's sticky notes on my monitor or something. I can't do it without. Okay, here we go. Loading in. Seems to be taking a while. You guys still loading in? Here we go. Right.
Yeah, I'm still loading.
Okay.
It spit me back out to the menu.
Right. Okay. So it looks like someone may have disconnected. So DeathShoot. I've lost DeathShoot's spectate. Let's see what's going on with those guys. DeathShoot gone offline for you guys?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, failed with error code, user is offline.
Okay. Shut up!
Well, if your internet's gonna crash, better to do it now.
Awesome.
Right, guys, remember, vote for the totally awesome.
Awesome.
The totally awesome.
Stop!
Play,
God damn it!
Or ooh for short.
Ooh.
Ooh, the ooh play.
Ooh.
The play that makes you go ooh.
Ooh, that is
God
an
damn it! I don't know why I
incredible
bother.
play.
It's just safer to not
Like
say
oh,
anything.
like you just see a play and just go ooh. Like either like the ones that either make you go like oh man, or like the ones that just go ooh that was really good. Like that's how you do it.
Look, I expect this kind of behaviour from the chat, but come on, from you guys as well.
You realize that we were in your chat a good amount of the time, Fish, right? Like you haven't brought people out of your chat, you've brought your chat into your stream. Like a very subtle difference there.
I mean, if it's any relief, I've been much nicer towards you, Fish, than I am to Cosmic when I'm casting with him.
That is true. That is
Yeah.
true.
Good.
So Nobby is on a better behavior than normal.
Wow. Okay. Well, hopefully we get another event in the future from GGtoor, and we may have a completely new caster lineup.
Oh man.
Back.
Does it what are the chances of getting someone who can pronounce totally overpowered play? I got it done. I'm done.
I think
It was low hanging
awesome
fruit, and I
if we
grabbed
could,
it, and
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I can't help it. My brain just goes today. It's been that way since it started. Totally awesome play. Starting with
and you keep calling DeathShoot DeadShot, and it's like,
listen, he's dead. DeathShoot One in my friends list. He's DeathShoot in the tournament. Like everywhere he appears, it's a different name. That's not on me. You know, this guy needs to decide what his damn name is and stick to it.
I don't know why you're picking at him when Biddy Hobgoblin doesn't even have his name. Like,
Okay, hold on. I think my game's broken. It says I can't spectate while I'm spectating, but I'm not spectating. Right. Yes. I mean, Biddy's going to get a thrashing for that, for sure. Okay, let me restart
I
my
guess that way
game.
you can't register for the tournament unless your Steam name matches your registered name.
I'm just I'm pleased now that I can see your chat now that it's caught up with the awesome bit.
Yeah. Perfect. You're all going on a list. Don't worry. These things don't get forgotten.
He's checking.
That's all right. I've been on the naughty list for a while. I don't expect to get off anytime soon. I just.
Maybe that could be your next giveaway! Exclamation mark! Totally awesome.
Yes. See, we're helping you figure out new giveaway titles.
Totally awesome ornament.
I hate you all.
Well, that's Christmas's play.
Okay. Looks like Deadshot's back online.
Yeah. He's back in deck building. Maybe what he did was he disconnected on purpose because he was like, oh shit, I needed a different deck.
Yeah, or maybe played a card that he wasn't allowed or something. Who knows? Maybe we'll find out. Maybe whoever is the ultimate winner, remind me, we might be able to get them on for a chat. That'll be cool. I didn't think about it last time until it was too late, but who knows? Maybe this time. We'll see. If they want to. No pressure. Right.
Yes. Remember, guys, don't forget to do the top play.
Whatever you're going to do.
Big shout out to Sinobii, Fish, Team Mana Frenzy, all those people. Oh, and we're starting again! Hooray!
Okay, I couldn't tell if you were going to be nice there or if you were carrying on with the totally awesome bit. Okay, Deadshot says, yeah, we are respectating. Done. Okay. Okay, here we go. Game number 3.
Hey, we see the MVP of all Minion Masters showing up. Ruffles on Deathshot's side.
Okay, so we got Diona against Morelia. Let's see where this one ends up. It looks like we got a full Accursed deck from Dragon.
Against a Demon Warrior deck. Now, depending on the Accursed deck and how it's played, it can do really well against the Demon Warrior deck.
So Dragon's deck's going to be weaker until Accursed Ascension. Deadshot's deck's going to be weaker until Demon Warrior, stack 5.
So they're both playing longer term decks.
Bit of face damage coming in here. That wolf is pretty tanky. So a reminder, this is best of 5. 1 game all. Let me say, Demon Warrior stack 2 already. We saw that early in an earlier game. The first Demon Warrior came out after a minute because it was buried in the deck. So Deadshot didn't get punished by just random deck order in this situation, which can make a big difference in the ultimate outcome.
We do, however, see a good amount of mass on Dragon's side. They have both the 4-mana Skeleton Horde and the 2-mana Skeleton Crew, as well as the skeletons that they can pull from their book. So we're going to need to see a decent amount of wave clear on DeathShoot's side, and most of what they have is just Grenadier and Shielded Crossbow dudes, which if used properly can help do that, but I think they're going to struggle to manage to get much damage on face once everything ticks over.
Yeah, because of course the Demon Warrior is a very strong single target unit, but it doesn't attack that quickly, so if it comes up against a lot of little units like, as Cosmic mentioned, all those little skeletons, then it really does slow it down. But it does excel in that at just holding a bridge in that situation.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to come down to how much value is the Demon Warrior going to get before a Cursed Ascension hits? Because I think once a Cursed Ascension hits, this is going to be tilted in Dragon's favor heavily, especially with the Curse Bearer.
Okay, so XP real close. Cursed Ascension, that's 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
Okay, we see Ruffles coming out. Ruffles can get the mana. Ooh,
didn't quite get it.
denied.
Okay, so we're going to see some dragons from Dragon.
The Cursed Ascension hit at not even 3 minutes before the Demon Warrior's out. Ascension's already out, so that's huge.
Demon Warrior going to get cursed there. Oh, not quite. Okay, stack 4 Demon Warrior. Next one's going to be big. Ruffle's going for a heal. Not going to get it. That Ruffle's... That potion was very deep in enemy territory. Compared to where we normally see it. Okay. On a knife edge right now. 1 game all. Deadshot's is going to have to deal with the Cursed Ascension power and the Dragon. Dragon's going to have to deal with the big Demon Warrior. Who's going to deal with it better? Let's find out. Slight XP lead now for Dragon. He does have that extra power of the Cursed Ascension. The breath is better.
And the skeletons from the breath!
The skeletons from the breath. I keep trying to tell Cosmic that the breath got nerfed, but he's having none of it.
It's not being... Because, like, what we saw up top, like, that forced DeathShoot to play to capture the bridge, which means that you can then react to your opponent's mana, and being able to choose what unit to play is huge, rather than just playing unit to grab a bridge.
This is true.
Especially with post-ascension dealing damage faster, as Dfogo was saying earlier. Like, it's a lot different now. It doesn't do quite as much just blanket damage, so it's not as powerful as something like Ground Shaper in terms of just massive wave clear ability, but in terms of like general usage, it's so much more valuable now. Like, look at all these skeletons coming on the bottom. Like, DeathShot's gonna have a huge time just dealing with this non-stop mass.
There's perk 3, Dragon available. Okay, Deadshot wants to get the Demon Warrior on the Dragon. Dragon wants to prevent that from happening. And he has. Stun, Grenadier backing up the Demon Warrior well, but there you can see the Demon Warrior just struggling against all the small units. Going to get a hit off on the Dragon, but of course Dragon has more dragons to come. But here we go, Demon Warrior cursed, but it's on face. So this is it's good face damage. It is going to die pretty quickly. Bridges are red during this whole time, so the Dragon will be happy with that. The Dragon down to 935 HP. That's quite the HP damage. Deadshot has traps from Diona to try to deal with this Dragon. Now, he's not going to be trying to damage the Dragon with that trap, but he's going to be trying to use the trap to keep it pointing away. It's not the taunt trap, but that doesn't matter because this Demon Warrior is absolutely shredding that Dragon at the top. Look at that. It's going to be dead. Needs some support.
Thorns was huge against all the skeletons that came out.
Ruffle's going for a heal as well, which is not really what he wants right now. Every little helps, I guess.
Great taunting trap there.
Okay, here we go. Breath coming in. Remember, it doesn't turn the things it kills into skeletons anymore, but it does give you guaranteed skeletons.
Automatic 6 skeletons post-ascension, which... This is where we're going to see Dragon just start stacking dragons back to back. And one of the things is that Breath can help summon mass on the other end of the field. So we see right now, so this Breath was mostly to just summon extra things for that Demon Warrior to hit.
Yep.
Like, he only would have got 2 skeletons on that end of the field.
Deadshot desperate to get that Demon Warrior on the Dragon, but there's just too much stuff in the way. But guess what? He's got another Demon Warrior. These 2 Demon Warriors are going to go to town here. One of them's dead, but he's going to take the Dragon with the next one, I think. No, Dragon survives, got some reasonable HP left, so that's frustrating because there is quite a substantial push coming at the bottom, and the Dragon being in there makes it difficult to deal with. Now, he does have some taunt totems, but XP is very much in Dragon's favour right now. He's now doing face damage. It's a lot of face damage. Demon Warrior's out, but this is going to take a while to clear up. Demon Warrior's not going to be able to just crush through this. All the while, Dragon's ready for his next Dragon. There it is, spawned defensively. But 400 Blast Monster just all over face right now, frustratingly. Okay, 353 HP. But here we see the Demon Warrior just getting distracted. It's almost like you just want to scream at the Demon Warrior, ignore the skeletons!
That's huge. Breath coming in, finishing everything off, adding in extra skeletons on top of
on a frenzy now for Dragon. Here we go. Demon Warrior's going to start shredding
Demon
this.
Warrior's coming out, locking on what it wants, but honestly, at this point, the dragons don't even matter for Dragon's deck. Like, just the sheer amount of skeletons coming in with the breaths able to clear out the
Oh,
Grenadier.
Deadshot
really is the
spells
main thing,
himself.
is
He
able to
knows he's
actually
over here.
protect it.
That's game to Dragon. 2 games to 1. And ultimately, just, you know, the power of the Demon Warrior just negated there by just all those blasted little skellies everywhere.
Yeah, so there was something I picked up on there, which I want to get your guys' thoughts on. When Dragon played the Queen's Dragon, DeathShoot was sat there with a Demon Warrior in hand to go, and he chose to play other stuff around like he was waiting for the Dragon to play and counter it. Now, an alternative in those situations is bunch of mana's been committed to one side, throw your Demon Warrior up the top and support it there and just play the rush, because at this point Dragon had 930 odd health and DeathShoot still had 1500 or so, right?
Yeah, I think the main reason why Dragon didn't try and do that is because they had so many mass cards. Like they had Skeleton Crew and the Skeleton Horde and Morelia's Book. All 3 of those paired with a Demon Warrior's equivalent of mana in ranged DPS will kill a Demon Warrior.
But then
And
even
so
on top of that, he held on to it for so long. If he had made that call, he would have had it back in its hand by the time the Dragon was a threat. And like, you want to be cycling those Demon Warriors, don't you? You want to try and get it out. So I wonder whether that was a kind of hesitation he would normally do, or was he in his head again about things? For me, it was like, as soon as I saw the Queen's Dragon go down, I would have been like, throw it up top, like go for that push, and at least try and make him respond to you while you cycle through your cards, get back to another Demon Warrior, which he would have got in time, because that's a really low cost deck he has.
Yeah, you do have a point. You don't want to hold that in your hand for too long, because as you say, you're missing out on one whole cycle of utilizing that. But boy, he needed that Demon Warrior to take that Dragon out, but there was just so much interference, just so frustrating that just couldn't really get it to do what he wanted. And those, as Cosmic says, that the breath with the Skellies just gives that extra bridge control, and ultimately just too much bridge control. Okay, so it's 2 games to 1. Best of 5. If Dragon wins this, he wins the tournament.
I will hunt all those who turn to darkness.
As far as I understand. I mean, I could get it wrong, just like my pronunciation of everything. Okay, so Deadshot's gone for Diona again. Sticking
It looks
with
like
the Demon
Deadshot's
Warrior.
playing the exact same deck.
Dragon switching to Milloween. Milloween
Is this the
brothers.
one with Rock Rivals?
Brothers.
Brothers, okay. So DeathShoot has Thorns in their deck to deal with the brothers if they can get some ranged DPS in there too.
It's going to be difficult though. It does set off their defensive pop. Grenadier is going to do work. They did split up though, so the Grenadier is only DPS in one of them. Of course the Demon Warrior deck's going to be light to start off with. Doesn't want to find himself too far behind. But he is struggling to defend here. Those brothers just getting value.
Yeah, I feel like those Legionnaires could have been played a little bit better. That was 3 mana that was essentially just thrown away.
Okay, so Demon Warrior at stack 2 already. To rush to that as soon as possible, but he's got to defend against a heavy deck with a far less heavy deck, and that's the key to a good Demon Warrior deck. Is if you got to get through that position where you are weak. Can he do so? Let's find out. Okay, so again, these are the pushes that he has to deal with. The brothers are split up, so the Thorns not going to pull them down so well. But here we go. Bear Trap grabbing the top one. Thorns mostly dealing with the bottom one. I mean, he kind of would have liked that Whirly Scrap to get involved, I think. The XP's now swayed into Dragon's favour. Remember, this is game point for Dragon. If he takes this, he takes the tournament. Deadshot, the winner from the previous tournament. Defending champion, 2-1 down.
Ruffles going for a heal, but not necessarily what he needs right now. XP or mana would be much more useful in this case. Mana helping him cycle that Demon Warrior.
Well, he's
XP
unsure what to
helping
do
him
there.
catch back up.
That's unlike Deadshot. Normally he knows exactly what he wants to do. You don't see him dilly-dally like that too much. So he just needs to get that big Demon Warrior out and still be in with a fighting chance in HP and XP. Oof, going for face there, Dragon. Interesting. Right, the brothers are together this time. They won't split like the previously, so the Thorns can do better work. Stun comes in. Grenadier doing some great work there. Grenadier is a very strong, cheap card.
Okay, bottom push dealt with very expertly by Deadshot.
Now, Dragon started going face very early. We've seen the Arcane Missiles, Fireball, and a Shock Rock all to face. Does that mean he feels like he can close the game out early? Does that mean he really, really is fearful of the Demon Warrior? Let's find out. Nice bridge grab at the top there with the collision.
Yeah, once the Demon Warrior's up, brothers are no longer going to be a threat, and so it's essentially going to be Dragon is going to have to spell down phase if they want to do anything to it.
Ruffles grabbing XP there. Brothers are split, which against the Demon Warrior could be beneficial for Dragon, but here we see... Oh, the Demon Warrior's arcane bolded, but
That's
there's no
why
DPS.
Stun Blast, because Stun Blast locks everything down while the Arcane Bolt is recharging.
Right, that Demon Warrior's going to go down, but Deadshot's already going to be cycling hard to his next one, so he does need to deal with this.
Ruffles got mana, which is huge. It's going to give a little bit of extra mana to defend this push with.
Okay,
and we can get health from Ruffles. Getting health from Ruffles...
Oh, we're lagging a little bit. Hold tight, guys. We should come back soon. Not sure. I need to investigate why this is happening, but it happens every now and then.
Fireball.
Okay, we're back. So the Arcane Bolt takes out the Demon Warrior. Deadshot will already be cycling hard to his next one. So you see the big Demon Warrior does change everything. Now, Dragon does have a lot of ways of doing direct face damage. So Deadshot's going to be hoping to get some heals probably from Ruffles.
Okay. Next unit killed, we'll see Ruffles pop out again.
Oh, there we go. Fireball to
Fireball
face.
just straight to face.
This is real frustrating. More face, or it's a little bit more face damage there. Okay, let's keep an eye out on where Ruffles is going to be going. This potion's going to drop here soon. Okay, more face damage. Deadshot blocks most of it. Okay, where's Ruffles? Where are the potions? Fireball to face. This is getting real close. Deadshot's at 85 HP. Shock Rock 45 HP. Deadshot.
Ruffles going for XP.
Ruffles not going for a heal.
That's it.
That's got to be too much.
Next
Dragon's going to
Ruffles
take the
isn't gonna
tournament
cycle
here.
around.
Dragon takes the match by 3-1. He is our champion. He started cycling towards face super early, but ultimately it worked out okay. He knew the Demon Warrior deck was going to be strong, but Dragon is our champion. Deadshot our runner-up. Let's get some clapping going for everybody involved.
Yeah! I mean...
Wow.
It was... Like, that was fairly incredible, watching Dragon. Like, that was really well played, and I enjoyed all the games then so much.
So many good players, so many good games, so many good decks. Ultimately, Dragon, the MVP of the day.
And he started thirsting face, what a lot of people would consider super early, but obviously like that was a strategy. Like, because Deathshot had to start playing so defensively, you know, with their Demon Warrior and not offensively, that allowed Dragon to just keep up the pressure. And ultimately led to them just slowly pushing in and taking that victory.
What a tournament! What a final! Dragon unbeaten throughout the day, bringing his A game, Deadshot
Like-
just pipped at the post.
Yeah, what a great series of games we've seen as well. Like I'm even thinking all the way back to the first one I watched, which was the first one I casted with you, which I believe was Gwynthoron versus Bitty Hob right at the start was exceptional. Like I haven't cast a something which hasn't been really interesting and intriguing, the whole time.
Right.
Yeah, the day has absolutely flown past. We had so many good games, so many good players. We're going to see if dragonN wants to come on and say a few words. We'll give him a second to decide. But again, thanks to everybody being part of this, whether you've been behind the screen, in front of the screen, beside the screen, whatever your relationship with the screen. I appreciate you being part of it. Thanks to GGtoor, Betadwarf, and Team Mana Frenzy for supporting the event. Thanks for NobbyTime, Cosmic Vortex, and Dfogo for joining me here on the casting couch. Not really a couch, but also thanks, of course, to Sinobii behind the scenes and all the players getting involved, and of course you guys at home. Make sure, if you haven't, make sure to clip your best play of the day. You can still go back in the VOD and clip it. Totally overpowered play of the day. Was that right?
Good job, Fish. I'm proud of you.
Nailed it. Only taking me 7 hours, but we got there.
Pro streamer confirmed.
Okay, so if you haven't, make sure you go clip it. Hashtag GGtoor, GGTOOR on Twitter. Looks like we can get dragonN in for an interview. How do you guys feel about that?
Nice.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's see if we can do this. That'll be awesome to talk to him, see what he feels like. See if he's ready. I don't know if I've ever spoken on voice to dragon, so this could be interesting.
I see some chat. Ruffles blew it. Absolutely.
Okay.
To the shelter with you.
Deadshot says in the chat, I can honestly say these have been the worst tourney games of my career. Well, his worst are some of ours best, so...
Yeah, it's like, Fish, you, I, and Nobby have all seen DeathShoot perform, on a regular basis, and like we all know, like this is definitely like subpar for what they normally do. But like even subpar for him was amazing. Like I could not have performed as well as he has, even in these last few matches where he's been making mistakes. Is like the amount of like split-second calculations that he's had to do and has been able to pull off. Even while they didn't get him like that first place, they still got him second place, which is no small achievement.
Exactly. Imagine having your worst tournament performance and getting to the final, being our runner-up.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, exactly. There's no shame. But I think dragonN has just joined us.
Okay, dragonN, are you there?
Yes, I am indeed. Hello.
Hey, how are you doing? Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It was definitely a tough match.
Yes, I think this is the first time we've actually spoken on voice, so that's awesome. Thanks so much for joining us. How did you feel the tournament went for you overall? It seemed relatively straightforward. Is that how you felt?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the first few games were kind of quick, but I really enjoyed that I didn't have to wait for the games to finish.
Yeah, you did get through to our final very quickly, and then you had to wait for the redemption bracket to take part. How is that when you have to wait all that time? Is that frustrating? You just want to get going, or are you just chilling there?
Yeah, I indeed enjoy playing the games actually than waiting.
Yeah, for sure.
So I prefer to having the flow so I can go.
So who did you think was your biggest, your toughest game today?
Well, I gotta say it was against Nerzl, I think.
Yeah?
It was 2-1 to me. The first one I won with Milo as well, but in the other he showed, I think it was a Colossus and Red Golem Mordar. It was really strong, I didn't expect that at all. He completely destroyed me.
Oh wow. Very nice.
Overall, I must say I enjoyed the games with DeathShoot the most. He held the Milo win the best out of all people, and it was really tough, even when he played the Demon Warrior deck. I expected to just steamroll, but he somehow managed to hold for so long that I had to use the spells to do damage to face. I'm sure you noticed that.
Yeah, in that last game there, you did start going to face very early. Did you identify that that was something that you needed to do because of the power of the Demon Warrior bringing him back into the game?
Yeah, exactly. Like, when he was at 4 stacks, I didn't do nearly enough damage to finish with a last push. He held really well using the Grasping Thorns. I even had to split the brothers to avoid that. It was super difficult, but in the end, face spells are just too much, and I would like to see them nerfed.
Yeah, spells are very strong, and of course, you know, it gives you that option. You are able to determine, look, I can't win this in any other way apart from straight going to face, and that's
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
that's what...
And I don't think it's a mechanic that is healthy for the game. Like, once you start losing, then you can just start going face if you have a deck designed for that.
Yeah, and of course that's one of the strengths of Milo when you have many spells in there. You have that opportunity to do that. I don't know if Nobby or Cosmic have got any questions for you while you're here.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
But Cosmic first.
you go first, Nobby.
You sure?
Fine.
All right. Yeah, so we were all kind of flabbergasted with your clean sweep of DeathShoot the first time, and you did it with the same deck in each game. Did you how did that leave you feeling before running into the final with him?
Well, to be honest, I didn't think it was a big edge because he already knew the deck, and as you saw, he tried to counter it before, and he was almost successful. But I feel like even though he did a really good job, like, it was no way you're gonna counter that. As you've seen, I've only lost to Mordor, so that's the only counter I think for it.
Very nice. Okay, Cosmic, any questions for our champion Dragon?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dragon, since you banned APEP along with everyone else, what do you think would be an accurate nerf to APEP that wouldn't kill him, but would also kind of bring him more in line with the other heroes?
That's a very good question. Well, someone else already suggested this, so I'm just gonna borrow it. I don't remember who it was. I would say his perk 3 reduced to just 3 mana minion would be enough, in my opinion.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, so...
Okay, so leaving the invulnerable totem the same, and literally
Yes.
just changing that perk 3 from a 4 mana minion to a 3 mana minion.
Yeah, I think the totem is what makes APEP special and unique, so I would leave that without nerfing it, but the overall cycle that he gets from the cheap cards is too much, I think, so nerfing that would be my choice.
Interesting. Yeah, we did see APEP banned over and over and over again, which just goes to show how much the top players feel like it's a very strong master, and that's where their ban's going to go. But yes, congratulations again, Dragon. If you got anything you would like to say within reason before we let you go.
Maybe
Thank
you
you
could
for
help
having
out
me.
Fish, I say help out
Thanks for
Fish and say
organizing.
overpowered play, mate.
Thanks for organizing the event, and if I may say something, I would like to have 2 bans in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us. Congratulations again. Enjoy your winnings and our respect, as always. Thanks for coming on, and have a great evening. Dragon, everybody.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Thank you, Dragon.
See ya.
Goodbye. Okay, that was awesome to have him on. Could get some feelings from him about how he felt the tournament went for him. His hardest game he felt was against Nerzl, and some ideas he feels that could bring APEP into more of a balanced situation. So that is the end of our tournament play.
Can I spit out an advertisement for my tournament next week?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so everyone who watched, obviously these are some crazy high-level plays that we saw here, but you all gotta start somewhere. So I host a tournament called Rookies to Riches where we'll pair people. It's a little bit of a lengthy tournament in the sense that it takes place over 2 weekends. So the first weekend, which is going to be next Saturday at noon Eastern rather than 10 a.m. Eastern, it'll be a 1v1 tournament, but then where you place in that, coupled with your time zone, and whether or not you just automatically went up against Dragon kind of thing. We'll kind of gauge your skill level based on a few different things, and then pair you with people who you can either learn something from or teach something to, depending on your skill level, and then you all have a week to practice together, and then you will compete together in a 2v2 tournament. And so this does a few things. One, it allows you to actually actively see and work with some of the higher skilled players, and so you can kind of see, like, they can help you like build your decks and show you like some card trades that you might not know and help you get to like the next level in your gameplay, whatever that is. And it also makes for some of the most interesting 2v2 tournaments that you'll see, because you're seeing mana being spent in such a way where like one person is playing really well and the other person is obviously like learning.
Okay, well that sounds awesome. Looks like you put the details in the chat for everybody to check out, to find out more information about it, and to register. So the good news within Minion Masters, within the community, we have lots of esports events for you. We have these big events here supported by GGtoor, Betadwarf, and Team Mana Frenzy. We have Cosmic's awesome events which help people learn and actively be part of the community. Don't forget, I have my 1v1 and my 2v2 tournaments, which are play over time events, so you get 3 days to complete each of your matches. So if you're looking for a tournament that's not just blocking out one of your days, but playing over time, definitely check those out. We put a link in the chat for you. Information will always be in the Discord and everything like that. So yeah, I think we're almost at the end here. If anybody's got Nobby or Cosmic, if anything you want to add, you can certainly do so. I think we've done our thanks. If you want to thank anyone, you can do. If you want to thank me, I know it's awkward, but I'll accept it. It's fine.
Thank you so much, Fish. You've definitely like come so far, especially just today, just with like the with your relationship with your chat, letting some of us come on here, getting the pronunciation of your words so much better than it was earlier today. Being kind enough to host this channel. Thank you so much.
I don't know why I bother. I mean, that was kind of nice, but it was veiled in deep sarcasm.
A big thank you for me for letting me on kind of blind, to cast this tournament and be a part of it. I've had a lot of fun doing it. I've seen some great games. I've really enjoyed it with everyone. It really was totally awesome to be alongside you and join in with this.
Yes, I had a lot of fun with everyone involved. We saw some great games, some great players. Hopefully you guys in the chat enjoyed it. I'm sure, watching these good players, there's always stuff you can learn. This game is very multifaceted. There's a lot that you can learn from these players, and it's not just about using cards. You've got to use them at the right time. You've got to use them in the right place. You've got to use them in conjunction with the right setup. So there's so many things that can and can't go right for you, and there's a lot to learn. So this is one of those games that's easy to get involved in, but it's tricky to master, and it really does reward patience, coming by people's streams, checking out what people are playing, learning, and this is a game that we love. Betadwarf, of course, are committed to improving the game. 2.0 is on the horizon. We're going to have crossplay with mobile gameplay and all sorts of awesome stuff. So the future is looking bright for Minion Masters. We're already in a great spot. The community is awesome. I'm proud to be part of it, and there's so many awesome people part of this community, whether they're arranging tournaments, whether they're streaming, whether they're being in chats, whether they're just playing the game. You guys are all awesome, and I appreciate every single one of you. So yeah, thanks again to everyone that got involved. Thanks for putting this together. We're going to go and raid someone now. I'm going to finish my sandwich. And, some of us haven't had the luxury of a fish and chip dinner. But,
That's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I got my wife to make me some, like a Frito pie kind of thing. So, like,
I got a sandwich sitting next to me. I got a sandwich sitting next to me, but, I took a bite of it and I got hate in the chat 3 minutes later, so...
All you need to do is finish it in 3 minutes, and it doesn't matter anymore. The hate's gone.
Well, I was just trying to not stuff my face, so if I suddenly needed to say something, then it would be okay. Right, let me try this one more time. Totally overpowered play of the day.
Everyone give Fish a big round of applause, both for hosting, getting the pronunciation right.
Nailed it. Absolute professional.
And thanks to Sinobii as well, I say quietly in the background.
Yeah, Sinobii.
Yes, big shout out to Sinobii.
This event wouldn't happen without Sinobii, so go give him some love. Let's give him a shout out. We haven't seen him stream for a while. We miss him. Hopefully, we'll see him soon. But he's doing a great job putting these tournaments together, not only for Minion Masters, but for all sorts of other tournaments as well. So track him down, check out the GGtoor website, see what other tournaments are going on. Maybe another game that you're interested in, you can join in. But we're going to figure out someone that we can raid. And then we will, well, I will finish my sandwich, which I'm quite excited about.
What's in the sandwich? Is it a good one?
It's just cheese and ham. Have we got a giveaway running? We've got a giveaway running. We should probably figure out who's going to win that. I don't know. Seems fair.
Probably.
Winner is, it's Dark Snipers. There we go. Congratulations, you won a big dwarf pack. Who do you guys think we should raid? Anyone got any ideas?
Honestly,
We got Steel Pot if we want to keep it in Minion Masters. Z-Storm's online. Core's playing Fall Guys.
Okay. So
Any of those?
We've got some options. Thanks for your options. Okay, let's get Dark Snipers his prize before that gets forgotten. But yeah, I appreciate you guys coming on. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys did too. I think it worked out pretty well with switching you guys in and out with the casting, having the analysis in the background. I'm happy with how that worked, so massive thanks to you guys. You got any feedback, of course, we'll hear it. Right, here we go. Dark Snipers is code, Big Dwarf pack. Right, I know you guys are desperate to run off. Okay, if you missed any of the action, we'll put this on YouTube, so look out for that. I'll try to get that up there as soon as possible. It'll take a little while because it's going to be a big video, because we had a lot of fun. Probably makes sense to stay with Minion Masters. Yes, I pronounced it correctly. Okay, I mean, you don't have to make a big thing of it.
Hey, the chat just got theirs.
God damn it. Okay, so
it's hard having to delay the extra in text sarcasm for the 3 minutes, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we'll get there. We'll get
The
there.
pain is real.
Okay, so let's get our raid on. Thanks again to everybody getting involved. You guys are the best. Look out for the next event, hopefully coming soon. Congratulations to everybody that got some rewards, that got some money. A big shout out, of course, also to our champion Dragon for taking home the big bucks. But yeah, if you're new to the game, make sure you check out the VOD. Have a look at how the players have been playing, what they played. Try some decks that you saw today, see how it works out. It's not just as easy as just copying a deck. You've got to understand how the deck's going to work. But let's get our raid on. Let's get our sub-raid and our raid messages. And let's continue the Mini Masters action. We're going to go raid Steelpot 35 and see what he's up to. I don't really know how raiding works with a delay on, but you know, I could probably figure it out, but that seems like a lot.
Oh yeah, basically the 2 minutes and 30 seconds before you started the raid aren't gonna see it. So anything that you say right now, they're not gonna see.
Yikes.
Here, basically.
Yikes.
Yeah, like when you first went live, there was a 3-minute delay from when you said, "All right, I'm going live," to when your channel